An Soo-ho stares out over the mountain landscape, calm but focused. He spots a group of intimidating hunters standing together, awaiting something. With a determined gaze, An clenches his fist, feeling ready to fight. Rising to his feet, he prepares for the approaching confrontation fearlessly. Meanwhile, Alex Morgan, a powerful warrior, radiates energy, sizing up An's strength. Alex taunts An, questioning his abilities and dedication to their cause. Nearby, Suzuki Endo, a mage, casts dark magic, confident in her powers. The group watches An with mocking smiles, underestimating his true potential. Feeling cornered, An's hand trembles, but his spirit remains unbroken and fierce. He examines the dark magic creeping across his hand, determined to resist. An's eyes narrow, filled with anger as betrayal strikes his heart deeply. He remembers moments of trust, now shattered by the allies surrounding him. Power surges around him as he faces the group's summoned dark beast. A massive dragon-like creature roars, symbolizing their united front against him. But An refuses to back down, wielding his sword with unmatched conviction. An questions the group's intentions, seeking truth behind their unexpected hostility. The group laughs, dismissing his concerns as weakness rather than insight. Frustration builds within An, desperate for answers from his former comrades. Isabella, a healer, coldly justifies their actions, showing no remorse or sympathy. An realizes he stands alone against them all, betrayed, yet undeterred. An accuses them of siding with monsters, placing humanity in grave danger. The group deflects, justifying their choices for power and perceived stability. Hex Hood, an archer, boasts of their dominance, dismissing An's morals easily. An questions their loyalty to humanity, refusing to accept their twisted reasoning. With resolve, he stands firm, ready to protect the world, even against them. An Soo-ho stands determinedly, facing his foes with unwavering resolve and strength. Hex Hood tries to recruit him, but An remains distrustful and wary. An scoffs at their offer, recalling their betrayal with bitter anger. He realizes his body is poisoned and weakened by dark venom. With limited time left, An steels himself for one last stand. Accepting his fate, An knows survival isn't possible in this battle. He decides on a final act, ready to protect others bravely. Stepping forward, he channels energy, focusing on his ultimate sacrifice ahead. The others watch, sensing his power growing, though they mock his effort. They dismiss him, unaware of the strength he's about to unleash. Power surges around An as he strikes, catching his foes off guard. He moves swiftly, his sword slicing through their defenses with precision. The team realizes too late. They underestimated An's fierce final resolve. Desperation fills the group, scrambling to counter his unstoppable attack. An's determination overwhelms them, his skill refined to a lethal peak. Hex Hood struggles, and Isabella attempts healing, but it's futile now. She's stunned, realizing An's wounds are beyond any normal healing magic. Fear sets in as they witness An's true power and resilience. Isabella watches helplessly, understanding that An is unlike anyone they've faced. An stands tall, embodying strength, unbreakable in his final heroic moment. An finally reaches a new level, grasping the intangible, ultimate sword skill. He smiles, feeling a profound connection to this newfound divine power. His enemies falter, realizing An has ascended beyond their reach completely. As he stands in this moment, An reflects on his journey here. The divine realm acknowledges him, marking his transformation into an unstoppable force. System messages appear, congratulating An Soo-ho on achieving his ultimate swordsmanship. His new abilities unfold, granting mastery over formidable legendary sword skills. A powerful energy radiates, signifying his entry into an unmatched skill realm. The system reboots, integrating these achievements into An's awakened power. He awakens, disoriented, realizing he's been granted another unexpected chance. An opens his eyes, surprised to find himself lying on the ground. Confused, he sees a firefighter who tells him he's injured. An checks his surroundings, wondering how he survived the previous battle. As reality sinks in, he recalls thinking he was truly finished. He looks around, questioning where he is and what happened here. An observes his surroundings, seeing chaos as the sky roars above. Explosions light up the area, marking a disastrous outbreak around him. He realizes he's in Sindorim, where a massive gate had appeared. Memories resurface. This place was a containment zone for dangerous outbreaks. Suddenly, he notices goblins advancing, confirming the severity of the threat. An braces himself as the city shakes from the fierce battle nearby. He's thrown off balance but quickly regains focus, readying for action. Goblins close in, forcing An and the firefighter into defensive positions. The firefighter tells him to escape, but An refuses to leave him. He grabs a nearby weapon, determined to protect those around him. Armed, An charges forward, showing no hesitation as he confronts goblins. A firefighter tries to stop him, warning it's dangerous to fight. An leaps into battle, his movements precise, each strike deliberate and fierce. The goblins are caught off guard, underestimating An's skill and resolve. He confronts the goblin leader directly, ready to put everything on the line. An Su-ho is momentarily stunned, watching as a new system window appears. The system congratulates him, acknowledging his achievements and meeting specific conditions. A new status emerges, marking his official awakening as a player. He laughs, realizing the system is pushing him toward even greater strength. The system prompts him, offering choices for his power's path to pursue. An Su-ho recalls his past awakening, the same system choices appearing now. He carefully considers the options, knowing each path holds unique power. Deciding quickly, he selects Warrior, almost instinctively, feeling it aligns best. He calmly postpones the selection confirmation, ensuring he's fully prepared first. Confidently, he reassures the firefighter, determined to handle the enemies himself. An faces the approaching goblins, confident he can defeat them alone. The goblins snarl, seeing him as an easy target for attack. With fierce resolve, An charges forward, his movements fluid and precise. He strikes down the first goblin effortlessly, sending shockwaves through the rest. The goblins hesitate, sensing the strength behind each of An's deadly moves. An continues his assault, his strikes swift and merciless against the goblins. A red aura surrounds him, amplifying his attacks with intimidating intensity. One goblin realizes An's strength and attempts to retreat, overwhelmed by fear. An swiftly intercepts, leaving no room for escape from his wrath. With a decisive swing, he ends the threat, holding his ground firmly. Blood drips from his blade, but An remains calm and focused. He watches the remaining goblins, each terrified by his relentless display. Determined, he readies himself, viewing goblins merely as practice for stronger foes. An's expression sharpens, anticipating the true battles that lie ahead. He steps forward, advancing toward his next challenge with unwavering resolve. An walks away from the fallen goblins, ready to face greater enemies. He acknowledges the path ahead, understanding it will only become harder. His skills sharpen with each battle, fueling his desire for perfection. An's journey continues, driven by a purpose beyond ordinary strength or fame. The saga unfolds as he charges forward, embracing his destiny as a warrior. An Su-ho walks amidst the devastation, reflecting on his restrained anger. He examines his sword, reminding himself to act with controlled emotions. Despite the chaos, he feels oddly calm, focused on his mission. He realizes he's returned to a past state, a rare opportunity. Determined, he vows to make the most of this second chance. An notices the system reset his stats, feeling like he's starting over. Familiar skill names appear, basic swordsmanship levels he hadn't seen in ages. He recalls his early training, understanding this reset is for a purpose. The goblin sword he's holding seems short but remains functional for now. A firefighter, noticing his abilities, nervously asks if he's a player. Facing the system's prompt, An confidently declares his decision out loud. He selects Healer, knowing this path could balance his abilities perfectly. The system confirms his choice, assigning him the role of healer. He feels a new energy as he gains the healing light skill. Turning to the firefighter, he offers to help with her injuries. Healing activated. Placing his hand on her wound, An activates the healing ability. The healing light flows through him, surprising both him and the firefighter. He watches as her injury closes, impressed by the power of this skill. The system recognizes his successful healing, confirming the designated area is restored. An realizes the healer path offers significant potential, feeling encouraged. The firefighter, shocked by the complete healing, asks about An's abilities. An nods, confirming his new healer role, accepting it with calm confidence. He realizes this path requires patience and precision, qualities he respects. The system grants him a weapon choice to complement his healing style. With purpose, he summons the beginner's sword, preparing for what's next. An grips the beginner's sword firmly, feeling its balance and weight. The system confirms his acquisition, marking his readiness for upcoming battles. He takes a moment, reflecting on his strategy before entering the gate. A firefighter tries to dissuade him, but he reassures her with confidence. An steps forward, determined to conquer the challenges that lie ahead. He recalls how his talents allowed him to gain skills before class selection. The system's unique structure lets him use skills freely, regardless of class. As he levels up, his chosen class abilities will automatically enhance. Remembering past battles, he regrets not having healing powers when needed most. Now equipped with healing, he feels better prepared for his path forward. An reflects on the purpose of his journey, knowing it's a rare chance. He sees the gate before him, recalling painful memories and past betrayals. His determination deepens, committed to facing whatever lies within the gate. Thoughts of revenge surface, fueling his resolve to right the wrongs done to him. With confidence, he prepares to confront the gate's challenges head-on. He remembers the swordsmanship engraved in his mind, a skill he retained. Approaching the gate, he feels a surge of energy and anticipation. With a deep breath, he steps forward, entering the gate with purpose. His vision blurs momentarily as he's transported, the unknown awaiting him, standing within the dense, mysterious forest of the green-red gate. Ansu-ho takes in his surroundings. The system displays unknown entry conditions and an unspecified maximum capacity, adding an eerie uncertainty to the environment. He steps through the portal, entering a dense, shadowy forest where danger lurks. His eyes scan the area, alert and ready. The dense forest is unsettling. Remnants of fallen adventurers scatter the ground, hinting at the dangers lying ahead. He remains cautious. The adventurers who once challenged this gate are no more. Their ambitions led them here, but they met grim fates within. Shadows loom in the forest. He senses movement, sharp sounds echoing from beyond, growing closer with each passing second. He tenses up. Suddenly, a group of goblins appears, their crimson eyes fixed on him. He draws his weapon, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The goblins charge with intense aggression, their piercing cries filling the air. He braces himself, analyzing their movements for any sign of weakness. His gaze sharpens as he examines each goblin, noting their enhanced physiques. These aren't ordinary goblins. Something has increased their strength significantly. One particularly formidable hobgoblin stands out, towering above the others. Its menacing grin reveals sharp fangs, promising a fierce challenge. The hobgoblin lunges, its claws slashing through the air with terrifying speed. He sidesteps, narrowly avoiding the strike, staying focused and agile. With a powerful swing, he counters the hobgoblin's attack, his blade glinting as it meets resistance, testing his skill against this beast. The goblins surround him, but he remains unfazed. Each movement is calculated, his strikes precise as he battles the relentless horde. He observes the hobgoblin's blood-red skin, a distinct feature that signals their unique mutation and enhanced strength. They're unlike regular foes. His blade clashes with the hobgoblin's weapon, sparks flying. He senses the creature's rage intensify as it howls in frustration and fury. Swiftly maneuvering, he sidesteps another assault, determined to find an opening. The hobgoblin snarls, its sharp claws slashing at him again. Despite the hobgoblin's towering size and strength, he notices a slight hesitation in its movement, signaling an exploitable weakness. Taking advantage of the hobgoblin's pause, he delivers a swift strike, aiming for a vital point. His attack lands, causing a deep wound. The hobgoblin recoils, clutching its wound in pain. Enraged, it launches a frenzied assault, its attacks becoming more chaotic and reckless. He deflects each attack, his reflexes sharp, his mind focused on finding the perfect moment to finish this formidable foe. The hobgoblin's strength begins to wane, its movements slowing as he relentlessly presses on, seizing control of the battle's rhythm. With a final, powerful swing, he lands a critical blow, watching as the hobgoblin collapses, defeated. He lets out a relieved breath. As the hobgoblin falls, the remaining goblins hesitate, sensing their leader's defeat. Fear flickers in their eyes as they retreat. With the threat momentarily over, he takes a moment to catch his breath, surveying the battlefield for any remaining dangers. Despite the victory, he knows this gate holds more challenges. His journey has only just begun in this treacherous realm. He ventures deeper into the forest, aware that stronger foes await, each battle bringing him closer to his ultimate goal. The forest grows darker as he proceeds, the eerie silence replaced by distant sounds, hinting at the next confrontation lying ahead. He steps into the forest, hearing whispers of danger hidden deep within the shadows of tall trees. His gaze sharpens, catching movement among the undergrowth. There's an unease as if something lurks, watching. Remains of past adventurers lie scattered, a grim reminder of the challenges he faces ahead in this forbidden place. A monstrous figure emerges from the foliage, towering with menacing eyes, its snarls exuding a deadly aura. He stands firm, mentally preparing himself to face the formidable creature without fear, determined to conquer the gate. The creature roars, muscles tensing as it prepares to strike. His focus intensifies, knowing the battle demands his all. The creature's stats flash before him, revealing its dangerous level and attributes. A formidable enemy stands in his way. Without hesitation, it lunges forward, its powerful claws aiming straight for him. He dodges, barely avoiding the fierce attack. Another hobgoblin joins, grinning wickedly. He's now outnumbered, each monster more terrifying than the last. He clenches his fists, summoning his strength as the monstrous pair prepare for a coordinated assault against him. Analyzing the creature's features, he notices the hobgoblin's enhanced physique and dark, crimson skin, a unique variant. Their intense standoff is short-lived as he swiftly counters, aiming to exploit any weaknesses the hobgoblins might have. In a fierce motion, he attacks, striking with precision. However, the creature's tough hide absorbs most of the blow. Realizing his current power isn't enough to penetrate, he shifts tactics, assessing his options in this deadly situation. He decides to play defensively, evading attacks, conserving his energy, and waiting for the right moment to strike effectively. He parries the hobgoblin's attacks skillfully, recognizing the importance of mastering his technique against formidable foes. With each successful block, his confidence grows as he realizes he's gaining new skills in the heat of battle. The hobgoblin attacks with a deadly force, yet he meets each strike, honing his reflexes with every movement. The system acknowledges his skill mastery, rewarding him with an increased level in parrying, boosting his combat efficiency. The hobgoblin falters, stunned by his improvement. Taking advantage, he prepares for his next decisive attack. With newfound agility, he dodges the creature's deadly swings, mastering the art of evasion and gaining an advantage. The hobgoblin's furious roars echo as he evades effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise under pressure. An opening appears, and he seizes the chance, launching a counterattack, his weapon slicing through the air. The blade connects, piercing the creature's weak point with lethal accuracy, ending the hobgoblin's rampage. As he stands victorious, he feels a surge of strength, knowing he's ready to face even greater challenges. He charges into the eerie gate, determination blazing in his eyes. Unknown dangers await him in this treacherous realm of shadows. A crowd gathers, watching his daring entrance. Whispers spread, speculating about his boldness, and if he will survive the unknown perils. A wave of energy radiates from the gate, leaving the spectators in awe. They sense a legendary battle is about to unfold. The man steadies himself, drawing strength from within, prepared for whatever lurks beyond. A faint glimmer of hope reflects in his gaze. "Who is this fearless soul?" murmurs someone, astounded by his bravery. The crowd's anticipation grows, hoping he emerges victorious from within. "So, a novice dared to enter the gate?" questions a guard, astonished by the newcomer's audacity and unwavering spirit. "Yes, and he spoke confidently," responds the observer. "He seemed unafraid, as if he'd faced death before without hesitation." Tales of his confrontation with goblins spread quickly. Despite wounds, he fought valiantly, entering the gate to finish what he started. The guard shakes his head, bewildered by the novice's skills. "A healer too? That's unbelievable for someone so new." The observer shakes his head, realizing they didn't arrive late. Yet this newcomer managed to handle the goblins without any support. He finds it ridiculous, wondering how a beginner achieved such a feat, especially facing so many goblins with sheer determination alone. Reflecting on the situation, he thinks about how someone new could confront an entire group without sustaining severe injuries or needing assistance. He questions what kind of person could possess such natural talent and power, recognizing this as no ordinary display of skill. With a concerned look, he ponders who could train to this level so quickly, the implications clearly troubling his thoughts. Another official, overhearing, offers insight, acknowledging this newcomer might be more capable than they initially thought, judging by the impressive aftermath. The official suggests further observation, aware that understanding this player's capabilities could impact future strategies within the organization. Taking note, the official discusses preparations, ensuring resources are on standby to assess the player's full potential and handle any unexpected issues. He orders an immediate report, making sure the team is fully briefed on every skill this player exhibits within the gate. With a serious expression, he states his understanding, determined to track every detail of this player's development, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, An sharpens his focus, embracing the natural energy within the forest, feeling the flow of power guiding his every movement. In one fluid motion, he attacks, striking goblins with calculated precision, each move displaying his growing mastery over his newly acquired skills. Notifications flash, acknowledging his improvement, as he swiftly levels up multiple abilities, each adding to his confidence and battle prowess. An feels a surge of power, realizing his continuous training is unlocking new potential, reinforcing his readiness for the challenges ahead. With each victory, he senses his connection to the gate strengthening, understanding that he's evolving faster than anyone might anticipate. An's relentless strikes weaken the goblins, each hit increasing his skill proficiency as he continues to test the limits of his abilities. He feels his sword skills synchronize with his movements, creating a seamless combat flow that leaves his enemies struggling to retaliate. Each goblin's defeat reinforces his confidence, making him realize that he can continue pushing himself without fear of exhaustion or injury. The goblins hesitate, sensing An's strength as he maintains his focus, determined to overcome every obstacle within this gate. With renewed purpose, he prepares for more, aware that his abilities are sharpening rapidly, each encounter fueling his drive to progress. As the goblins retreat, An calmly allows them to regroup, knowing more challengers will test him and provide further opportunities for growth. He assesses his stats, pondering if he should evenly distribute his skill points to create a balanced foundation for future battles. An examines his progress, noting his accomplishments and newly acquired skills, recognizing this journey as vital to his path forward. With each mastered ability, he strategizes his next moves, understanding that each skill will bring him closer to his ultimate goals. He smirks, looking ahead with confidence, prepared to face whatever the gate throws at him, intent on mastering every skill available. In the dense shadows, An Suho senses the faint energy of a rare magic stone, glowing with an enticing red hue. He steps forward, eyes sharp, realizing he didn't expect to find such a treasure in this isolated forest. With cautious fingers, An reaches down, gripping the precious stone. It could prove valuable, helping him gain much-needed resources. Observing the gem's size, he calculates its worth, picturing how this D-grade magic stone could fetch a fair price. A swirl of light surrounds the stone as An ponders how it could fund his journey or enhance his power. As he examines the stone, a thought strikes him. His funds are running low, and this could be his solution. An looks around, sensing the quiet. Despite the silence, he knows the forest holds dangers, watching for any lurking threats. The stone feels warm in his hand, pulsing with energy. It's the last one here, a rare find indeed. Imagining the profit from selling such stones, he thinks it might support his future plans and goals quite comfortably. Suddenly, a rustling sound breaks his focus, and An instinctively prepares for an unexpected, possibly dangerous encounter. An stands alert, listening as faint footsteps approach. His hand moves to his sword, ready for any threat that appears. From the shadows, he spots movement. His patience is rewarded as figures finally emerge from the cover of trees. An evaluates his opponents, realizing these creatures won't back down. He'll have to take them out to advance further. Counting around 20 enemies, An smiles, seeing this as an opportunity to sharpen his skills and gather experience. He takes a steady stance, preparing for the onslaught. These foes will be a warm-up before he faces tougher challenges. The creatures charge with wild fury, their red eyes locked on An, determined to take him down through sheer force. Their growls echo in the forest as they close in, but An's focus remains steady, assessing their formation carefully. In a swift, fluid motion, he begins his counterattack, his sword flashing through the air with precise, lethal strikes. Each swing cuts through the crowd, thinning their numbers rapidly as he maneuvers with practiced ease and deadly precision. Amidst the chaos, he spots an opening, unleashing a powerful move that scatters the remaining attackers, clearing the path. An's movements are flawless, his attacks leaving no room for escape as he dispatches the last of his relentless enemies. As he pauses, he feels a surge of energy. His abilities have leveled up, boosting his stats in a subtle but noticeable way. Satisfied, An nods to himself, noting the increased strength. He's ready for whatever lies ahead, no longer holding back. Determined, he continues through the forest, confident that his refined skills will aid him against the challenges he faces. With renewed vigor, An steps forward, his resolve unwavering. The journey may be harsh, but he's prepared for all obstacles. An Suho steadies his breathing as he grips his sword, feeling the energy pulse around him, ready to strike with precision and power. In one swift motion, Suho slashes forward, the force of his blade cutting through the air with a fierce, sharp momentum. The blade's power radiates, its energy expanding outward, creating a shock wave that disorients anything nearby, leaving his surroundings trembling under his command. Suho shifts his stance, eyes locked forward, calculating every movement as he anticipates the next move, his focus unwavering and intense. With steady resolve, Suho steps forward, his expression firm. Every muscle is poised, ready to continue his fight with unyielding strength and determination. An Suho's eyes widen in surprise, sensing a formidable presence approaching fast. He tightens his grip, preparing to confront this unexpected threat head-on. Swiftly he turns, unleashing a powerful strike, his blade flashing as it slices through the air with relentless precision and unwavering focus. A familiar warning flashes before him. Chief Hobgoblin, level 20. Suho smirks, realizing he's been anticipating this moment, ready to prove himself. The monstrous figure emerges, towering and fierce, a true boss monster. Suho stands firm, confident in his strength, undaunted by its presence. An Suho steps into the ominous green-red gate, where the forest darkens around him and an unsettling silence fills the air. A sudden rush of energy surges towards him, the atmosphere thick with tension, as he braces himself for whatever lurks within this eerie realm. With precision, Suho deflects a powerful strike, his movements swift and focused, cutting through the overwhelming force heading his way. As shadows dart around him, Suho's senses heighten, picking up on each flicker of movement, determined to stay one step ahead. A monstrous creature lunges at him, but Suho meets it head-on, his determination unyielding as he pushes forward into the unknown. Suho faces a relentless wave of enemies, moving swiftly through their attacks, his blade becoming a blur as he counters each strike. Chief Hobgoblin uses fear, flashes ominously before him, the chilling power pressing down, testing Suho's resolve in this intense battle. For a moment his muscles stiffen under the effect, his body unwillingly slowed, as he forces himself to stay calm and focused. With grit, Suho resists the fear creeping into his mind, pushing his body forward through sheer willpower, defying the monster's control. He takes a steadying breath, grounding himself despite the dark energy, and prepares to continue, knowing he can't afford to falter now. The Chief Hobgoblin taunts Suho, its voice echoing with malice as it towers over him, brimming with dark energy and confidence. Despite the threat, Suho's eyes stay sharp, analyzing his opponent's every move, looking for any advantage he can exploit in this fight. He recalls his training, steadying his breath and focuses his strength, knowing that hesitation could mean defeat against this monstrous foe. The Hobgoblin charges with a fierce roar, but Suho stands his ground, prepared to counter its massive strength with calculated precision. Without a hint of fear, Suho faces the towering figure, ready to show the creature why he should never be underestimated. Suho shakes off the lingering fear effect, feeling his muscles relax as the oppressive hold loosens, freeing him to move again. With renewed focus, he grips his sword tightly, mentally counting each breath as he recenters himself, refusing to lose ground. A soft blue glow surrounds his hand, breaking the creature's spell completely, allowing him to regain control over his movements. He swiftly sidesteps an attack, finding his balance and regaining momentum, fully committed to his next strike against the looming enemy. A confident smirk crosses his face as Suho realizes the creature's spell failed to break him, reinforcing his resolve to win. With one final surge, Suho unleashes a devastating attack, his blade moving in perfect arcs, tearing through the enemy ranks. After the last creature falls, a calm settles over the field, leaving Suho standing amidst the remnants of his intense battle. He activates a healing light, its soft glow enveloping his wounds, mending his body as he takes a much-needed breath. The light spreads around him, revitalizing the surrounding area, clearing away the dark energy that had tainted the forest. With his mission complete, Suho surveys the peaceful landscape, a quiet satisfaction settling in as he turns to leave. An Suho clenches his fist, focusing his energy as he scans the forest, sensing something dangerous approaching, readying himself for battle. His calm stance contrasts with the looming threat, a towering monster baring its teeth, red eyes locked on him with rage. Despite the creature's intimidating presence, Suho meets its gaze with a steady smirk, silently accepting the challenge with unshaken confidence. Suho's aura intensifies, energy radiating from his blade as he prepares to unleash his next powerful strike, determined to prevail. He lunges forward, blade in hand, closing the distance, determined to test the creature's strength with his own formidable might. Suho's sword arcs through the air, colliding with the creature's tough hide, sparks flying as he tests its resilience with precision. The hobgoblin's tough skin absorbs the initial blows, its expression mocking Suho's efforts, but he remains undeterred, observing closely. Recognizing the challenge, Suho recalculates, noting that while each strike barely impacts individually, the cumulative damage begins to wear it down. A glint of determination fills Suho's eyes as he decides to intensify his assault, knowing persistence will bring him victory. With renewed resolve, he grips his blade tighter, ready to exploit any weakness, aiming to break through the monster's defenses. Suho's stance shifts as he detects an opening, his blade poised to strike a vulnerable spot exposed by the hobgoblin's recent attack. He launches forward, focusing his strength into a precise hit, aiming to exploit the wound and deliver a decisive blow. The chief hobgoblin roars in defiance, attempting to counter with a fear-inducing glare, but Suho remains unfazed, resisting its influence. Unyielding, Suho pushes past the creature's final defense, understanding that he's overcome fear itself, making him invincible against such tactics. With one last powerful swing, he channels all his energy, determined to end the battle on his own terms. Suho's swift movements confuse the hobgoblin, each step calculated to disorient, leaving it vulnerable to his rapid, relentless attacks. This is the last one, he thinks, focusing all his strength on this critical moment, aiming to bring down his formidable foe. He lunges, blade slicing through the air, each strike aimed with precision, slowly wearing down the once intimidating creature's defenses. The hobgoblin's expression shifts to panic as it realizes its end is near, unable to withstand Suho's unrelenting onslaught. Finally, with a triumphant cry, Suho delivers the final blow, ending the battle and proving his undeniable strength. The hobgoblin lets out a final, defeated scream, collapsing with a heavy thud as Suho stands tall, victorious and resolute. He watches as the creature falls, eyes filled with satisfaction, knowing his skill and resilience led him to this hard-won victory. As the dust settles, Suho takes a steadying breath, glancing down at his defeated opponent, reflecting on the intense battle. With a calm, respectful nod, he acknowledges the fallen creature before sheathing his sword, knowing he's conquered yet another formidable foe. He turns away, leaving the scene behind, ready for whatever new challenges await him on his journey forward. Suho activates Healing Light, his hand glowing with a soft energy as he directs it toward the fallen hobgoblin lying before him. The creature stirs, red eyes widening in confusion as Suho's power envelops it, breathing new life into its weary form. With a calm gaze, Suho watches the hobgoblin revive, a smirk forming as he silently commands, "Rise," infusing it with renewed strength. Suho's expression remains focused, knowing that he's extending a second chance, binding the creature to his will with powerful magic. The air hums with energy as Suho's intentions become clear. He's not just healing, but forging a powerful ally from his defeated foe. Congratulations flash before Suho, a series of messages detailing his upgraded skills, each one marking significant progress in his swordsmanship abilities. His blade's strength and cutting power have increased, a clear reflection of his efforts and relentless pursuit of improvement in battle. Suho extends his hand, invoking Healing Light once more, further enhancing the hobgoblin's vitality, ensuring it's fully restored and loyal. The creature's eyes regain clarity as it rises, kneeling before Suho, acknowledging its new master with a respectful, obedient stance. Suho stands firm, his gaze sharp, knowing that this new alliance will add a formidable force to his growing power. The skill notifications continue, signaling Suho's achievements as he gains mastery over his newly improved abilities, each upgrade sharpening his edge further. Suho looks down at the hobgoblin with a hint of satisfaction, knowing his control over this creature is complete and unbreakable. "I don't know where this path leads," he thinks, his resolve unwavering, "but I'll make it serve my purpose fully." With a final command, he gestures forward, sending the hobgoblin on its new mission, assured of its loyalty and strength. As it charges ahead, Suho watches, confident that his latest acquisition will pave the way for victories yet to come. Suho stands amidst the quiet aftermath, notifications lighting up before him, affirming his mastery of redemption and the defeat of his foe. As he surveys the scene, a calm satisfaction settles within him, his achievements marked by newfound strength and increased skills. The system rewards him, granting additional experience, bonus stats, and enhanced abilities, pushing him closer to realizing his full potential. With his level increased, Suho contemplates his next steps, feeling the weight of his growing power and responsibility more keenly than ever. A glimpse of a skill tree before him reveals untapped possibilities, paths he can now explore to deepen his abilities further. Suho clenches his fist, feeling a surge of power as he gathers everything needed, confidence radiating from him in quiet determination. Reflecting on his journey, he realizes how much he's gained and the potential that awaits beyond this completed gate. He considers revisiting familiar faces, knowing it's been a long time since he walked among those he once knew. A shimmering portal opens, radiating energy as he steps forward, ready to return and face whatever awaits him on the other side. The gate trembles behind him, marking his departure as it closes, sealing away the memories and trials he overcame within. The onlookers watch in awe as Suho emerges alone, each step echoing with quiet strength, their gazes filled with amazement. He walks calmly, his presence commanding attention, as whispers spread about the man who conquered the gate entirely on his own. Standing tall, Suho acknowledges the crowd, aware of the rumors and questions swirling around his recent achievement and remarkable growth. Guild members and officials eagerly approach, vying for his attention, recognizing the immense power he now wields and hoping for his support. With a steady gaze, Suho addresses them, focused on his next move while subtly observing their reactions to his new status. Suho steps forward, navigating through the crowd with ease, their admiration and respect clear as they make way for him. Among them, a figure stands out, watching him intently, and Suho pauses, sensing a familiar energy he can't quite place. He moves with purpose, drawing closer to a person he recognizes, someone who might hold the answers he's been seeking. With a confident stride, he approaches, prepared to exchange words that could reveal more about his journey and what lies ahead. The person greets him, a mixture of respect and intrigue in their expression, mirroring the curiosity Suho feels himself. Inside the Hunter Association, Suho meets the team leader, exchanging a firm handshake that solidifies the respect between them. They sit together, Suho's calm demeanor reflecting his readiness to discuss his recent experiences and the challenges he's overcome. The leader listens closely, noting Suho's growth and determination, aware of the journey that brought him to this pivotal moment. Suho shares insights from his trials, his gaze steady, knowing that his path now intertwines with the responsibilities of this role. With mutual understanding, they conclude, each recognizing the other's strength, setting the stage for the next chapter in Suho's story. Suho meets Young Chulmin, shaking hands as they discuss his application. Suho's calm demeanor hides his anticipation, awaiting further details on his hunter license. Chulmin notes Suho's background with curiosity, realizing he's dealing with an unregistered hunter. His expression shifts, assessing Suho's potential as a newcomer. Suho mentions his intent to join as a hunter, intrigued by the possibilities this path holds, even with the uncertainties it presents. The official processes the application, contemplating Suho's journey and wondering what led him to pursue this line of work so seriously. Reflecting on the exchange, Suho feels a quiet excitement, sensing that this opportunity marks the beginning of something transformative in his life. Suho's aptitude test results surprise him, indicating rare skills beyond his expectations. Chulmin too raises an eyebrow, reevaluating Suho's potential based on this report. Holding the results, Suho ponders the designation as a healer, a role with significant challenges but also invaluable potential in battles and recovery. Despite his classification, Chulmin sees hints of a warrior's spirit within Suho, noting the unusual strength radiating from him beneath the calm exterior. The conversation shifts as Chulmin inquires about Suho's background, curious how someone so capable ended up on this unexpected path toward hunting. Suho responds thoughtfully, explaining his journey with honesty, his words resonating with the determination he's honed through every trial he's faced. Suho shares his past, mentioning his studies in physical education, a choice that hints at his underlying resilience and affinity for physical challenges. Chulman listens, impressed, yet curious why Suho would choose the healer path instead of something more combative like a warrior or mage. With a faint smile, Suho admits he hates getting hurt, a personal reason influencing his decision to embrace the healer's role. Chulman asks about the gate conquest, and Suho recounts his experience, detailing the intensity and his surprising survival against overwhelming odds. Suho's account captures the essence of his journey, showing his ability to adapt and overcome even the most daunting obstacles with resolve. As Suho describes facing the hobgoblin, Chulman watches intently, piecing together the depth of Suho's skills and the unique approach he brings. Suho reveals the mysterious red gem, the source of his victory against the hobgoblin, sparking Chulman's interest in this powerful artifact. Chulman questions Suho's motivations, seeking to understand his drive. Suho answers confidently, affirming his commitment to this new path as a hunter. Holding the gem, Suho feels a surge of resolve, knowing it symbolizes his strength and the challenges he's already conquered on this journey. With renewed determination, Suho meets Chulman's gaze, fully aware of the importance of this decision and the path it opens. Chulman questions Suho's decision to become a hunter, sensing a deeper reason behind this choice beyond simple ambition or thrill-seeking. Suho reflects, admitting he's uncertain of the exact reason but feels an undeniable pull toward this role, despite its challenges. Chulman notes Suho's honesty, recognizing an earnest determination that aligns with the qualities of a true hunter, one who's unafraid of hardship. Suho mentions his deep-seated dislike for monsters and gates, a simple yet powerful motivator that drives him forward despite his doubts. In this shared understanding, Chulman sees potential, realizing Suho's path as a hunter is not just a choice, but a calling. Suho stares into the distance, a heaviness in his gaze. Memories surface as he recalls losing his family during the gate shock. Venturing into the gates alone became his way of coping, a path forged from pain, each step fueled by haunting memories. Despite the danger, he couldn't shake the feeling that defeating monsters might somehow ease the frustration and emptiness that lingered inside. With each creature he fought, he hoped to fill the void, but the sorrow remained, stubborn and unyielding in his heart. In that moment, Suho understood. His journey wasn't just survival, it was a quest to heal the scars within his soul. Suho speaks with conviction, explaining his motivation, to prevent others from enduring the same loss he experienced, to make a difference. He doesn't want anyone else to lose loved ones to monsters, to see something precious taken by the merciless forces within gates. Looking determined, Suho shares his goal, to work for everyone's safety, to be a shield against the threats that haunt society. With a quiet strength, Suho declares his intention, wanting to serve as a hunter, a protector in the South Korean Hunter Association. Suho takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility as he levels up, power coursing through his veins. As the system displays his achievements, he realizes he's made significant progress, finally defeating the mighty chief hobgoblin with precision. The reward panel lights up, offering him additional experience and stat boosts, a tangible recognition of his relentless effort in the field. With his stats enhanced, Suho feels a renewed surge of confidence, knowing he's stronger, more capable than ever in this journey. Glancing at the locked skills, he wonders what new abilities lie ahead, ready to embrace each challenge that comes his way. Gripping a token of his hard-earned victory, Suho stares down, the weight of the journey etched into his gaze. He reflects on all he's gained, the triumphs, struggles, and sacrifices, each one leading him closer to his ultimate goal. Determined, he strides towards the shimmering portal, feeling the pull of another world, a realm that demands bravery beyond measure. With a flash, he steps through, the portal closing behind him, leaving only an echo of his fearless resolve behind. Emerging on the other side, spectators gasp in awe, watching the figure who conquered the impossible, returning as a legend reborn. Suho's calm and composed entrance shocks the gathered crowd, each person wondering if he had truly defeated the gate alone. Amidst the murmurs, he's approached by representatives from various guilds, each eager to understand his incredible feat and strength. Suho simply walks past, focused, undistracted by the admiration, only one thing in his mind: achieving his true purpose here. His demeanor leaves an impression, He's not just a powerful warrior, but a man driven by something beyond glory and fame. Arriving at the association, he stands ready, determined to follow his path as a defender of the innocent and vulnerable. Inside the association's hallowed halls, Suho is greeted by the stern, curious gaze of the officials, silently assessing his intentions. Sitting across from a senior officer, Suho explains his intent, his resolve shining through, refusing to let anyone suffer as he did. The officer listens, nodding with respect, realizing Suho's goal is not just power but to serve, protect, and prevent loss. Suho's words resonate, his eyes reflecting a painful past but a hopeful determination to make a difference in others' lives. The room falls silent, each person grasping the depth of his commitment, moved by his selfless vision of a safer, kinder world. Suho is asked if he truly understands the demands of a civil servant hunter, a role far less glamorous but essential. The official details the modest pay, strict policies, and relentless challenges, wanting Suho to grasp the full weight of his choice. Suho's expression remains resolute, unmoved by the hardships, his mind set on the impact he knows he can achieve. Seeing Suho's unwavering determination, the official smiles, acknowledging the rare passion in this young man willing to serve. A contract awaits, representing Suho's next step toward a destiny defined not by fame, but by duty, sacrifice, and justice. An Suho stood in the middle of the forest, feeling the rush as the system congratulated him for mastering Identification B. After defeating the chief hobgoblin, An Suho absorbed the experience and rewards, knowing his power was now recognized by the system. The screen revealed, "You have conquered the gate," offering him additional rewards. Suho felt both satisfied and eager to move forward. With new stats and a stronger foundation, Suho acknowledged his progress. The system encouraged him to strengthen even further to unlock power. His gaze shifted to the skill tree, numerous abilities still locked. Suho resolved to gain each one, no matter the cost. Suho glanced at the crystal in his hand, its gleam a reminder of his achievements and a symbol of his rising power. Contemplating his path, Suho realized he now held everything he needed to keep moving forward, stronger and more resolute than before. His mind filled with thoughts of reuniting with old acquaintances, Suho stepped toward the portal, ready to bridge past and present. The gate blazed with energy, the sight drawing everyone's gaze as the tremor signaled Suho's incredible feat of conquering it alone. Awestruck by the gate's conquest, those nearby whispered among themselves, realizing someone had finally emerged from the dangerous unknown. As Suho emerged from the gate, everyone marveled at his calm stride, his presence a testament to his hard-won strength. Witnesses muttered in disbelief. Could he really have conquered the entire gate by himself? Suho's aura was enough to silence doubts. Various guild representatives rushed toward Suho, eager to offer deals and partnerships, recognizing his immense potential and promising future. Suho ignored the crowd, his calm composure unbroken. He made his way toward someone important, his goal clear and unshaken. He extended his hand with confidence. This was the next step in his journey, one that promised even greater challenges and rewards. The South Korean Hunter Association stood tall before him, a symbol of his newfound path. He felt ready to make his mark. Inside, he was greeted formally by Young Chil-hun, a representative who eyed him with a mix of curiosity and respect. They exchanged words, and Suho's purpose became clear. His aspirations aligned with the association's goals, though each step would test his resolve. Young Chil-hun explained the duties of a civil servant hunter, emphasizing the weight of responsibility that Suho would now carry. Suho nodded, fully aware of the challenge. He had fought through battles, but this was a whole new kind of test. Suho's determination shone as he declared his goal to become a hunter of the South Korean Hunter Association, a civil servant warrior. Young Chil-hun admired his resolve, though he couldn't hide his surprise at Suho's dedication, despite the modest pay and risky lifestyle. Suho assured him that he understood, valuing purpose over wealth. He wanted to protect people, not accumulate riches or fame. They discussed the sacrifices required of a hunter, from strict guidelines to relentless battles. Suho accepted each point without hesitation. As he left, Suho felt the weight of his commitment. But he knew, deep down, this was the right path forward. Suho carefully inspects the ancient-looking book, fascinated by its mysterious aura and the promise of otherworldly knowledge within. Opening the book, he notices a simple sentence that reveals it's not from this world, sparking even more curiosity. The text hints at a unique usage for the book, urging him to discover its secrets by following specific steps. Gently lifting the book, Suho studies the intricate markings on its cover, wondering what knowledge it might hold for him. With a look of determination, he sets the book on his head, convinced this unusual act may unlock its potential. Suho waits expectantly, but nothing happens, and a message pops up, hinting that this is the only way to use it. Suddenly, the book reacts, glowing with an ethereal light, and he feels himself being pulled into its mystical essence. A new notification appears, inviting Suho to enter the Library of Memories, an otherworldly place full of hidden knowledge. Accepting the invitation, he reaches out as the book's energy engulfs him, transporting him into an unfamiliar realm. Gazing around, he's captivated by the surreal beauty of the Library of Memories, realizing this journey holds secrets beyond his imagination. A swirling vortex of light and energy surrounds Suho as he's lifted into the air, pieces of reality dissolving around him. He finds himself before an enormous, spiraling staircase leading to a mysterious structure. A message appears, "Welcome to the Library of Memories." In the mystical Library of Memories, Suho stands amidst a vast sea of knowledge, realizing the true weight of his past decisions. The library holds memories, allowing one to relive their experiences. Suho feels a mix of intrigue and hesitation, questioning what he'll uncover. Suho contemplates the power of memory. Although forgetfulness brings peace, he knows he must confront his past, however painful, to move forward. Gazing at the faint glow, Suho feels the memories calling to him, urging him to revisit moments he thought he'd left behind. Once a respected member of the Hunter Association, he now faces choices that require bravery, digging deep to confront memories hidden for years. Reflecting on the information he gained, Suho is grateful, silently vowing to repay the favor someday for this priceless wisdom granted to him. As he faces a towering tree, Suho feels awe. The journey has led him here, to face what he left unresolved. The library prompts him to share his story, offering to immortalize his experiences. Suho ponders the significance of reliving his struggles for closure. Memories flood his mind, detailing his past battles and regrets. This journey could finally offer him a way to reconcile with those pains. Determined, Suho decides he must gain this memory skill, knowing it would preserve every lesson and mistake that shaped his resilience. As Suho accepts, energy surges around him. The library begins to document his memories, each one etched permanently in the space around him. Floating symbols and flashing lights envelop him, recording every moment he has endured. Suho stands firm, embracing this surreal experience of self-discovery. Suho catches a glimpse of the library's intricate design. Each part of the structure symbolizes a memory, a life shaped by countless moments. Books open before him, pages flipping as if driven by invisible forces, each one revealing scenes from his life, revisited in vivid detail. Among these pages, a specific memory surfaces, one laced with betrayal and sorrow. Suho steels himself, determined to gain closure this time around. Suho's mind drifts back to a defining moment, his heart heavy. The image is crystal clear, and he feels its emotional weight once more. He walks through swirling memories, each step pulling him deeper into his past. Emotions and faces from years ago emerge, demanding his attention. In the heart of it all, he confronts his younger self, haunted by the decisions that led him down this tumultuous path. A crucial memory flashes, a painful yet pivotal event that altered everything. Suho can still feel the betrayal, the sting fresh as if yesterday. Suho reflects on the library's power, impressed by its ability to let him relive these moments. Each memory burns, searing lessons into him. Images of those who betrayed him come into focus, figures whose actions forced him to question loyalty. His resolve strengthens, bitterness sparking within. Floating in the memory, Suho vows to remember these faces, determined never to let such betrayals slip his mind or weaken him. He feels a strange discomfort, realizing the weight of carrying such memories. Yet it strengthens his resolve, preparing him for future trials. With regret in his eyes, Suho wishes he had recognized these truths earlier. The burden of his past decisions feels heavier than ever. Resolved to press forward, Suho faces his memories, armed with the knowledge he needs to rebuild his future without lingering regrets. Suho feels a strange sensation and looks around, confused. A message appears, promising him a path toward transcendence, to evolve beyond limits. The message offers a system reboot, a second chance to attain his true potential. Suho stares in awe, grappling with this unexpected opportunity. As the system begins rebooting, he feels an energy shift. Everything around him seems to reset, aligning with his new path and purpose. Standing in the vast library, Suho feels the space pulse with power, hinting that this journey is just beginning, endless possibilities awaiting. Suho steadies himself, preparing for what lies ahead. This chance to rewrite his future fuels him with an invigorating sense of purpose. Emerging from the reboot, Suho realizes he's returned to the real world, armed with newfound knowledge and a sense of readiness for anything. He recalls the immense power he once wielded, reliving memories of training, achievements, and hardships, realizing he now holds the key to transcendence. Reflecting on the system's purpose, Suho marvels at the chance to rewrite history, ensuring his path this time leads to greater accomplishments. This opportunity is unparalleled, unlike anything he's encountered. The idea of reshaping fate drives him, filling him with an unbreakable determination. Suho wonders if this is all mere coincidence or a predestined moment to reclaim what was once lost, and more. As Suho steps out of the taxi, he contemplates the weight of his new journey, each decision shaping his altered destiny. He reflects on the magnitude of returning to the past. Every step is now a chance to avert past mistakes and forge ahead. Suho realizes he can prevent the catastrophic events that plagued his previous life, sparing countless lives and protecting those he cares about. Determined to embrace this second chance, Suho steels himself, ready to conquer each trial with renewed strength and strategic wisdom. With a deep breath, Suho decides he will approach the gates with unmatched speed, determined to change his fate entirely. Gazing up at the towering Nexus building, Suho realizes this place marks the beginning of his new journey, a pivotal step in his plan. The Nexus stands before him like a beacon of his future, embodying everything he set out to achieve and reclaim in this life. Suho's gaze sharpens as he contemplates the power that lies within these walls, a place that holds the secrets he needs. His heart races with anticipation, knowing that what awaits him here will shape his destiny. Suho is ready for whatever comes. Entering the building, Suho takes his first steps toward a future he can now shape, a future free from past regrets. Approaching the receptionist, Suho confidently requests to see Director Kim, knowing this meeting will open doors to the changes he envisions. The receptionist seems surprised, not expecting someone to arrive without an appointment. But Suho's determination leaves little room for refusal. Suho explains his urgency, hinting at the weight of his mission. His calm yet resolute demeanor catches the receptionist's attention. With a composed look, Suho insists on delivering his message personally. The receptionist, sensing his seriousness, prepares to convey it to the director. Suho waits patiently, his mind focused on the director's office ahead, knowing this encounter is key to reshaping his path forward. Director Kim Soo-ai greets Suho, impressed by his accomplishments. She realizes this meeting could impact the future of the Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself confidently, knowing his presence here is no mere coincidence. He's determined to secure the resources needed for his mission. Director Kim, curious, asks about his purpose. Suho's achievements intrigue her, but she wonders what drives him to seek support from Nexus. Suho explains his intent to obtain a scholarship, a step essential to advancing his skills and securing his place in this new world. Calmly, Suho mentions the upcoming hunter license test, hinting at his plan to prove himself and earn the resources he needs. Director Kim is taken aback. curious about Suho's recent awakening. She senses there's more to his story than meets the eye. When Suho mentions awakening just today, Director Kim is shocked. Such rapid progression is unheard of, yet Suho seems undeterred by this challenge. Realizing he's an unregistered hunter taking the test tomorrow, Director Kim processes the gravity of his situation, both impressive and daunting. Suho confirms he single-handedly handled a dangerous gate recently, securing critical help from the Hunter Association for tomorrow's test slot. His ambitious goal is clear: to rank at the top, making a name for himself and securing his path toward success. Suho lays out his plan, unwavering in his determination. If he passes as top candidate, he expects Nexus to recognize his potential. Suho explains his conditions clearly, emphasizing that his success will benefit Nexus as much as it benefits him, strengthening their partnership. With mutual respect, Director Kim agrees to his terms, understanding his boldness and ambition. Suho's journey is now firmly intertwined with Nexus. Suho confidently demands a scholarship, knowing his abilities set him apart. Achieving top rank seems impossible for others, but he's undeterred. He visualizes his rise to the top, determined to overcome the odds. His experience and confidence fuel his unwavering commitment to success. Suho reminds the director of his extensive achievements, knowing his skills make him invaluable. The choice, he states, ultimately lies with her. Director Kim is impressed, acknowledging his solo feat. But the Hunter test, she warns, has a dauntingly low pass rate, under 20%. Suho listens intently, calculating the risks. The statistics don't intimidate him. Instead, they fuel his resolve, amplifying his determination to succeed. Suho sets his conditions, confident in his abilities. He offers an easy out, no scholarship if he doesn't perform as promised. Director Kim, intrigued, questions why he chose Nexus over other prestigious academies. Suho's choice, it seems, holds significance beyond surface-level reasoning. Suho clarifies, explaining Nexus's historical prestige. However, he notes recent performance declines, making this an ideal time for someone like him to excel. As Suho speaks, Director Kim realizes he's well-informed and strategic, using Nexus's weakened position as leverage to propose a mutually beneficial alliance. Director Kim acknowledges the Academy's recent struggles, conceding that Suho's insights are valid. His boldness and foresight make a strong impression on her. Nexus's leaders discuss the need to restore prestige, considering Suho's proposal. A star candidate could revitalize their reputation and attract future talent. The Academy's representative ponders the potential benefits if Suho surpasses expectations. This alliance could greatly enhance Nexus's standing in the Hunter community. Suho's successful track record and strong reputation would draw positive attention to Nexus, aligning with the Academy's goal to regain its prominence. As Suho considers his upcoming trial, he knows excelling here will benefit him and Nexus, fortifying both his journey and the Academy's legacy. Director Kim, contemplating Suho's offer, sees potential. She weighs the proposal's merit, understanding that supporting him could solidify Nexus's long-term success. Suho asserts that Nexus must offer substantial support if he secures the top position. His confidence catches Director Kim slightly off guard. Director Kim nods, impressed by his initiative. She offers generous rewards, showing Nexus's commitment to cultivating a high-caliber candidate like him. Suho's ambition shines as he requests a substantial sum, a reflection of his value. Director Kim smiles, entertained by his boldness. After a thoughtful pause, Suho names his price, fully aware of his worth. The room falls silent as the figure sinks in. Director Kim agrees, recognizing that Nexus's investment will pay off with Suho's accomplishments. She's prepared to support his ambitions to their fullest. With terms set, Suho is ready for the challenge. Nexus's support empowers him, fueling his confidence for the trials ahead. Director Kim assures Suho that success will secure his place, solidifying his role within the Academy and beyond. Their agreement is firm. Suho departs, feeling resolute. The Academy, lit in the evening, symbolizes his ambitious journey, a journey now supported by Nexus's resources. Standing outside Nexus, Suho muses on his upcoming trials, eager to prove himself and redefine the Academy's standards through his achievements. As Suho envisions his future, he's filled with determination. With Nexus backing him, he's prepared to face whatever lies ahead. An listens to the instructor introduce Daehan, one of their academy's students, explaining how his dedication sets him apart from others. An notices Daehan's intense focus on training, impressed by his persistence even late into the evening, showing true determination to improve. As they exchange glances, An senses Daehan's potential, recalling past memories of his strength and resilience in challenging battles. In a previous life, Daehan was renowned as a top tanker, his defenses unmatched, making him a valuable ally in combat. An reflects, realizing Daehan's raw talent remains, though it's currently untapped, as he wields an unfamiliar axe rather than his signature shield. Observing Daehan's weapon choice, An recognizes the lack of synergy, noting that he hasn't fully unlocked his true abilities as a defender. An decides it's time to step in, subtly guiding Daehan toward discovering his ideal path within the academy. Knowing Daehan's future role, An considers forming an alliance, envisioning how their combined strengths could benefit the Great Hunter Association. He plans to connect with Daehan, seeing potential in nurturing his skills, hoping it aligns them for future battles. With resolve, An aims to build this bond, determined to ensure Daehan's path aligns with his destined role as a defender. The instructor introduces An to Daehan, initiating their formal acquaintance, as both shake hands, marking the start of their professional relationship. An greets Daehan, his eyes assessing, already contemplating how he might help this young fighter unlock his potential as a tanker. Observing Daehan's weapon, a battle axe, An questions his choice, curious about the decision, knowing it doesn't fully complement his aptitude for defense. Daehan explains his goal of becoming a melee user, mentioning that others recommended the axe based on his initial combat preferences. An nods thoughtfully, understanding Daehan's reasoning, though he internally acknowledges that this weapon may not suit Daehan's natural defensive talents. An carefully suggests that Daehan's weapon might not align with his strength, hinting that better options could amplify his defensive capabilities in battle. Daehan listens, considering An's advice, curious about other possibilities that may better suit his aptitude, though he's invested time in the axe. Reflecting on his own training, Daehan admits the axe took years to master, recognizing it might not offer the best synergy. An explains that a weapon more suited to his talents could bring faster progress, encouraging Daehan to explore alternatives for optimal growth. Daehan looks at An, pondering the advice, wondering if a change in weaponry could indeed unlock hidden strengths he hadn't tapped into. An proposes using a weapon with stat correction properties, explaining it could accelerate Daehan's growth by enhancing his inherent abilities. Daehan listens attentively, understanding that such a weapon would allow him to quickly refine his skills and become more efficient in combat. An points out that Daehan's 2-year mastery of the axe suggests it may not suit him, prompting Daehan to rethink his approach. Daehan, somewhat uncertain, contemplates the idea, realizing this insight could help him become the powerful defender he aspires to be. An smiles, feeling satisfied that he's planted a seed, hopeful that Daehan will find his true path in the art of defense. The instructor assesses Daehan's potential, remarking on his natural ability to absorb damage but cautioning against overextending himself in prolonged fights. Daehan considers the feedback, curious if tanking might indeed suit his strengths more than the melee role he's been practicing. Reflecting on his journey, Daehan realizes he's naturally inclined toward defense, seeing it as a possible path forward to optimize his skills. He acknowledges An's advice with newfound determination, ready to explore his potential as a tank, embracing this shift wholeheartedly. Daehan expresses gratitude, realizing his growth depends on adapting, open to this new approach that aligns with his inherent defensive abilities. An recommends lighter armor, emphasizing mobility and resilience, explaining how these attributes enhance a tank's effectiveness in combat. He highlights that a good tank doesn't just absorb hits, they control the battlefield, protecting their team from all sides. Daehan, intrigued, asks if An truly believes tanking aligns with his strengths, contemplating the impact this change could bring to his role. An confidently reassures him, explaining the strategic advantage of a skilled tank and how it could transform Daehan's approach. Daehan accepts the advice, optimistic and committed to becoming a well-rounded tank, ready to redefine his combat style. Daehan enthusiastically agrees to try tanking, excited by the prospect of mastering a new role that aligns with his natural talents. An commends Daehan's adaptability, noting his openness to change as a critical strength in both training and future battles. Daehan receives encouragement from his peers, their support boosting his resolve as he sets out to embrace this new path. The instructor approaches An, thanking him for his guidance, wondering if An intends to take on an official role at the academy. An clarifies he's merely a guest, preferring to offer advice rather than formal instruction, though he's open to supporting when needed. An is questioned about his role, as others assume he's an instructor due to his insight and guidance, despite his guest status. He clarifies his position, explaining he's here to advise rather than formally instruct, though he understands the academy's structure well. Reflecting on his purpose, An considers himself more of a strategist, realizing his experience could still greatly benefit these students. The instructor mentions a pending contract, hinting that An's future involvement may extend, adding weight to his role within the academy. The next morning, hopeful candidates gather for the hunter test, their eyes set on proving their strength and achieving their hunter licenses. An sits alone, reflecting on his recent victory in conquering the gate, yet visibly exhausted, feeling the weight of his efforts. Weary from yesterday's challenges, An realizes he's now in his worst condition, drained but still determined to keep pushing forward. An Suho steps into the large testing area, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The anticipation is clear as others prepare themselves nearby. Suho takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of expectations and the subtle tension around him. He knows his abilities will be tested. The atmosphere is intense, filled with a mix of confidence and anxiety. Suho remains calm, centering himself, determined to exceed all expectations. His gaze sharpens as he focuses on the upcoming task, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline and his unwavering confidence in his skills. Suho senses an unusual aura around him, amplifying his awareness. The test's difficulty level doesn't faze him. He's ready to face it. Suho concentrates as he taps into his magic detection skills, noticing the subtle energies around him, hidden from ordinary eyes but visible to him. The familiar notification appears, recognizing his mastery of detection. Suho feels empowered, knowing he can now perceive threats more accurately than ever. With his enhanced perception, the entire arena feels different. Every subtle shift in energy is clear, adding depth to his situational awareness. He realizes his enhanced abilities give him an edge over others. Suho's confidence grows, aware of his advantage in this intense test. Suho makes a mental note to maintain focus, knowing his unique perspective will help him navigate challenges that others might overlook. The room fills with others preparing for the test, the quiet chatter reflecting shared nerves. Suho remains centered, unaffected by the crowd's anxiety. A fellow participant approaches him, briefly chatting about the test's difficulty. Suho listens but stays focused on his own preparations. Suho knows the written exam wasn't easy, yet his confidence comes from rigorous training. He has prepared diligently for every possible scenario. Suho reflects on his preparation, knowing his strengths lie beyond academic answers. His real power shines in practical application, where instincts guide him. He notices familiar faces in the crowd, yet he stays detached. His focus remains on his mission, not on mingling with others. Suho moves through the crowd, drawing quiet admiration for his calm presence. People sense he's different, though they don't know his true strength. The team leader calls Suho over, commenting on the difficulty of the test. Suho gives a slight nod, understanding the expectations placed on him. As he converses, Suho inquires about the unique elements in this test, curious about the increased magic presence he detected earlier. The leader confirms Suho's suspicions, hinting at enhanced test challenges. Suho feels even more determined, ready to tackle whatever lies ahead. Suho's mind sharpens, processing this new information. He knows this test isn't just about skill, it's a chance to prove his worth. Suho exchanges a final word with the leader, thanking him before heading back. His resolve hardens as he prepares to face the test. The leader watches Suho with a mix of curiosity and respect, sensing there's something extraordinary about this quiet, focused individual. As Suho leaves, he recalls his training, feeling each lesson resonate within him, grounding him in a state of calm readiness. He takes his position, surrounded by others yet entirely in his own space. The test begins, and Suho's instincts kick into full gear. Suho's focus sharpens, his every sense attuned to the subtle cues around him. He's ready to face whatever challenges come his way. The team leader approaches An Suho, expressing his faith in Suho's abilities. Suho nods, appreciating the encouragement as the test looms. Suho exchanges a firm handshake, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He thanks the leader, ready to give his all in this test. With a final word of good luck, Suho steps forward, the weight of expectations on his shoulders as he heads to his position. The atmosphere shifts as instructions echo across the room. Suho's focus sharpens, aware this is more than just a simple examination. Standing in line, he feels a surge of determination. Suho knows that only the best will pass, and he's ready to excel. Suho observes the cafeteria, noticing the quiet yet intense mood among the candidates. This isn't just lunch, it's preparation for what's ahead. The waiting room buzzes with silent tension, each candidate deep in thought. Suho keeps his focus, knowing calmness is key before the test. Suho quietly assesses his surroundings, noting familiar faces among the crowd. He's aware that only a select few will make it through. The instructors walk around, discussing the candidates in hushed tones. Suho remains still, focusing on his breathing and mentally preparing himself. He knows this exam will filter out the weak, leaving only the top talents. Suho is determined to be among the few. As the announcement concludes, Suho observes the candidates around him. The tension is palpable, yet he feels a quiet excitement building within. A fellow candidate challenges Suho to a spar, attempting to size him up. Suho remains calm, unfazed by the provocation. Suho's opponent taunts him, but he sees through it, recognizing a test of will. He responds with quiet confidence, ready to spar. Their match begins with swift movements. Suho effortlessly dodges, his training evident in each step. He maintains control, observing his opponent's form. Suho's skills quickly overwhelm his opponent, who stumbles, frustrated. Suho remains steady, knowing victory lies in patience and precise action. Suho's opponent, struggling, attempts a sudden attack, trying to catch him off guard. Suho's eyes narrow, prepared for this reckless move. The opponent lunges forward, but Suho sidesteps with ease, delivering a calculated strike that shifts the momentum in his favor. Suho's focused expression shows he's not here to play. Each move is deliberate, his expertise evident as he handles the escalating spar. The crowd watches, awed by Suho's composure and skill. His opponent, visibly frustrated, pushes harder, but Suho remains unfazed and controlled. With one final decisive motion, Suho ends the spar, his victory clear. He steps back, calm and collected, as others look on. Another candidate approaches, curious about Suho's strength. Suho offers a friendly smile, inviting him to test his abilities if he dares. The candidate hesitates, sensing Suho's confidence. Suho maintains his friendly demeanor, his relaxed posture masking the skill beneath. Suho's challenge seems to unnerve the candidate, who now doubts his own readiness. Suho's calm gaze hints at his readiness for any test. With a lighthearted tone, Suho asks if the candidate is intimidated. His calm confidence has already established his strength without needing words. Suho turns, leaving his challenger speechless. He's proven himself not just with skill, but with a presence that commands quiet respect. An Suho stands tall, facing his challenger with a composed gaze. His opponent's arrogance is evident, but Suho remains unfazed and steady. The challenger smirks, suggesting Suho's success was mere luck. Suho responds with a calm confidence, showing he's prepared for any test. Ready to see if you're just lucky? The opponent taunts. Suho's determined gaze reveals he's not one to back down. Suho's silence speaks volumes, his eyes focused and determined. The arena's tension rises as everyone watches, sensing an intense battle ahead. With an accepting nod, Suho steps forward, ready to engage. The crowd anticipates a powerful clash, knowing Suho's skill is unmatched. Suho and his opponent enter the arena, each step echoing in the vast space. The tension builds as both prepare for combat. The announcer's voice booms, laying out the rules. Suho listens, calm and composed, knowing this is his chance to demonstrate true skill. His opponent grabs a weapon, his expression smug, as if already confident in his victory. Suho's quiet focus is his only response. The countdown begins, and Suho's senses sharpen. He's ready, every muscle in his body poised for the sparring match to begin. As the signal echoes, Suho moves with calculated speed. His opponent lunges, but Suho's precise movements show his exceptional training. Suho's swift dodge leaves his opponent grasping at air. Suho's movements are fluid, a testament to his years of disciplined practice. His opponent strikes wildly, but Suho evades each blow with ease, staying composed, his focus unwavering even in the heat of combat. Suho's counterattacks are swift and efficient, each strike landing with precision. His opponent falters, visibly struggling to keep up with Suho's rhythm. A quick pivot, and Suho is in control, his mastery over technique clear as he delivers a powerful blow, unbalancing his opponent. Suho's calm smile shows his confidence. The crowd watches in awe, realizing that Suho is leagues beyond his challenger in skill and poise. Frustration fills his opponent's face, shouting threats. Suho stands undisturbed, his steady gaze piercing through his opponent's desperate anger. Suho dodges effortlessly, his opponent's attacks becoming more erratic. Suho's composure contrasts starkly with the challenger's rising frustration and reckless aggression. A swift maneuver by Suho catches his opponent off guard, sending him stumbling. Suho's precision is evident, each movement executed with grace. As the fight draws to a close, Suho's victory is undeniable. His calm gaze holds, showing he never doubted the outcome. The opponent seethes, defeated and humiliated. Suho turns away, his expression unchanged, leaving the crowd in awe of his quiet strength. Known as the Mad Swordsman, Park Yong radiates an intense aura. His hunger for power fuels every movement, eyes glinting with malice. Park Yong's life has been a relentless pursuit of strength, driven by an insatiable desire to prove himself the best at any cost. His gaze pierces through opponents, challenging them, eager to test his skills. Fighting brings him purpose, a twisted joy no one understands. Yong's ferocity on the battlefield is unmatched. His every swing is ruthless, a reflection of his violent journey toward unmatched strength. With a dark past haunting him, Yong embraces his reputation as a hunter-killer, a relentless force who stops at nothing. An Suho watches, surprised to see Park Yong in the same contest. He hadn't expected such a notorious fighter to appear here. Memories of Yong's reputation flash in Suho's mind, reminding him of Yong's formidable strength in their past life, a powerful opponent indeed. Suho knows this fight demands focus. He won't underestimate Yong, aware of his ruthless tactics and relentless thirst for dominance. As the battle begins, Yong's assault is immediate, his speed blinding. Suho braces, quickly realizing he'll need to fight with everything he has. Yong's fierce strikes test Suho's agility. He maneuvers, narrowly dodging each blow, sensing Yong's overwhelming power with every attack. Suho dodges, keeping his cool. Yong's intensity is evident, but Suho refuses to let it shake him. He's here to win. So, this is the strength you boast of? Suho wonders, observing Yong's fierce movements, analyzing each opening with keen precision. Yong taunts, sensing Suho's calm. He mocks Suho's steady demeanor, eager to break through his opponent's defenses with relentless strikes. Suho's confidence remains, but he recognizes Yong's skill. This isn't a fight he can take lightly. Every move could determine victory. Interesting, Suho mutters, now understanding why Yong appeared so relaxed. Suho's respect grows, but he remains ready for the challenge. Yong's stance shifts, his aura intensifying as he declares he'll go all out. Suho's expression remains calm, accepting the challenge. Suho braces, prepared to face the full brunt of Yong's power. His stance is solid, ready to counter whatever comes his way. Their blades clash with force, each impact echoing through the arena. Suho's skill is tested, but he meets Yong's strength with precision. Suho's agility shines as he evades Yong's attacks, countering with swift strikes. His focus is unbreakable, eyes locked on his opponent. The crowd watches in awe as the intense exchange unfolds, each movement showcasing Suho's discipline and Yong's raw, aggressive power. Yong's rage fuels his attacks, his aura burning red with intensity. Suho senses a deeper darkness, realizing Yong's resolve is unyielding. With a smirk, Yong challenges Suho further, daring him to keep up. Suho's calm stance masks the powerful resolve within him. Their blades cross in a deadly dance, each strike building in ferocity. Suho feels the thrill of the battle growing within him. Yong's power surges, his attacks more intense than ever. Suho adjusts, determined to prove his strength in this relentless test of skill. Suho holds his ground, his focus unwavering, knowing this battle demands his all. He's ready to meet Yong's power head-on. The clash of swords filled the air as An Suho unleashed a fierce attack, pushing his opponent back with sheer force. His opponent, momentarily stunned, saw An Suho's unwavering determination and recognized the skill that lay within his calculated movements. Suho held his stance firm, calculating his next move as he felt his opponent's presence shift, readying for a counterattack. Blocking a swift strike, Suho's reflexes remained sharp, anticipating each movement, never allowing his opponent to catch him off guard. Suho's opponent, visibly frustrated, tried another assault, but Suho's composure and skill outmatched every strike with seamless precision. His opponent launched an aggressive move, hoping to find a gap, but Suho's calm analysis countered each strike efficiently. Observing his opponent's stance, Suho noticed the lack of balance, a flaw he could exploit for a decisive advantage. Suho saw the opportunity, his grip tightening on his weapon. Sensing victory within reach, a single move would secure it. In a flash, Suho evaded a blow and retaliated, the precision of his technique leaving his opponent with no room to escape. With one final move, Suho struck, his swift action breaking through his opponent's defense, ending the battle triumphantly. Suho's victorious stance was clear as he towered over his fallen opponent, a silent declaration of his unmatched skill. Despite his victory, Suho remained alert, acknowledging the intensity of the battle and the skill his opponent had displayed. The surrounding spectators could feel the aura of strength Suho emanated, a reminder of his disciplined training and mastery. His opponent struggled, refusing to yield completely, but the impact of Suho's precision strikes had already sealed the outcome. Suho acknowledged his opponent's determination, yet his expression remained resolute, knowing he had proven his strength unmistakably. Suho stepped back, granting his opponent a moment to recover, though both knew the duel had already reached its conclusion. With a composed stance, Suho evaluated the battle, noting areas to refine his technique further, always striving for perfection. His opponent, now on the ground, watched Suho, a mix of admiration and frustration in his eyes, realizing his limits. Suho offered a respectful nod, silently acknowledging the effort his opponent had put into the match, a gesture of respect. Turning to leave, Suho's calm demeanor revealed his confidence and readiness for future challenges, always seeking improvement. As he departed, Suho received quiet applause from the onlookers, who admired the display of skill and control he exhibited. A supervisor approached Suho, recognizing his talent and offering words of encouragement for his dedication to mastering his abilities. Suho listened respectfully, taking the advice to heart, even though he knew his skills surpassed many in the field. Grateful for the acknowledgement, Suho bowed slightly, preparing himself for the next journey, aware of the challenges ahead. He left the training ground with a renewed determination, knowing this victory was only one step toward his ultimate goals. An Suho observed the bustling facility, noting the increase in skilled personnel, each diligently preparing for their respective tasks with precision. He noticed the undercover inspectors, strategically stationed to monitor everything. Their presence was a sign of the high stakes involved in this facility. Suho approached his assigned technician, who guided him through the setup, ensuring everything was in place for his upcoming procedure. Taking a deep breath, Suho lay down as instructed, mentally preparing himself for the test that lay ahead, focusing intently. The technician reminded him to press the emergency button if needed. Suho acknowledged, feeling a sense of determination to endure whatever came. The technician initiated the program, placing a card on the panel. Suho could feel the process begin, a subtle energy surge. Suho's consciousness started to shift as the system synchronized, drawing him into a virtual reality environment designed for intense hunter training simulations. The digital landscape unfolded before him, complex lines and codes streaming as his mind adjusted to the program's connection process. With the dive progress at 5%, he could sense the immersion growing stronger, his surroundings beginning to lose their physical boundaries. As the progress reached 40%, Suho's awareness fully aligned with the simulation, merging his senses with the digital world's fabricated reality. The dive reached 100%, fully connecting Suho to the virtual world. The simulation environment took shape, a grim cityscape under a red sky. Suho assessed his surroundings, his hunter instincts instantly alert. This setup was unlike any training he'd encountered before, feeling eerily realistic. The simulation depicted chaos, with desperate survivors pleading for help amidst ruined buildings. Suho's mind quickly shifted into a protective mode. As screams echoed around him, Suho's resolve grew. He realized this simulation demanded more than just skill. It tested his emotional strength. Suho steeled himself, knowing he couldn't save everyone but determined to aid those he could in this grim setting. After a quick breath, Suho adjusted his stance, understanding the physical toll even simulated battles could take on his body. With a resolute expression, Suho prepared himself, eager to dive deeper into the simulation and confront whatever awaited him inside. The practical test's core focus was unveiled, challenging each hunter's endurance and skills through grueling tasks designed to push limits. The primary objective required strategic alignment, as hunters carefully selected roles, recognizing the importance of synergy within their chosen paths. The simulation evolved annually, with scenarios crafted to keep hunters adapting, honing their instincts, and sharpening their reflexes continuously. Depending on the test's setup, hunters faced one-on-one challenges or were thrown against overwhelming odds, assessing survival capabilities. Scoring was based on survival duration and the number of enemies defeated, a brutal measure of both skill and resilience. The healer's test held special significance, emphasizing restorative skills, speed, and strategic support, vital in chaotic combat situations. While raw healing power was critical, situational awareness and the ability to make quick, life-saving decisions set healers apart. Suho observed the battlefield, understanding that his role demanded vigilance, protecting and assisting in ways beyond mere offense. The threats grew closer, monstrous creatures filling the surroundings as the pressure mounted, forcing Suho into a focused stance. He was tasked not just with defeating enemies, but ensuring those under his care remained safe, a heavy responsibility. Suho moved swiftly, his instincts guiding each action as he shielded a nearby survivor, blocking a strike from an advancing monster. Healers needed to remain calm and collected even when surrounded, as one misstep could endanger the entire group. Suho identified the injured, prioritizing their protection, knowing that survival here was only possible through steadfast teamwork and vigilance. The survivor looked at Suho with gratitude, recognizing his dedication to keeping her safe amidst the violent chaos. With a nod, Suho readied himself, assuring her silently that he wouldn't falter, not while lives depended on his actions. The survivor expressed fear of the encroaching monsters, urging Suho to act before the situation grew even more dire. Suho reassured her, promising to protect her from the threats, even as the monstrous horde moved closer. Standing tall, Suho held his weapon with unwavering determination, his gaze fixed on the path of danger ahead. His mind was calm, each move calculated, fully prepared to fend off the next wave of monsters with precision and strength. Together, they braved the tumultuous scene, Suho's protective stance a beacon of hope amidst the chaotic simulation environment. Exiting the simulation, Suho took a moment to reflect, feeling the weight of his test slowly ease from his mind. The examiner approached, commending his effort and encouraging Suho to gather his things and prepare for his next task. With a brief nod, Suho acknowledged the examiner, already thinking of ways to improve his performance for future challenges. He glanced back, considering the difficulty, understanding that each test was designed to refine and shape hunters into resilient protectors. As he departed, Suho's thoughts remained focused on the next challenge, ready to push his limits even further. Shocked by the test duration, the examiners noticed Suho's session had extended to an impressive 30 minutes, catching everyone's attention. They double-checked, realizing he sustained himself for far longer than anticipated, questioning whether he was a healer or a warrior. His intense focus and relentless stamina in the test had surprised them, revealing his resilience far beyond the usual capabilities. Observing Suho, they debated his role, questioning how a healer could demonstrate such combat prowess while still prioritizing patient protection. Upon closer inspection, they saw Suho handling both combat and healing, fulfilling dual roles with remarkable skill and effectiveness. Suho's healing abilities caught the examiner's attention as he skillfully balanced offense and defense while sustaining his patient's condition. His determination and focus impressed them, showing the unconventional approach of a healer capable of fighting and protecting simultaneously. Healers usually prioritize safety, but Suho combined this with bold attacks, ensuring his patient's safety through offensive tactics. One examiner commented on his rare skill, acknowledging that Suho met the requirements exceptionally, blending combat and healing seamlessly. They recognized that instead of abandoning his patient, Suho fought aggressively, maintaining protection and preventing any harm from reaching them. Suho continued his dual focus, healing the patient periodically while standing as a formidable wall against the advancing monsters. The examiners noted his unyielding dedication, realizing he put his life on the line to protect his patient at all costs. Suho's selflessness and bravery showed that he was a true protector, prioritizing others above himself amidst the dangerous scenario. With each monster defeated, Suho reinforced his commitment, making it clear he was no ordinary healer, but a determined guardian. The examiners discussed his top performance, acknowledging Suho's exemplary skills, leaving no doubt about his rank in this challenging test. Suho's relentless attacks continued, each strike eliminating threats with precision as he shielded his patient from harm with unwavering determination. As he moved swiftly, his combat style became even more efficient, adjusting his speed and intensity to counter the monsters. Suho's adaptability in battle was evident, his focus sharpening as he realized the importance of increasing his pace against the monsters. His patient looked on, reassured by Suho's presence, trusting that he would not allow any harm to reach her. With every move, Suho grew faster, pushing his limits to ensure both survival and his patient's safety in the brutal environment. Suho maintained his defensive stance, tirelessly fending off attacks, his dedication and persistence a testament to his commitment to his duty. He moved seamlessly, blocking attacks with precision while reassuring his patient with each decisive action, inspiring confidence amidst chaos. Suho's determination was unshaken, each strike filled with purpose, embodying the resilience expected from those who protect others selflessly. With each enemy defeated, he felt a renewed drive, knowing his actions provided safety, even in the simulation's unforgiving environment. The examiners observed in awe, understanding that Suho had exceeded their expectations, proving himself a truly exceptional and dedicated healer. Suho faced the incoming wave of monsters, his stance steady as he prepared a powerful series of attacks to clear them. Swift strikes cut through the monsters, his precision and speed overwhelming them, leaving no room for any creature to retaliate. The battlefield was filled with fallen foes, Suho's relentless onslaught reducing the threat swiftly, ensuring his patient remained unharmed. He moved effortlessly, clearing the last of the approaching monsters, a display of his mastery and disciplined control in combat. Standing amidst the aftermath, Suho breathed steadily, his mission complete, with his patient safe and the threat eliminated. As Suho completed the simulation, a system notification acknowledged his impressive mastery, specifically commending his refined footplay and agility. The notification congratulated him for mastering his footwork, recognizing the fluid movements that had enhanced his combat effectiveness throughout the test. Suho's achievements in the simulation displayed his elevated understanding of combat techniques, a rare level of skill for a healer. The system suggested combining his advanced footwork and sword techniques, proposing the creation of a new, personalized swordsmanship style. Suho considered the proposal, realizing that formalizing his unique skills could further elevate his abilities, aligning perfectly with his goals. Achieving this recognition, Suho felt a sense of accomplishment, the system fully acknowledging his unparalleled understanding of swordsmanship. Suho's confidence grew, ready to continue mastering his craft, with the Guardian Sword, representing his dedication to defending those in need. Suho registered Guardian Sword as his ultimate skill, solidifying his unique swordsmanship style with a sense of pride and accomplishment. The system acknowledged his remarkable achievement, officially recognizing the Guardian Sword as a high-level skill, symbolizing his mastery and dedication. With this skill registered, Suho unleashed an aura, feeling the strength of his newfound power amplify his abilities dramatically. The effects enhanced his footwork and combat techniques, creating a synergy that raised his overall combat effectiveness significantly. Suho's great achievement was celebrated, marking his ascent to new heights in skill as he embraced the path of a swordsman. Suho reflected on his past life, realizing this achievement took decades previously, but now, with knowledge, he advanced rapidly. His growth inspired confidence, knowing his value and strength were now unmatched, enhancing his influence in the hunter community. Suho observed the number of monsters in the simulation, wondering why they had been set at a fixed count. He grinned, understanding this was a final test, a setup designed to push him to his absolute limits. Determined to prove himself, he resolved to eliminate every last monster, leaving no foe standing in the simulation. Suho decisively chose his path, gripping his sword and preparing to face the remaining monsters with unyielding resolve. With fierce determination, he declared his intent, confident and unwavering, ready to obliterate every enemy in his way. Monsters surged forward, but Suho's focus sharpened, each move calculated as he prepared for the relentless onslaught. His eyes glowed with resolve, knowing this was his moment to showcase his true potential as an unstoppable force. Suho advanced, cutting down every monster in his path, his skill unmatched as he dominated the battlefield completely. The examiners were stunned by Suho's performance, marveling at his ability to eliminate all the monsters while healing his patient. They reviewed his results, acknowledging his unmatched capabilities and realizing they had witnessed something extraordinary and rare. Suho's achievement was the first of its kind, blending healing and combat to an exceptional level, redefining expectations for healers. His score shattered previous records, marking him as a standout candidate, elevating the standard for future simulations and exams. The examiners could hardly believe his success, his accomplishment a testament to his skill, dedication, and innovative approach. Suho, indifferent to rankings, knew his accomplishment was beyond measurable scores, surpassing ordinary standards and setting new expectations. Days later at Hexagon headquarters, administrators confidently anticipated their top candidate, oblivious to Suho's groundbreaking performance. Their focus was on another candidate, assured that he would secure the top position, unaware of Suho's unexpected triumph. The announcement displayed Suho as the top candidate, leaving the administrators stunned, questioning how he surpassed their expectations. As the news spread, confusion and shock filled the room, realizing their plans had been upended by an unanticipated contender. Suho answered a congratulatory call from his team leader, who praised his top score, acknowledging Suho's unexpected but impressive achievements. The team leader expressed pride in Suho's performance, attributing their success in catching cheaters to his exceptional ability and vigilance. Suho responded humbly, crediting his team leader's guidance while holding his phone thoughtfully, considering his future path in the organization. They discussed the importance of fair testing, with Suho supporting the strengthened resolutions against cheaters for a more reliable process. The team leader encouraged Suho to join the Great Hunter Association, recognizing his potential to bring value to their ranks. Suho confirmed his intentions to join the Great Hunter Association, emphasizing his commitment to bringing integrity and strength to the organization. With a grateful smile, he thanked his leader for the opportunity, feeling motivated to pursue his ambitions further. As their call ended, the team leader reminded Suho to take care of himself, subtly showing concern for his well-being. Suho pondered the next steps, mentally preparing himself for the journey ahead, knowing it required both resolve and endurance. Standing alone, he resolved to prioritize his goals, balancing his commitments to ensure a meaningful and impactful career. Checking his phone, Suho noticed another incoming call, indicating new developments awaiting him, adding to the urgency of his day. With a contemplative gaze, he decided to answer, aware of the responsibilities tied to this crucial conversation with a potential ally. The caller congratulated Suho on his success, completing the contracted tasks and ensuring payment for his achievements in the recent events. Suho acknowledged their efficient handling, appreciating the professional recognition, while subtly weighing his options regarding future alliances. The representative of Nexus Guild proposed an enticing offer, suggesting he join them for better opportunities and exclusive benefits in the industry. Suho responded to the offer with a mix of interest and caution, considering the Nexus Guild's reputation and potential advantages. The caller highlighted his achievements and prestigious scholarship, assuring flexible terms to accommodate his ambitions within their organization. Suho tactfully mentioned his busy schedule, politely deferring a decision but leaving the possibility open for future discussions. He noted the potential value of joining Nexus, framing it as an advantageous move, subtly negotiating his position for greater leverage. The representative eagerly assured him exclusivity, urging him not to commit elsewhere, emphasizing their willingness to accommodate his preferences. Suho chuckled lightly, acknowledging their eagerness, allowing himself a moment of satisfaction, knowing his skills commanded high demand. As he walked away, he mentally evaluated his next steps, aware that many paths were now open due to his recent success. With newfound confidence, Suho looked forward to exploring these opportunities, each option holding potential for his growth and influence. He considered how his recent achievements had shifted his career trajectory, giving him leverage in choosing his alliances carefully. Suho concluded his day, ready to navigate his next chapter, embracing the possibilities his accomplishments had unlocked for his future. Suho cheerfully ends a call, feeling motivated by the enthusiastic response. He can still feel the energy fueling his drive. As he steps out of the cab, he thanks the driver, preparing himself mentally for his next set of goals. Suho confidently reflects on his recent accomplishments, passing the exam and securing his license, milestones he's worked hard to achieve. With his deposit safely received, he taps the car in satisfaction, a small gesture marking this well-earned moment of success. Gazing forward with determination, he plans his next mission, farming resources. Ready for the grind, he joins the bustling crowd. Standing outside the busy marketplace, he looks at his list, mentally preparing to gather supplies for his mission. With swift steps, he navigates through crowded stalls, crossing off items on his list, determined to complete his shopping quickly. He enters a dark, rustic shop tucked away from the main street, hoping to find unique weapons not sold in regular stores. Spotting the shopkeeper, he nods respectfully and inquires about lightweight, efficient weapons suitable for a new, ambitious hunter. The shopkeeper leads him to a dusty display filled with unpolished weapons, each holding its own hidden potential beneath the grime. He picks up a staff, inspecting the intricate details under the dust, sensing a faint aura emanating from the weapon's core. As he grips the staff, a mysterious blue glow begins to emit, revealing the weapon's hidden power and rare magical abilities. The energy intensifies, swirling around him, as if the weapon itself is acknowledging his strength and preparing for battle. With the magic detection activated, he confirms the weapon's latent power, feeling thrilled to have discovered such a hidden gem. A mystical aura envelops him as he envisions wielding this weapon in battle, ready to unleash its true potential in combat. Outside, he feels a sense of accomplishment, realizing the true value of the weapon he just acquired, a unique and rare find. He recalls the shopkeeper's words about the weapon's origin, Feeling grateful he recognized its worth before anyone else could claim it. Determined, he prepares himself, adjusting his grip on the weapon, sensing its power align with his own focused intentions. Blue energy crackles around him, the weapon responding to his command, intensifying the bond between hunter and newfound relic. Ready to venture out, he envisions the battles ahead, confident this weapon will enhance his strength and protect him in danger. With a strong stance, he raises the weapon, initiating a series of skill activations, testing its full capabilities under his control. Energy surges through him, amplifying his strength and awakening a latent power within the weapon that responds to his skill. A sudden shock hits as the weapon starts consuming his energy, showing its insatiable demand for magic to unlock greater abilities. His magic reserves rapidly drain, leaving him staggered, realizing the immense power required to wield this weapon's true potential fully. Determined, he braces himself, knowing he must master control over the weapon's power to prevent it from overwhelming him. Summoning his strength, he channels more energy into the weapon, fighting to establish dominance over its consuming magical demands. In a powerful surge, he finally synchronizes with the weapon, feeling a balanced connection between his strength and its energy. With a smirk, he prepares to unleash its full force, confident he's now in control of this formidable artifact's magical power. The blue energy hums around him, stable and potent, as he prepares to put this weapon's power to a true test. Standing tall, he's ready for whatever challenge awaits, knowing his new weapon is both a tool and a powerful ally in battle. Standing in front of the massive building, he checks his phone, mentally preparing for the important mission ahead with newfound resolve. Scrolling through the contacts, he selects someone crucial, ready to make an important call that could influence his path in this place. Inside the vast lobby, he takes a deep breath, considering every step, knowing each decision here will impact his future deeply. Gazing around, he evaluates his surroundings, sensing the gravity of the opportunity. Today marks a turning point in his journey's trajectory. Walking through the entrance confidently, he acknowledges his readiness to embrace whatever challenges this new chapter throws at him. In a quiet moment, he reflects on his achievements so far, yet remains aware of the many obstacles still to overcome. He examines his goals, acknowledging that true success will require a balance between strength, wisdom, and calculated risks in each endeavor. Walking deeper into the facility, he visualizes his ultimate goal, reminding himself of the sacrifices he's made to get this far. Encountering unfamiliar faces, he nods respectfully, aware that allies and rivals surround him, each with their own aspirations in this realm. Determined, he steels himself, knowing that staying focused and resilient will be the key to thriving in this high-stakes environment. A faint glow catches his attention, hinting at a hidden power waiting to be unlocked, something that could alter his destiny profoundly. He reaches out cautiously, feeling an electric energy resonate within him, aligning with his strengths and unlocking potential he hadn't foreseen. With newfound clarity, he grasps the power, understanding it will be pivotal in helping him overcome both known and unknown challenges. The power surges through him, amplifying his abilities, and he envisions the upcoming battles he must face with this new strength. He realizes this transformation is both a blessing and a burden, marking him as a unique force within the ranks he's joining. Emerging from the power-up, he's greeted by a new figure, someone who appears to recognize the strength now radiating from him. Their shared glance speaks volumes, both aware that he is no longer an ordinary participant, but a formidable contender in this field. They exchange a few words, affirming mutual respect and an understanding that each will play a significant role in upcoming events. As they part, he senses that this meeting is a precursor to an inevitable confrontation, each poised to test the other's limits. Turning back to his path, he focuses his mind, aware that his journey will now be filled with both allies and worthy adversaries. Standing alone, he reflects on the weight of his choices, knowing each decision impacts his journey toward mastery and self-discovery. A faint breeze brushes past him, reminding him of the uncertainty and challenges yet to unfold in this unforgiving path he's chosen. Recalling his previous battles, he embraces the lessons they've taught him, determined to apply every hard-earned skill moving forward. He steels himself, ready to face the unseen challenges ahead, confident that he has both the strength and the wisdom to succeed. Walking into the unknown with unshakable resolve, he silently vows to make his mark in this world, forging a legacy through his actions. The reporter glances at the screen, surprised by the odd proposal. He's unsure of the man's sincerity but remains intrigued. He muses over the sheer number of eccentric hunters he's encountered. Still, this one seems particularly unusual in his approach. The reporter acknowledges the call, his voice wavering. He's intrigued, but maintains a skeptical stance, cautious of the hunter's intentions. Suho suggests a bet to win the reporter's trust, adding a layer of excitement and suspense to their conversation. Curiosity piqued, the reporter leans in. Suho's confidence and strange proposal hint at a story worth following closely. Suho stands before the towering structure, a testament to his bold ambition. The Tower of Challenge awaits, towering above. He tells the reporter his plan to conquer the tower, his voice filled with an unshakable resolve and confidence. Suho confidently asserts that conquering the tower will prove his worth, challenging the reporter's skepticism and fueling his determination. With a resolute gaze, Suho makes his final request. If he succeeds, he wants the reporter as his exclusive partner. He scanned the records carefully, piecing together information about the complex network of players involved in this dangerous world of hunters. Known for exposing the truth, he'd never accepted bribes, creating tension among those who saw him as a stubborn obstacle. Many felt uneasy around him. His refusal to compromise made him a thorn, a challenging presence no one could control. In this competitive field, any persistent threat is often eliminated. He, however, wasn't willing to back down despite the opposition. Determined to avoid becoming another erased name, he resolved to strengthen his position, refusing to vanish like those before him. He received a call with an unusual proposal, hinting at a solo challenge that would bring unique rewards if he could succeed. The promise of exclusive benefits was tempting, but he couldn't ignore the risks, wondering if it was all a ploy. He hesitated, sensing both opportunity and danger in the offer. The stakes were high, and he'd have to tread carefully. Deciding to take the chance, he clenched his fist, ready to face whatever came his way, determined not to be outplayed. Frustration bubbled up. But he reminded himself that this was necessary. The path to power wasn't easy, but he'd prevail. Alone in his office, he pondered the offer's implications, questioning the true motives behind such an enticing yet risky proposition. Doubts surfaced, yet a flicker of excitement grew. Despite the frustration, he found himself drawn to the thrill of the challenge. Weighing his options, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than it seemed. The opportunity was too tempting to ignore. He glanced at his phone, realizing that the stakes were high, but so was his determination to see this through. Leaning back, he sighed, knowing his decision would either mark his downfall or lead him to new, unforeseen heights. He closed his notebook, pushing aside any lingering doubts. This decision was final, and he wouldn't turn back now. Walking with a firm step, he knew the journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but he had no intention of retreating. The door to the unknown loomed ahead. He steeled himself, feeling the gravity of what he was about to face. Gazing up, he saw the Tower of Challenge. Its presence was intimidating, but he felt ready for whatever it demanded. Entering the tower, he braced himself, aware that every step forward would test his resolve and push him beyond his limits. As he entered, the official questioned his solo status, hinting at the dangers ahead, especially for those new to this realm. Showing his license, he confirmed his intention to proceed alone, ignoring the warnings about forming a team for safety. The official hesitated, reminding him of the risks, yet he insisted, resolute in his decision to tackle this challenge by himself. He knew the dangers, but was confident in his ability to handle them, brushing off concerns about facing difficult foes alone. With a determined look, he stepped forward, fully aware that this journey was one he needed to take on his own terms. After paying the entry fee, he prepared himself mentally, knowing this challenge was about more than just personal growth. It was survival. With final instructions given, he stepped forward, appreciating the last words of caution. He wouldn't let hesitation hold him back any longer. The Tower of Challenge loomed above, an imposing structure promising strength to those bold enough to face its relentless trials and dangers. Designed for self-improvement, this place was notorious for its grueling tests, demanding every ounce of skill and resilience from each participant. As he reached the entryway, he felt a surge of anticipation, ready to push his limits and prove his capabilities once again. The moment he entered, the tower's magic surrounded him, enforcing rules that made each step feel heavier and more deliberate. Rules dictated that everyone's abilities would be restrained, ensuring that no one could rely solely on brute strength for success here. He felt the pressure settle around him, aware that every movement was critical. This was no place for reckless mistakes or arrogance. Steadying his breath, he took in the atmosphere, feeling the power of the place urging him to prove himself worthy of the challenge. Suddenly, a strange creature emerged, signaling the start of his first real test. He readied himself, recognizing the threat and opportunity. Without hesitation, he charged toward the creature, wielding his weapon with precision, knowing he couldn't afford to underestimate this opponent. His movements were fluid, but the creature fought back, forcing him to adapt quickly, matching its strength with skillful agility and control. He pressed forward, testing its defenses, but realized its armor deflected his strikes. A new strategy was needed to exploit its weaknesses. Calculating his approach, he aimed at the creature's core, hoping to dismantle its defenses and land a decisive blow that would end it. With a final surge of effort, he struck, feeling the impact resonate as the creature recoiled and he prepared to finish the fight. The creature retaliated fiercely, but he dodged with swift movements, narrowly avoiding its powerful blows that could have ended the battle instantly. As the creature launched another attack, he maneuvered, analyzing its rhythm and planning his counterstrike to exploit its predictable patterns. The battle intensified, and he began to notice subtle weaknesses, deciding to focus on these vulnerable spots with relentless, precise attacks. One final strike brought the creature down, but he realized this was just the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him within the tower. Gaining confidence from his victory, he took a deep breath, knowing that he would have to repeat this process many times ahead. Standing victorious, he felt the weight of fatigue but pushed it aside, recognizing that more creatures had appeared, ready to test him. Each creature seemed to multiply, adding to the challenge and forcing him to rely on both skill and strategy to survive. He understood that brute force alone wouldn't sustain him here. Every move had to be calculated, every strike intentional and efficient. With focus sharpened, he embraced the fight, letting his instincts guide him as he danced between attacks, adapting to the relentless onslaught. Determined to prove his worth, he fought with unwavering resolve, each victory strengthening his spirit and preparing him for greater trials ahead. Dodging the creature's sharp tentacles, he maintained his balance, swiftly moving around its attacks to find an opening for a decisive strike. With precise movements, he avoided the creature's reach, his eyes focused on the vulnerable spot he identified during the intense fight. He lunged forward, using his agility to deliver a powerful blow, aiming to weaken the creature and gain an advantage in the battle. The creature reeled back, momentarily stunned, giving him the chance he needed to prepare a follow-up strike and press his advantage. His strength and skill combined in a single, powerful attack, shattering the creature's defenses as he moved closer to victory. Recovering quickly, he steadied himself, gripping his weapon firmly as he prepared to face the next wave of opponents within the tower. Using the creature's movements to his advantage, he spun around, launching himself into a position that gave him the upper hand. As the battle continued, he focused on controlling the flow, adapting his strategy to counter each new attack from the relentless creatures. He felt a rush of energy, realizing that his tactics were working, but knowing he couldn't let his guard down for a second. The creatures circled him, but he remained calm, calculating his next move to ensure a swift and decisive end to this round. He clung to one of the creature's tendrils, using it as leverage to gain control over the chaotic, shifting battlefield around him. Smirking, he thanked the creature for unknowingly assisting him, as he used its own strength to stabilize himself amidst the chaos. With a sudden twist, he swung himself up, repositioning to strike at the creature's exposed core, his eyes filled with determination. He released his grip, diving down with precision, aiming for the weak spot that would bring the creature down once and for all. Landing gracefully, he prepared for the next challenge, knowing that each victory brought him closer to conquering the tower's trials. Breathing heavily, he felt a surge of satisfaction as he cleared the floor, realizing he had mastered the first stage of the tower. Standing amidst the remnants of his battle, he acknowledged the victory, though he knew the challenges would only grow harder from here. He looked around, absorbing the quiet moment of triumph, before preparing himself mentally for the next level within this formidable tower. With a newfound confidence, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever the next floor had in store for him on his journey. Knowing there was no time to waste, he moved onward, his resolve stronger than ever, determined to reach the top no matter what. The Tower of Challenge stands tall, a legendary place where only the strongest dare to ascend, hoping to make history within its walls. Reflecting on past records, he recalls that the highest achieved floor was 48, set long ago through collaborative efforts and teamwork. In this life, the current record is significantly lower, at floor 29, hinting at the immense difficulty and the stakes of climbing solo. Understanding the advantage of individual growth over shared experience, he knows that while group play offers safety, solo gains are more substantial. Setting his sights high, he plans to forge his path, aiming for records that others could only dream of achieving together. Clearing floor 18, he pauses momentarily, feeling a sense of accomplishment, but aware that the real challenges lie further ahead. Without hesitation, he steps forward, feeling the familiar tension that accompanies each new floor, his resolve steady as ever. Ready for floor 19, he braces himself, knowing it's different from previous floors, with a single powerful monster awaiting him. This time, he faces a unique foe, one far stronger than the others, a test of skill rather than sheer numbers. With a single enemy to focus on, he tightens his grip, prepared to unleash his strength in a concentrated, decisive strike. Moving with caution, he circles his opponent, evaluating its strength, recognizing that this creature's power is on a completely different level. The creature roars and he braces himself, understanding that every move must be precise. There's no room for error in this battle. Dodging an attack, he senses the creature's rhythm, waiting for the perfect moment to counter and strike with all his might. Launching forward, he delivers a powerful blow, the impact reverberating as the creature reels from his calculated and relentless assault. Although it's just one foe, the difficulty proves intense. He knows this victory will require more than brute force. It demands strategy. The monster roars again, but he remains focused, refusing to let intimidation shake his resolve as he readies his next move. His instincts tell him to strike fast, aiming to take down this powerful enemy before it can fully retaliate and overpower him. Swinging his weapon with speed, he lands a critical hit, the creature staggering as it tries to recover from his relentless assault. Seeing an opening, he pushes forward, determined to end the fight quickly, leaving no chance for the monster to counterattack. With one final powerful swing, he brings the creature down, clearing floor 19 and solidifying his resolve to continue upward. As he catches his breath, he contemplates the item left by the creature, realizing its value for his future endeavors within the tower. Knowing the significance of this rare drop, he decides to postpone the next floor, taking a moment to analyze his newfound advantage. The item isn't merely a trophy, it holds a purpose he intends to uncover, understanding it could be crucial in later stages. He stores it carefully, determined to make use of every resource, knowing each tool could make the difference in tougher battles. With renewed focus, he prepares to continue, every victory fueling his ambition to rise to the top and break all records. Activating his mana detection ability, he scanned the area, letting the energy guide him toward hidden paths and powerful presences lurking nearby. His senses sharpened, and he felt a faint pulse, recognizing it as a concealed energy source that held promising potential. With precise movements, he followed the trail, reaching out as the magical energy illuminated his surroundings, revealing hidden structures within the tower. His mana detection skill allowed him to spot faint traces others would miss, making this tool invaluable for navigating unknown and perilous territories. He stepped forward with newfound confidence, prepared to uncover secrets that would enhance his strength and aid his journey through the tower. Discovering Red Gain's hidden cave, he felt a rush of excitement, knowing this space contained treasures that would empower him immensely. As he entered, he recognized this place as the subspace of a legendary warrior, a relic of someone once powerful and revered. Walking into the subspace, he felt the remnants of energy from the previous owner, a faint echo of their former strength. This space held unique properties, unlike typical magical pockets. It allowed him to interact directly with stored items and hidden secrets. Determined to explore every corner, he began searching, knowing the hidden cave held knowledge and power that would enhance his abilities. Entering the subspace, he felt an unusual sense of freedom, aware that this place allowed unrestricted movement for those who unlocked it. The atmosphere inside was unlike any other, brimming with mysterious energy that seemed to respond to his presence as he ventured deeper. Suddenly, he spotted an opening that led further inside, a space where he could sense an even stronger concentration of magical energy. He advanced cautiously, his eyes scanning the area, prepared for any surprises lurking in the depths of this powerful hidden realm. His instincts heightened. He felt both thrill and caution as he approached, ready to claim whatever lay within the subspace's heart. As he moved forward, a notification appeared, indicating the previous owner's death and offering him ownership of the subspace house. Realizing the significance of this opportunity, he accepted without hesitation, knowing this place would serve as a valuable asset on his journey. The transfer process began, and he felt a connection forming, the space adapting to his mana, solidifying his bond with the subspace. A surge of power enveloped him as he claimed ownership, the area resonating with his energy and marking the beginning of his control. With this newfound strength, he prepared to use the subspace house to its fullest, understanding its potential for future challenges in the tower. The subspace bonded to him like a skill, not merely an item, granting him abilities uniquely tied to his mana's strength. Feeling its presence integrated within him, he understood that this space would change and grow with him, enhancing his own capabilities. The adaptation process triggered a blinding light, a testament to the powerful connection that was forming between him and the subspace. Shielding his eyes, he waited as the light receded, feeling the transformation settle, now fully attuned to this new power within. Opening his eyes, he gazed upon his surroundings, realizing that the subspace had shifted, mirroring his own growth and potential. As he explored the space, he marveled at its functionality, realizing it could expand based on his mana, adapting to his growth. Observing the interior, he noted how it reflected the owner's preferences, shaping itself to match his power and personality over time. He felt relieved that this powerful space didn't fall into the wrong hands, recalling the struggles he faced against its previous owner. Remembering how the previous owner misused the space for illegal activities, he was glad to prevent further abuse of its immense potential. Now in control, he felt satisfaction, knowing he had not only secured a valuable asset, but also removed a significant threat from his path. Standing tall, he gazed upward with determination, ready to face the tower's next challenge, his mind set on climbing higher and proving his strength. As he glanced through the news, he noticed his name popping up in headlines, stirring up interest from various guilds and organizations. He looked at the Nexus Academy article and thought about the potential surge of new recruits who'd be inspired by his journey. Rumors buzzed about his intentions. They wondered why he hadn't joined a major guild, instead aiming for a civil servant's path. Guild leaders speculated over his next move, publishing articles to attract him, hoping he might choose them over other guilds. Just then, he received an update. Floor 30 had been conquered. He paused, realizing the intensity of his recent achievements. A fresh notification appeared, announcing an updated Tower of Challenge record. His recent feat on Floor 30 hadn't gone unnoticed. He drew a crowd of onlookers, each wondering if this was a new record or if a guild team was behind it. Whispers spread about the unknown challenger. People speculated, wondering which guild had the skills to make such rapid progress. As he cleared floor 31, shock rippled through the audience. They marveled at how quickly the mysterious figure scaled floors. Could it be him? Someone muttered. He had barely left the crowd's attention before conquering yet another floor in record time. The announcement was loud and clear. The conqueror was indeed him. His accomplishments brought pride but also intense curiosity from others. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, moving towards floor 32, determined to prove himself and conquer even more formidable challenges. Smiling to himself, he felt a surge of motivation. "You're sticking with me for life," he thought, feeling unstoppable. His dedication and prowess were undeniable. Each floor conquered added to his reputation, and he knew everyone was watching his journey. Meanwhile, officials back at headquarters couldn't believe it. His name was on everyone's lips, his feats stirring up endless excitement. The executive team gathered, discussing his latest achievements, amazed by how he shattered records while steadily climbing the tower's ranks. "This is unbelievable," one murmured, realizing just how far he'd come. His rapid ascent defied even their wildest expectations. They debated ways to attract him to their side. Securing his talent might require an offer they'd never given anyone before. His pace was relentless, and they worried he'd slip through their fingers unless they acted quickly to gain his allegiance. The tower stood tall, gleaming under the light, as he prepared to tackle the next challenge, each floor tougher than the last. Observers discussed his potential, impressed by his ambition. If he joined, they'd gain an unprecedented talent, someone beyond ordinary recruits. His phone buzzed unexpectedly. Confused, he looked at the caller ID, surprised to see an unexpected call from the vice president. On the call, he was questioned about his whereabouts, realizing that his actions had caught attention from those in high places. He replied calmly, saying he was in Pangyo. The caller seemed relieved, knowing he was still within reach and not too distant. As he moved, a crowd noticed him, whispering among themselves. Even though they weren't close, they couldn't ignore his impressive journey. The association gave him a new task: bring the main character over for an important meeting, leaving him slightly bewildered by it. "Are they serious?" he thought, feeling the pressure of this assignment as he stared at the screen, wondering how to manage it. They didn't want recruitment, just a simple introduction. He felt the responsibility weighing on him as he processed the straightforward but tricky order. The vice president ended the call, expecting him to handle things smoothly. He sighed, realizing this wasn't going to be easy. Putting down his phone, he sighed again, resigned. "Figures," he muttered, already imagining the challenges awaiting him in this task. Frustration welled up within him. How do they expect this to work? He thought, glancing around at the towering responsibilities around him. He felt irritation bubbling over, knowing public perception wouldn't be kind. Working with such high expectations often came with its own challenges. It bothered him that officials were chosen based on political clout rather than skill. He sighed, feeling the weight of unrealistic expectations. What excuse could actually convince him? He pondered, realizing how difficult it would be to get the main character to join him. He made his way towards the building's entrance, hoping he'd figure out the right approach by the time they finally met. With a powerful strike, the main character shattered the ground beneath him, clearing floor 48 with sheer strength and unwavering determination. Triumphantly, he caught his breath, reflecting on the grueling journey. Every floor conquered added to his skills and resilience. A new record announcement lit up, and he took a moment to savor the achievement, despite feeling the exhaustion building up. The system rewarded his efforts, granting him bonus stat points for his remarkable feat. He couldn't deny the sense of satisfaction. Checking his stats, he noticed an improvement that made his struggles worthwhile. The upgrades were motivation enough to keep pushing forward. Reaching level 39 felt good, especially with those extra stat points. Each level brought new strength, making him feel like an unstoppable force. He relished the satisfaction of leveling up, as though he were a character in a game, managing his abilities with strategic choices. Allocating his points thoughtfully, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Every upgrade made him more prepared for the next battle. Satisfied with his progress, he steadied himself. ready to take on whatever new challenges the tower presented on the next floor. Stepping forward, he felt a surge of energy as he faced the final crystal. The last conquest was now within reach. Standing before the crystal, he initiated the next challenge, watching as energy surged around him, signaling the beginning of floor 49. The tower trembled, and he braced himself, sensing a powerful presence awaiting him at the end of this stage. A dark, ominous aura filled the air as he advanced, feeling the intense, otherworldly energy of a formidable foe approaching. He finally saw the massive figure before him, the tower's master, a fearsome creature whose power radiated through the entire chamber. The creature roared, revealing its true form, a towering dragon with deadly eyes, prepared to defend the floor with all its might. Standing face to face with the colossal dragon, he felt a surge of anticipation. This was the most formidable foe he had ever faced. The dragon's intense, gleaming eyes bore down on him. He felt the raw power radiating from it, knowing this would be tough. Assessing its level, he realized the power imbalance was absurd. This floor's challenge was meant to push him beyond his limits. The dragon, even without pureblood traits, possessed overwhelming strength. Its very nature as a dragon made it an unstoppable force. He started to wonder if clearing this floor was even possible, doubting if this challenge was truly intended for someone like him. Though he knew it was a tough opponent, he couldn't back down now. His purpose was to conquer, no matter the odds. He readied himself, determined to see this through. Facing impossible foes was part of his journey. Retreating wasn't an option. Smiling confidently, he reminded himself why he was here. He had come to win, to prove he could defeat this dragon. Gripping his weapon firmly, he advanced, feeling the weight of his resolve, prepared to bring down the beast towering over him. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward, his blade flashing as he aimed for the dragon's vulnerable spots, determined to succeed. The dragon lunged forward with a terrifying speed that belied its massive size. He barely had time to dodge, astonished by its agility. Skidding across the ground, he felt the intense impact of the dragon's attack, realizing just how swift and powerful this creature truly was. So fast, he thought, trying to catch his breath. He marveled at how something that large could move with such precision. Noticing the dragon preparing another charge, he steadied himself, bracing for the beast's relentless pursuit as it closed in on him. The ground shook beneath him as the dragon charged. He focused, determined to react in time and avoid its crushing power. The dragon's roar echoed, and he felt the force of its breath. He sensed an immediate threat, knowing it meant imminent danger. The fierce wind pressure around him was almost too much. He struggled to keep steady, the sheer force of it pulling him down. Caught in a moment of vulnerability, he felt the pull intensify, realizing just how close he was to the dragon's jaws. In a split second, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the dragon's deadly fangs, adrenaline rushing through him in a burst. Breathing heavily, he refocused his mind, acknowledging the close call. The dragon was relentless, and he'd need every ounce of skill. Regaining his stance, he knew it was his turn to strike. He charged forward, determined to unleash his own powerful attack. With precision, he swung his weapon, aiming for the dragon's vulnerable spots, hoping his attack would finally make an impact. His blade clashed against the dragon's scales, sparks flying. He pushed harder, feeling the resistance but refusing to back down. The dragon recoiled slightly, but he could tell the creature wasn't seriously hurt. Still, he took satisfaction in landing a hit. The dragon let out an enraged roar, its eyes narrowing. He prepared himself, realizing that his attack had only fueled its fury. The dragon retaliated with a fierce sweep of its tail, catching him off guard. He barely managed to evade, feeling the rush of air. As he steadied himself, the dragon advanced again, each movement exuding raw power. He knew this battle was far from over. He braced himself, focusing on his next move, realizing he'd need to find a weak spot if he wanted to survive this. The two clashed again, each testing the other's strength. He pushed his limits, knowing only a decisive blow could turn the tide. He observed the dragon's hide, searching for any sign of weakness. It was tough, but he was determined to find an opening. He finally spotted a faint glow on the dragon's chest, a possible weak point. His heart raced as he aimed carefully for it. With a burst of energy, he dashed toward the glowing spot, weapon raised, hoping this strike would finally make a difference. The dragon snarled, sensing his intent. He lunged forward with all his might, determined to land a decisive blow. His weapon collided with the glow, but the dragon's hide was tough. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the strike. As the impact resonated, he could only hope this would be enough. The battle was at its peak, and his resolve remained unbroken. He steadied himself, knowing this battle required focus. The dragon's durability was astonishing, and he couldn't waste any more energy on ineffective strikes. Observing the dragon's movements, he noticed a faint glow on its tail. That might be the elusive reverse scale he needed. If he could hit that vulnerable spot, the battle could turn in his favor. He knew this was his best chance. Moving swiftly, he darted forward, eyes locked on the glowing scale. He braced himself, determined to make this strike count. Closing the distance, he tightened his grip, his mind clear and focused. This was his one shot to break through the defenses. With a swift leap, he aimed his weapon at the dragon's tail, hoping the scale's weakness would finally yield to his strike. His blade connected with the glowing scale, energy surging as he focused every ounce of strength into this critical blow. The dragon reacted, thrashing wildly in response to the impact. He held his ground, refusing to let this opportunity slip away. With fierce determination, he pressed harder, pouring all his energy into shattering the scale. The dragon's defenses began to falter. Finally, the scale cracked, a surge of energy escaping. He stepped back, bracing himself as the dragon let out an enraged roar. As expected, the dragon wasn't defeated easily. It retaliated with renewed fury, its attacks faster and stronger, each one shaking the ground. He realized he needed to end this quickly. The longer this battle dragged on, the more dangerous it became for him. Fixing his focus on the damaged scale, he prepared for another assault, knowing he had to break through before it regenerated. He steadied his breath, reminding himself to stay calm and precise. One wrong move could mean the end in this intense battle. With a swift motion, he lunged forward again, his weapon aimed directly at the dragon's vulnerable spot, determined to finish this. His blade met the cracked scale with unrelenting force, driving deeper into the dragon's hide. He felt the resistance start to give way. The dragon writhed in pain, each thrash causing tremors. He gritted his teeth, holding his ground as he pressed harder into the scale. Sensing victory within reach, he poured all his remaining strength into one final push, hoping to bring the mighty creature down. The dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield, its strength waning. He held firm, refusing to let go until the scale fully shattered. With a final decisive strike, the scale gave way, the dragon collapsing as its energy dissipated. He stepped back, victorious at last. Exhausted but triumphant, he observed the fallen dragon. The intense battle had tested his limits, but his determination had ultimately prevailed. As he caught his breath, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This victory symbolized more than just another cleared floor. The system notification confirmed his triumph, rewarding him with stat points and acknowledging his incredible feat in overcoming the powerful dragon. He reflected on the battle, grateful for the experience and the growth it had brought him, knowing he was now even stronger. With renewed resolve, he looked toward the next challenge, ready to face whatever awaited him in the tower's relentless trials. The dragon's eye glowed ominously, and he felt a powerful wave of fear wash over him, sensing an ancient magic taking hold. A system message confirmed his suspicions. The dragon unleashed dragon fear, an overwhelming force that struck terror deep within him. His body froze as dread spread through him, muscles locked by the intense aura, making even movement an impossible feat. His mind spiraled, overtaken by hallucinations, his senses blurred. He struggled to maintain clarity, realizing this fear was beyond ordinary. He quickly attempted a remedy, invoking cure to break free from the fear's grip, hoping to regain control over his body. Unfortunately, his attempts to dispel the fear failed. The system informed him it was a higher-level fear, resistant to basic cures. His heart pounded as he realized the severity of his situation. This level of fear couldn't be easily overcome or shaken off. The dragon's roar intensified, amplifying the effect of its fear aura. He gritted his teeth, fighting to remain composed amidst the chaos. Pain surged as he tried to withstand the mental assault, the dragon's power far surpassing his expectations in this deadly encounter. Desperation filled his gaze. He knew he had to find another way, as this direct approach seemed destined for failure. The dragon roared and launched forward, crushing the ground beneath with immense force. Rocks shattered and dust exploded, showcasing the beast's overwhelming power and fury. The air crackles with intense energy as a monstrous force hurtles towards him, surrounded by a furious swirl of glowing, destructive power. He braces himself, feeling the impact ripple through his body, the sheer strength of the attack almost knocking him off balance. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the power he's up against, a foe unlike anything he's encountered before. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to hold his ground, gathering every ounce of resolve to face this overwhelming threat head-on. With a fierce shout, he steps forward, ready to face whatever awaits on the other side of that intense, glowing doorway. A swift strike catches him off guard, sending him sprawling backward, the ground beneath him shattering from the force of his fall. He feels a surge of pain as his opponent's attack lands with brutal precision, reminding him how unyielding this battle will be. Despite the pain, he pushes himself up, determination sparking in his eyes as he refuses to back down from this deadly clash. His movements become a blur as he counters with a fierce strike, testing the limits of his endurance and skill. Desperation fuels him, his mind screaming to hurry, to survive this relentless assault and find a way to gain the upper hand. A monstrous roar fills the air, making him stagger as the terrifying sound rattles his nerves and nearly shakes his resolve. He fumbles, quickly grabbing a vial from his pocket, knowing it may be his only chance to stave off the overwhelming fear. In a swift motion, he uncorks the vial and downs the contents, feeling the purifying liquid course through his veins immediately. As the potion takes effect, a sudden calm washes over him, lifting the haze of fear that clouded his mind seconds ago. With newfound clarity, he sees his surroundings sharpen, the hallucinations and dread dissipating as he prepares for his next move. He collapses briefly, gasping for air, relieved to feel his mind clearing from the debilitating effects of the previous battle. Realizing he's momentarily safe, he glances around, acknowledging that only he controls what enters this secluded sanctuary space. The potion he purchased is already proving invaluable, though he hadn't anticipated needing it so soon in this dire situation. His body feels the strain, but he knows this struggle will demand every ounce of his strength and resilience to overcome. Despite his relief, he realizes the battle isn't over yet. He'll need to retreat here repeatedly to maintain his sanity. Assessing his situation, he tightens his grip, knowing he can't keep up with his foe unless he finds a better strategy. A plan begins forming in his mind as he steadies himself, thinking of a more effective way to approach this challenge. His gaze shifts to a worn, leather-bound book, the only tool that might give him an edge against this powerful enemy. He considers seeking guidance from an old ally, someone unpredictable but skilled, who might help him turn the tide of battle. A faint glow surrounds the book as he studies it, learning a new technique, feeling hope stir for the next encounter. He summons a combination jar, watching with anticipation. This special item has a unique power that can unlock unimaginable potential if used right. He smirks, knowing even the lowest level combination has a chance to succeed, especially with the unexpected value hidden in discarded objects. Carefully, he places the odd assortment of items inside: a thief's socks, a musician's instrument, and a janitor's broom, hoping they'll mix well. He observes as the jar begins to glow, the contents swirling together, unaware if this will result in a failure or miraculous treasure. To his surprise, the combination succeeds, revealing a rare artifact. He's thrilled, feeling the weight of success in his hands. The jar's radiant state shocks him, filling the room with light as it releases a unique treasure, one unlike anything he's seen before. The newly crafted item floats above, glowing with an ethereal shine. He marvels at it, realizing this is a rare first artifact. His accomplishment grants him bonus stats, an unexpected reward for successfully creating an item of such unprecedented rarity and significance. He holds the artifact carefully, recognizing its hidden power. Achieving a first item brings him closer to the potential he aims for. Reflecting on his progress, he feels grateful for these rare moments of growth, where each step draws him closer to his ultimate goal. He admires the artifact in his hand, understanding the significance of possessing a first item and the stats that come with it. Knowing how coveted such items are, he realizes the true privilege of a regressor lies in acquiring these rare items faster than others. His eyes trace over the intricate design, sensing the dormant power within, a strength that could tip the scales in his favor. The artifact's rank and effects offer immense growth potential, setting it apart from ordinary items that lack these special enhancing qualities. As he activates the artifact's power, an electric surge courses through him, strengthening his resolve to face the challenges ahead. The artifact binds to him, marking his first real step towards amplifying his potential. He feels its energy syncing with his own strength. He recalls how, in his past life, others sought this item in vain. Now, its power is his to wield firsthand. He thinks back to the crazy dismantler who failed to unlock the artifact's combination, feeling grateful for this second chance in life. Determined, he contemplates his next move, wondering if he should use his new stats to awaken a dormant skill he possesses. Accessing his status window, he evaluates his current stats, noting the progress he's made and the areas still needing improvement. He decides to invest in his magic, knowing that increasing this stat will grant him a significant advantage in future battles. A notification confirms his magic stat has reached a new level, edging him closer to unlocking its hidden potential. He recalls how difficult it was to achieve this level before, appreciating the rapid growth he's experiencing in this new timeline. Surveying his status, he feels both excited and challenged by the long journey ahead, recognizing how much effort it will still require. With renewed confidence, he looks forward, ready to continue advancing his stats and aiming for an even higher rank. With his stat allocation complete, he feels a surge of confidence. Now, he prepares for the next step, summoning a forgotten weapon. The old spear materializes, humming with latent power. He grips it firmly, feeling its familiar weight as memories of past battles resurface. Determined, he knows it's time to awaken its dormant strength, channeling his energy into the weapon, urging it to come alive. Magic flows from his fingertips, spiraling around the spear as he focuses, feeling the weapon respond to his call, resonating with his power. A sharp surge of energy signifies the spear's revival, its aura intensifying as he completes the connection, readying it for the upcoming fight. The spear's consciousness stirs, sensing his intent. It begins to absorb his magic, drawing deeply, as if feasting on his very energy. He grunts, feeling the intense pull, realizing the weapon's hunger is as vast as its potential, demanding everything he can give. The spear pulses with life, its absorption rate increasing rapidly, signaling a powerful awakening. He braces, enduring the strain of their bond. As the weapon's energy peaks, he feels it responding, the spear resonating with his will, ready to unleash its full, formidable potential. Power surges outward, creating a radiant display. His connection with the spear solidifies, marking the start of a new level of strength. With magic fully supplied, the spear reaches its ultimate state. Its presence transforms, a formidable aura enveloping it, dark and menacing. The spear's consciousness awakens, sending a thrill through him. He's achieved a rare feat, binding this ancient weapon's spirit to his will. As the item information updates, he realizes he now wields the legendary Ghost Spear. The weapon's A+ rank gleams in his hand. He feels a surge of power, the spear now an extension of himself, ready to be wielded in the battles that await. He steps forward with newfound resolve, fully equipped and stronger than ever, prepared to face whatever challenges come his way. With a determined gaze and the ghost spear pulsing with dark energy in his hand, he smirks, ready for the intense battle ahead. The ghost spear's power description reveals its dark origins. Forged from a shadow beast's remains, possessing a hunger that seeks shadows for sustenance. He admires the ghost spear, realizing its origins connect to the Shadow King. Its existence hints at powerful forces lurking in other realms. The thought of such an artifact, once belonging to a powerful ruler, fills him with excitement as he prepares to wield it with purpose. A formidable opponent lies ahead, but he's grateful to have secured this weapon before it fell into dangerous hands or worse, his enemies. With a determined step, he decides to test the spear's power, eager to see if it truly matches its fearsome reputation. He whispers the spear's command, "Ghost Shadow," as dark energy envelops the weapon, transforming it into an extension of his own power. The spear responds with a shadowy aura, wrapping around him like a protective shroud, empowering each movement with a sinister elegance. He moves swiftly, feeling the spear's weightless return as he throws it forward, watching it cut through the air like a spectral blade. His hand extends, the spear snapping back into his grip with precision, confirming its impressive performance and his mastery over it. Pleased with the spear's capabilities, he smiles, sensing the boundless potential it holds, ready for whatever lies ahead in his path. He stands ready, observing his opponent in the distance, preparing for the next phase of the battle with renewed energy and confidence. A powerful barrier appears, protecting the enemy as he strategizes on how to breach it and deliver maximum impact to his target. His eyes narrow, realizing he must strike while the enemy rests, exploiting the moment to deliver a devastating, focused attack. Determined, he positions himself, preparing to unleash the ghost spear's full power on the beast's weak point, hoping for an immediate victory. He charges forward, ghostly energy swirling around him as he aims for the creature's vulnerable scale, striking with all his might. His feet carry him closer, his steps echoing with purpose as he approaches the slumbering beast, each movement calculated and precise. Stopping in his tracks, he plants himself firmly, preparing to summon all his strength to land a decisive, critical blow. The dark energy of the spear pulsates in his hand, aligning with his intent, as he steadies himself for the coming impact. He raises the spear, channeling his energy, feeling the bond between them strengthen as the weapon responds, fully synchronized with his will. In a swift motion, he drives the spear downward, aiming with deadly precision, his strike fueled by the spear's eerie, shadowy power. The impact reverberates through the air, a surge of energy exploding from the spear's tip as it makes contact with the beast's hide. Shadows ripple outward, binding the enemy as the power of the ghost spear takes hold, inflicting a powerful curse upon his foe. The beast writhes under the spear's dark influence, its body convulsing as the shadowy energy drains its strength, weakening it further. He watches intently, feeling the spear's thirst for shadows as it pulls life from the creature, growing stronger with each passing moment. As the curse deepens, he stands over his prey, his victory near, the spear proving its worth as his most powerful ally yet. A mysterious green glow filled the air, radiating a strange energy that seemed to twist and warp reality around it. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed, shaking the ground as a massive dragon emerged, eyes glowing with fierce intensity and rage. He steadied himself, feeling the power of the dragon's presence, understanding that this was no ordinary creature he was facing. As the dragon's aura surged, he felt a chilling wave of fear, knowing this beast was unlike anything he'd fought before. Determined, he prepared his stance, ready to confront the dragon head-on, his resolve as unbreakable as the blade in his hand. He exhaled, steadying his breath after the initial shock, gathering his focus for the intense battle that lay ahead. Observing the creature, he analyzed its strengths, noting how its intimidating aura would affect even the bravest of warriors. Yet he reminded himself that he'd entered just before its aura fully took effect, making him immune to its fearsome impact. A plan formed in his mind. He'd use hit-and-run tactics, striking fast and retreating to gradually weaken the beast. Staring at the towering creature, he vowed silently to bring it down, knowing this would be a battle for the ages. His initial attacks had begun to wear the dragon down, although it took longer than he initially anticipated. Noticing the beast's weakening stance, he felt a flicker of hope, although its strength was still formidable, posing a danger. With the dragon's reverse scale now cracked, he knew that his tactics needed adjusting to press his advantage further. The dragon's roar grew louder, its energy flaring wildly, yet he remained undeterred, determined to finish this fight. Holding his weapon tightly, he made up his mind to end the battle directly, charging forward with unwavering determination. He leaped, closing the distance swiftly, aiming precisely for the weakened scale on the dragon's chest, his heart racing. With a focused swing, he struck the scale, feeling a satisfying crack beneath his blade's forceful impact. The dragon recoiled, thrashing violently as it roared in pain, but he held his ground, bracing against its power. Sensing his opportunity, he lunged again, his every movement precise, his eyes locked onto the dragon's vulnerable point. As he delivered another strike, he knew victory was close, though the creature's rage seemed to grow even fiercer. The dragon, furious and desperate, launched a counterattack, shadows and flames swirling around its massive form in a fierce storm. He dodged quickly, rolling to the side as the dragon's claws tore through the ground where he once stood. With a surge of dark energy, he raised his weapon, channeling his remaining strength into a final decisive blow. He leaped once more, striking down with everything he had, piercing through the dragon's defenses with a blinding burst of power. The dragon let out a final agonizing roar, collapsing as he landed, victorious yet exhausted, his mission finally accomplished. He looked up, momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the dragon's powerful attack, barely managing to steady himself. The ground shattered around him as the dragon's powerful blow landed, sending debris flying in every direction. With a quick leap, he dodged the onslaught of falling stones, staying focused amidst the chaos of the crumbling ground. As dust and rubble settled, he noticed the dragon's intent gaze, its ferocity intensifying as it prepared another devastating strike. Determined to press on, he tightened his grip, knowing this was only a fraction of the dragon's relentless strength. He dashed forward, dodging the dragon's deadly strikes, his movements precise as he prepared for the next decisive blow. The dragon unleashed a terrifying aura, a dark energy that filled the space, making the air feel thick and oppressive. He braced himself, feeling the weight of the dragon's fearsome power pressing down, but his resolve remained firm and unshaken. The dragon's mighty roar echoed, a sound that would shake any other, but he stood tall, fearless in his purpose. Gathering his strength, he launched himself at the dragon, a final leap that would decide the outcome of this battle. With a powerful strike, he landed a critical hit, shattering the dragon's defenses and exposing its most vulnerable, unprotected scale. The dragon writhed in pain, roaring as its energy faded, its fierce aura beginning to weaken under the relentless assault. He seized the moment, consuming a purification potion, feeling its effects as it strengthened his resolve against the dragon's dark powers. His gaze sharpened, ready for the final blow, a fierce determination burning within him to finish the battle for good. Lunging forward, he aimed at the heart of the beast, his movements fluid, each strike more precise than the last. In one swift motion, he swung his blade, piercing through the dragon's defenses, landing the final decisive strike. The dragon let out a final haunting roar, its colossal form collapsing to the ground as its life force faded away. Standing victorious, he felt a surge of relief, knowing he had conquered one of the most formidable foes imaginable. As the notification confirmed his victory, he took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the battle finally lift from his shoulders. Though exhausted, he stood tall, triumphant, his mission complete, ready to face whatever new challenges lay ahead. The fierce blow brought the dragon crashing to the ground, its massive form now still as silence settled over the battlefield. He observed the dragon's lifeless form, satisfaction filling him as the system registered his achievement in conquering this formidable beast. The notification appeared, marking his progress and awarding him a new record, a testament to his strength and endurance in this trial. Wiping away sweat, he felt the weight of his accomplishment, grateful for the added strength from his recent battle experience. His stats increased, an added bonus to his triumph, enhancing his power and readiness for whatever new challenges awaited him next. He glanced at the notifications, recognizing the significance of clearing such a high floor in the tower with unmatched determination and skill. The rewards flowed in, each new ability and stat boost further solidifying his place among the tower's greatest conquerors. A special skill, the healing spirit, emerged, a rare power that would support him in battles to come, providing invaluable aid. He examined the healing spirit's description, intrigued by its potential to save lives and turn the tide in dire moments. Reflecting on his journey, he recalled an ally who once wielded this power, inspiring him to master it just as effectively. The system completed its evaluation, presenting him with the rare dragon blood, a powerful substance that enhanced his warrior capabilities. With a sense of awe, he absorbed the dragon blood, feeling a surge of strength coursing through his veins. This gift, a prize worthy of his effort, solidified his power and brought him closer to realizing his full potential. Smiling, he acknowledged the rarity of this gift, knowing it would give him an edge in future battles. Confident and prepared, he planned to harness every ounce of this power, pushing himself beyond limits he'd previously known. With his new abilities, he prepared for a final test, summoning his ghost shadow to aid in absorbing the dragon's shadow. The shadow resonated, reacting to the power within him, amplifying his presence and bringing a dark, ominous strength to his side. As the ghost shadow devoured the dragon's essence, he sensed a transformation, his powers reaching a new, formidable level. The dark energy swirled around him, intertwining with his own abilities, creating a force unlike anything he had wielded before. With his power expanded, he knew this new strength would carry him further in his quest, ready to face anything. The system confirmed the complete absorption, elevating his ghost shadow's level and unlocking a hidden, potent feature for future use. This hidden capability allowed him to maximize his shadow's potential, granting an additional edge that few could ever match. Watching the transformation, he marveled at the possibilities, eager to test the limits of this newfound enhancement in real combat. The item's information changed, adapting to the power it had absorbed, and he prepared himself to explore its true potential. Smiling to himself, he examined the system screen, ready to see what new surprises lay in store for him next. He reviewed the new abilities of his ghost shadow, marveling at its upgraded rank and the formidable power it now possessed. With an impressed smile, he realized his shadow could immobilize opponents by biting their shadow, an advantage he hadn't anticipated. More skills unlocked, each adding a layer of strength to his arsenal, making him increasingly formidable against future challenges. These S-rank skills were beyond what he'd expected, proving the effectiveness of his growth-type weapon's unique adaptive nature. Fully prepared, he felt an intense surge of confidence, ready to harness every advantage his strengthened weapon could offer him. With everything he needed in hand, he decided it was finally time to leave, a new journey calling to him. Just as he turned to go, something caught his eye, an unexpected treasure glinting in the dust on the ground. He reached down, picking up the massive dragon fang, an item imbued with rare, powerful properties beyond ordinary comprehension. As he examined it, the system revealed the fang's curse, a mysterious energy that could leave unhealable wounds in its victims. Stunned by his discovery, he understood that this was no ordinary trophy. It was an S-grade relic of immense value. Reflecting on his rewards, he marveled at the rare finds the tower had yielded, each one a testament to his hard-fought victory. The dragon blood and fang together formed a reward beyond measure, fitting for his efforts against such a formidable foe. Stepping outside, he prepared to rejoin the world, aware that his journey was just beginning after this monumental accomplishment. He anticipated the reaction awaiting him, knowing the outside world would be eager to see the one who conquered the tower. With a steady breath, he gathered his thoughts, ready to face the attention and questions that were bound to follow. As he exited the tower, the system's message announced his success, triggering a wave of energy that dispersed all remaining players. Those around him stared in awe, murmuring in disbelief at the feat he'd accomplished single-handedly, without aid or assistance. His presence commanded respect, the crowd recognizing him as a powerful figure who had achieved the seemingly impossible challenge alone. Whispers spread, questions forming about his identity and abilities as onlookers struggled to grasp the magnitude of his accomplishment. Watching the crowd's reaction, he stood tall, his quiet demeanor contrasting with the massive impact of his tower victory. Reporters and onlookers pressed forward, clamoring for his attention, eager to capture his thoughts and details about his heroic triumph. Exhausted, he could barely hide his weariness, longing for a moment's peace after the intense battle he'd just endured. The crowd surged around him, each person seeking a glimpse, as his name echoed, marking him as the hero of the hour. Inwardly, he wished for rest, knowing the journey wasn't over but only just beginning, his resolve stronger than ever. Surrounded by fans and flashing cameras, he realized his life had changed, a new chapter unfolding before him in the spotlight. He moved quickly, evading the crowd's gaze as he spotted the familiar figure of the reporter, leaning against his car in wait. The reporter turned, startled, not expecting him to arrive so discreetly, amazed that he'd managed to slip away from the crowd. The reporter stumbled in surprise, nearly losing his balance before regaining composure, impressed by the hero's quiet, confident entrance. They exchanged glances, the reporter's curiosity piqued by the hero's calm demeanor after such an extraordinary feat within the tower. In a low voice, he explained how he'd used a special technique to shake off the crowd, surprising even the reporter. Extending his hand, he addressed the reporter by name, a gesture of trust that caught the reporter off guard but pleased him. The handshake was firm, a silent acknowledgement of mutual respect as they prepared to discuss the events of the tower. The hero's unwavering confidence resonated, his determination unshaken as he hinted at the challenging path he'd chosen for himself. The reporter's eyes widened, realizing the intensity of his dedication, understanding he was witnessing a rare, genuine strength. With a final shake, they sealed an unspoken pact, a promise to convey the truth of this journey to the world. The reporter smiled confidently, gripping his hand firmly, a sign of commitment. He wouldn't have come if he lacked confidence, showing he was all in. Gesturing toward the car, he urged him to get in quickly. With the engine revving, they prepared to escape before attracting unwanted attention.
Suho stood on a bridge, taking in the serene morning sunlight, his phone ringing with an unexpected call. Zhang Cheolmin's voice greeted Suho, congratulating him for his recent achievements and their impact on the Hunter Association. Suho explained how he escaped from the crowd, enjoying a brief moment of solitude amidst the bustling cityscape. A vibrant yellow car caught Suho's attention, hinting at an approaching ride, but he politely declined the offer. Grateful but preferring to wait, Suho hinted he had other plans while Cheolmin voiced a subtle disappointment. Cheolmin hesitated, asking Suho to visit the association, mentioning an important yet unprecedented situation requiring his presence. Suho raised an eyebrow at the mention of the association, curious yet uncertain about this sudden invitation. A glimpse of the colossal Tower of Challenge reminded Suho of the impossible feat he had recently achieved. Cheolmin clarified the importance of investigation, emphasizing the magnitude of clearing a public gate of such difficulty. Suho acknowledged the request, promising to look into any needed data after catching up on some well-deserved rest. Leaning back, Suho pondered the hidden motives of the association, suspecting it was merely a publicity stunt. He sympathized with Cheolmin's predicament, but was adamant about avoiding unnecessary entanglements with the association's leadership. Suho smirked, imagining a better, more independent system for hunters, free from the association's burdensome interference. Turning his attention to Cheolmin, Suho invited him to ask his real question, sensing hesitation in his voice. "Why a government official?" Cheolmin asked, perplexed. Suho chuckled, ready to share the irony of his chosen career. Suho leaned back in the car, smiling confidently, as the driver suggested his unmatched skill deserved an even higher reward. The driver spoke passionately about private guilds, convinced they had no match against national organizations in sheer influence and strength. Suho nodded, pondering the driver's words about the fame of private guilds, but questioning their actual purpose or ambition. The car ride continued with a heated discussion about power and prestige, hinting at the fleeting nature of such accomplishments. Suho reflected on the fate of those seeking power for its own sake, realizing they'd ultimately inspire fear, not admiration. Suho admitted he couldn't single-handedly resolve the chaos caused by the gates, explaining his strategic choice to work with the government. The driver acknowledged Suho's strategic mindset, noting how his duty-driven perspective was unique among other powerful players. Suho revealed his pragmatic side, appreciating the opportunity to serve a cause greater than himself through a structured role. The driver laughed at Suho's humility, impressed by his decision to apply for a position far below his capabilities. Suho glanced out of the window, his thoughts steady, knowing his choice served a larger purpose beyond superficial accolades. The driver was stunned, as Suho nonchalantly confirmed his decision to apply for a low-level position, leaving no room for doubt. Suho chuckled at the driver's shock, his casual demeanor masking the depth of his carefully planned ambitions. Suho hinted at a larger, brilliant strategy behind his unassuming choice, a vision that extended beyond his immediate career goals. The driver leaned forward, captivated by Suho's enigmatic confidence, promising not to reveal any of the conversation to others. As the car sped ahead, the driver marveled at Suho's bold vision, realizing the brilliance hidden within his humble plans. Suho smirked, asking for confidentiality, as he laid out his plans to make the topic an exclusive story for impact. He suggested using their alliance to gain mutual benefits, boosting the driver's influence while securing his own privacy and narrative control. The driver, intrigued, agreed wholeheartedly, promising to fully support Suho's ambitions with enthusiasm and mutual trust. With a friendly laugh, they neared their destination, Suho casually revealing a probable media frenzy awaiting outside his home. Suho's sly grin hinted at his awareness of their every move, mentally preparing for the crowd's overwhelming curiosity. Shocked, the driver asked about Suho's house, curious as Suho mentioned living alone in an extravagant and luxurious residence. Suho explained the house's tight security and spacious guest accommodations, assuring that intrusions were impossible due to advanced measures. Intrigued by Suho's words, the driver asked for the location, only to be stunned by the prestigious Kaiser Cheongdam name. The revelation of Suho living in such a high-profile place left the driver speechless, unable to grasp its full exclusivity. As the grand residence came into view, Suho remained nonchalant, knowing the luxury was simply a tool for his goals. Suho warmly invited the driver inside, encouraging him to relax and make himself comfortable as if it were his own place. The driver admired the residence's opulence, calling it an elite paradise, amazed at its seamless integration of beauty and convenience. Suho introduced the tablet's utility, showcasing the community app's features, from ordering food to requesting help, all within moments. The driver marveled at the emergency healer function, only to be surprised by Suho's fully rejuvenated and immaculate appearance. Suho nonchalantly revealed his hidden healing powers, leaving the driver both impressed and bewildered by his endless list of capabilities. Zhou Jinhua doubted Suho's healing abilities despite proof, struggling to reconcile it with his impossible solo feats in the tower. Suho chuckled at the skepticism, dismissing it as a habit, knowing actions often speak louder than endless justifications. Jinhua reflected on how healers usually rely on guilds to grow, contrasting it with Suho's exceptional independent journey. Jinhua excused himself, still perplexed but respecting Suho's unmatched capabilities, leaving to attend his official duties with lingering amazement. Suho waved Jinhua off, chuckling to himself, knowing his skills consistently left others both impressed and thoroughly bewildered. Jinhua reminded Suho of the home's access code, ensuring he could enter without hassle, as Suho promised careful usage. Alone at last, Suho summoned his status window, preparing to strategically allocate the stats earned from the Tower of Challenge. Deciding to balance health with other stats, he planned to funnel the remaining points into senses for enhanced precision. The stats display highlighted Suho's meticulous planning, his sharp focus ensuring he maintained dominance in any future challenges. Suho smiled confidently, knowing every adjustment brought him closer to a refined and unmatched form of strength. Suho analyzed his stats, marveling at their impressive growth while considering it more an inheritance of skill than simple numbers. Rising from the couch, he decided to check the surroundings, using his heightened senses to ensure complete security. Recalling his past expertise with surveillance, Suho scanned for hidden devices, a skill honed during countless dangerous missions. Trusting Jinhua yet remaining cautious, Suho grinned, doubting such a pristine residence would harbor anything suspicious but confirming nonetheless. As a brilliant blue aura enveloped him, Suho reveled in his mastery, knowing the future held even greater challenges. Suho wandered through the enormous house, marveling at the luxurious interiors, wondering why anyone needed so much space. Each room was immaculately designed, filled with expensive furnishings that reflected a lifestyle of excess and unattainable prestige. Despite the splendor, Suho joked to himself that finding surveillance cameras was harder than defeating mythical beasts in battle. Overwhelmed by the house's size, he compared it to a subspace mansion, questioning its practicality for a single person. Finally convinced there were no cameras, Suho relaxed on the sofa, enjoying a rare moment of quiet comfort. Suho's phone vibrated non-stop, pulling him out of his peaceful moment as he realized someone had leaked his information. Frustrated, he read countless intrusive messages, annoyed at how easily his privacy was compromised despite his careful efforts. Realizing he needed a fresh start, Suho decided to replace his phone and number to escape the relentless messages. Exploring the community app Zhou Jinhua introduced, Suho contemplated its uses, appreciating the convenience it offered for handling daily tasks. Sitting on his bed, Suho thought about his next steps, planning to integrate his new phone into his strategy. Testing the app, Suho was impressed by its seamless functionality, marveling at how effortlessly it simplified getting a new phone. Deciding to reserve his old phone for less important tasks, he resolved to make the new one his primary device. Annoyed by lingering messages, Suho sighed, planning to transfer his number later when he had more time to focus. Checking the time, he decided to rest before his evening plans, savoring the calm before facing his next challenge. The scene shifted to Seocho District's Negok-dong, where something ominous awaited, setting the stage for Suho's next move. A dark, sterile server room illuminated faintly as a shadowy group breached its security, their intent shrouded in mystery and malice. Moving silently, the masked figures carried their gear into the depths of the room, their synchronized steps echoing faintly. Spreading out strategically, they prepared their equipment, their deliberate movements indicating a well-rehearsed plan for a destructive operation. One figure dropped a bag on the floor, its contents suggesting an ominous payload primed for chaos. With precision, they began assembling tools, their cold focus revealing the gravity of their mission and its potential consequences. The team meticulously unpacked advanced explosives, their careful handling a testament to their deadly expertise in sabotage and destruction. Each device was calibrated methodically, the leader overseeing every step to ensure absolute precision and zero room for error. As the explosives were placed, the atmosphere grew tense, each second ticking closer to the culmination of their sinister agenda. The leader secured a final charge, his steely resolve a chilling reminder of their dangerous intent and lack of remorse. A foreboding silence enveloped the room as the last device was armed, signaling the mission's critical phase had begun. A faint sound interrupted their work, alerting the team to an unexpected presence, disrupting their otherwise flawless execution. Suho appeared nonchalantly, his tone mocking as he casually criticized their reckless destruction of property without any hesitation. The intruders froze, stunned by the intrusion, their leader demanding answers while struggling to maintain control over the situation. Suho's calm demeanor unnerved them further, his confident stance exuding an unshakable authority despite being outnumbered in the enemy's domain. Smiling slightly, Suho dismissed their panic, preparing to handle the threat with the effortless expertise he had always possessed. Suho confidently approached, stating he came to stop their antics, his calm demeanor unnerving the masked intruders. The leader hesitated, questioning Suho's sudden appearance, as his team began to sense an impending threat from his presence. Suho's playful yet ominous words triggered panic, and the group hastily prepared to retreat, realizing they were outmatched. A sudden explosion of energy surrounded Suho, his swift movements immobilizing the group as he nullified their escape plans. Smiling, Suho reiterated his intention to talk, his overwhelming power silencing the intruders with awe and fear. One intruder attempted to retaliate, only to be rendered helpless by Suho's precise and crushing counter, shaking their morale further. Chaos erupted as Suho's strikes disrupted their formation, leaving them vulnerable and struggling to comprehend his unmatched abilities. The group's attempt to secure their target failed, as their equipment malfunctioned under Suho's watchful intervention, further hindering their escape. Suho's calculated actions made their every move futile, his presence an insurmountable wall they couldn't overcome. Frustration boiled over as they tried to salvage the mission, their determination faltering under the weight of their failure. A desperate decision to retreat was made, the leader reluctantly ordering abandonment of their comrade, guilt shadowing his harsh call. The injured member struggled to rise, their whispered plea echoing as the group left them behind amidst the chaos. Suho observed silently, his expression unreadable, as he assessed the group's retreat and their failed operation. The lone intruder remained, their resolve faltering as Suho's gaze bore into them, his intent unwavering. Suho's unyielding stance symbolized justice and power, his actions a clear warning to anyone who dared repeat such reckless acts. Suho sighed, annoyed by their resistance, watching as the intruders fumbled, trying desperately to regain composure against his overwhelming aura. With a flick of his wrist, Suho's energy surged, sending the intruders crashing down, their futile attempts met with force. Observing their chaotic retreat, Suho mocked their inability to hold a proper conversation amidst their panic and clumsiness. His effortless movements further incapacitated the intruders, each blow precise, leaving them no choice but to succumb to his strength. Standing firm, Suho exuded dominance, his silhouette casting an intimidating shadow over the disorganized group sprawled before him. One intruder tried activating intimidation skills, but Suho's calm demeanor shattered their resolve, turning their attempted fear tactics against them. Suho's piercing gaze made them falter, their confidence eroding as his presence grew heavier with each passing moment. Activating his own skill, Suho's aura intensified, leaving the group trembling under the weight of his boundless power and authority. The leader's frustration mounted, realizing they were no match for Suho, their strength irrelevant in the face of his dominance. Suho identified them as banshees, his smirk widening as he recalled their infamous reputation and their many past transgressions. Banshee, a notorious secret terror group, was infamous for its calculated chaos, their activities leaving scars across Korea's peace. Suho calmly interrogated the group, demanding information about their identities, his relentless questions breaking their spirits one answer at a time. First, Gwark Do-ho, the muscle behind their operations, his strength unmatched yet ineffective against Suho's calculated precision. Next, Seo Kyo-wan, their bomb specialist, a middle school teacher by day, now exposed as the architect of terror attacks. Suho's gaze hardened, knowing these individuals were just pawns. Yet their capture brought him closer to dismantling the entire organization. Suho identified Kim Hyun-min, a mobility specialist who doubled as a delivery driver, responsible for critical logistics within Banshee. The last member, Gu Yanhua, a student with an EMP ability, was revealed as the mastermind behind their operations. Gu Yanhua froze, shocked by Suho's knowledge of their secrets, questioning how he managed to uncover their hidden identities. Suho smirked, casually explaining his ability to find information when needed, further unsettling Yanhua and the remaining group members. Calling him An Suho, Gu Yanhua demanded to know his true identity, aware of his unprecedented skills and intellect. Suho confidently asked Yanhua to verify his intentions, assuring her he wasn't merely a stranger meddling in their affairs. Suspicious but cornered, Yanhua struggled to find a reason to trust him, her frustration growing as Suho watched calmly. Suho listed their terror attacks, explaining how he deduced their crimes while ensuring no harm came to innocent civilians. Acknowledging the lack of CCTV evidence due to her EMP ability, Suho emphasized his understanding of their erased traces. Suho declared his intent to expose their actions, leaving Yanhua speechless, knowing his knowledge far surpassed anyone else's capabilities. Suho revealed his knowledge of Gu Yanhua's life and associates, his calm words sending a chill down her spine. Yanhua panicked, her composed demeanor cracking as she realized Suho's insights left no room for deception or escape. Smirking, Suho leaned in, his piercing gaze unrelenting, declaring it was time for her to cooperate and reveal everything. Suho assured the intruders he wasn't with the government, stating he had no intention of harming or capturing them. He questioned their trust in his words, slyly threatening to involve the police if they refused to cooperate further. Gu Yanhua hesitated, weighing her options, knowing Suho's patience was wearing thin and that escape was not an option. Yanhua finally relented, agreeing to talk, her frustration evident as Suho casually acknowledged her choice with a smirk. The tense atmosphere began to shift as Suho's calm authority continued to dominate the conversation, leaving no room for resistance. Suho suggested relocating to their hideout for a more private discussion, instructing them to collect their explosives before leaving. Yanhua, stunned by his knowledge, wondered how much Suho already knew and what secrets were still hidden from him. Suho called upon Hyunmin's mobility skill to create a portal, showing he trusted their cooperation to reach the hideout. A shimmering portal opened, its swirling energy illuminating the room as Suho signaled the group to move without delay. Suho's calm demeanor contrasted with the group's unease as they entered the portal, reluctantly leading him to their hideout. The group arrived at their hideout, where Suho casually remarked about the space's air quality, suggesting they remove their masks. Yeonhwa resisted at first, but Suho's firm authority left her no choice but to begrudgingly comply with his demand. Annoyed, Yeonhwa reluctantly removed her mask, justifying her actions while maintaining a defiant attitude towards Suho's overwhelming presence. Frustration boiled over as Yeonhwa demanded answers, questioning how Suho discovered their location and infiltrated their lives so effortlessly. Suho's silence only deepened the tension, his calm confidence continuing to unsettle the group as they awaited his next move. Suho relaxed in the hideout, casually addressing the group, acknowledging their confusion and teasing their hidden secrets with subtle humor. Yeonhwa grew frustrated as Suho's confident demeanor made it clear he held all the cards in their tense encounter. Suho explained that his knowledge stemmed from a personal skill, turning their suspicions of him into curiosity about his abilities. The group, perplexed by Suho's insight, realized he knew just as much about them as they did about themselves. Suho proposed a collaboration, his calm approach leaving the group torn between skepticism and an unwilling desire to hear him out. Suho introduced his plans, hinting at shared goals, leaving Yeonhwa questioning if his intentions aligned with theirs or were a trick. Yeonhwa's suspicion grew as Suho casually dismissed the idea of betrayal, instead proposing a partnership for mutual benefit. Suho revealed his ambition to join the Great Hunter Association, sharing his motivations while maintaining a shroud of mystery. The group hesitated, fearing Suho might use them as leverage, but his honesty left them unsure of their next move. Suho reassured them, explaining his alignment with their goals, while remaining firm in his position as their most valuable ally. Suho detailed his plan to climb the ranks of the Hunter Association, aiming to eventually infiltrate the special unit. The group was stunned, realizing Suho knew of their grievances with the special unit and their motives for targeting it. Suho revealed his knowledge of their terror acts, linking them to their shared distrust of the special unit's methods. His words resonated deeply as Suho explained his own reasons for wanting to join the special unit, mirroring their sentiments. Standing amidst the group, Suho's determination shone, leaving them questioning whether to trust him or maintain their distance. Suho recalled initially blaming bad luck for his circumstances, later realizing his struggles were orchestrated by calculated man-made decisions. He likened the phenomenon to bomb sites turning into safe zones, revealing how cleared gates inflated land prices for profit. Yeonhwa's shock grew as Suho exposed government awareness of the gate shock, accusing them of prioritizing financial gains over lives. Suho detailed development projects tied to the affected areas, connecting the dots to deliberate negligence during critical gate events. His revelations left Yeonhwa stunned, her mind racing with the implications of such corruption influencing their shared struggles. Suho confidently claimed to know the individuals behind these manipulations, vowing to hold them accountable for their actions. He declared his intention to become the head of the special unit, using its influence to bring justice to light. Suho explained the special unit's unparalleled authority, overseeing investigations and wielding prosecutorial powers across departments, crucial for enacting change. Offering to assist the group in their revenge, Suho promised strategic help while emphasizing the importance of thorough preparation. He candidly admitted needing their discrete skills for his plans, presenting his proposal as mutually beneficial and strategically sound. Suho challenged the group to trust him, proposing they judge him based on his success in passing the Level 5 exam. He sternly warned against further acts of terrorism, threatening to personally hand them over to authorities if they disobeyed. The group grappled with Suho's boldness, surprised at his confidence in negotiating with a highly secretive organization like Banshee. Suho revealed his past experiences dealing with Banshee, recalling the difficulty in uncovering their operations and extracting valuable information. His interrogation experiences from a past life had provided insights, fueling his confidence in handling the group with calculated precision. An Suho stood firm, analyzing the potential of guiding banshees. He reflected on their lost direction and inner strength. Realizing their mistake stemmed from misdirected anger, he resolved to be their anchor, showing them a better path forward. Leadership requires patience, An thought as he eyed Gu Yanhua. This is my chance to prevent their descent into chaos. He calmly voiced his proposition, emphasizing collaboration. Confidence radiated, his resolve unshaken by their hesitation or wary stares. Reflect, he urged, and make a wise choice. Leaving them with their thoughts, he exited, confident in his influence. Meanwhile, at the Great Hunter Association, the vice president reprimanded a team leader for mishandling a vital assignment. Your negligence cost us valuable time, the vice president emphasized, tightening the pressure on the overwhelmed subordinate. Despite apologies, frustration brewed. This is our priority, I want results, the vice president declared, dismissing the shaken leader. Leaving the office, the team leader wrestled with doubt. Should I quit? He murmured, his motivation wavering under pressure. But deep down he understood his resolve must not falter. Knowing the stakes outweighed personal frustration or discontent, Suho walked through the darkened halls, pondering the weight of responsibility. Guiding others feels heavier than I imagined. Facing Gu Yanhua and her team, he recalled his struggles, a sharp reminder of his past life sacrifices. With determination, he visualized the future, a unified force dedicated to reform and justice rather than destruction and anger. Every word carried intention as he spoke again. Together we can rebuild trust, Suho stated, his voice unwavering. The banshees exchanged glances, their walls cracking under Suho's sincerity. Hope flickered in their eyes, though trust required time. Jung struggled to shake off his frustration, reminding himself of the reasons he joined, despite the challenges piling up. Gathering his resolve, Jung decided to endure a little longer, knowing quitting now would only make all his efforts meaningless. As he walked through the corridor, a familiar figure appeared, exuding confidence. Jung immediately recognized Pi Sun-yol's presence. Jung's mind raced with irritation. Of all moments, meeting Pi now felt like the worst timing imaginable for him. Pi's arrival radiated authority, his presence commanding attention. Jung prepared himself, knowing Pi always had a knack for complicating matters. Pi Sun-yol adjusts his tie confidently, his smirk revealing an aura of authority that commands immediate respect in the office. He glances at team leader Jung, teasing him lightly about recent scoldings, masking subtle intentions behind his charismatic demeanor. Jung chuckles nervously, brushing off the remark as Pi Sun-yol pats his shoulder, emphasizing camaraderie but hinting at expectations. Walking down the corridor, Pi Sun-yol slyly brings up rumors about An Suho, probing Jung for insights with feigned nonchalance. Jung hesitates, admitting the rumors are limited. Pi Sun-yol's grin widens, offering vague assurances as tension subtly underpins their exchange. Pi Sun-yol strides confidently down the hallway, his shoes echoing as he reflects on the art of subtle persuasion. He muses over simple solutions, suggesting how charges can be filed strategically to manipulate outcomes without leaving loose ends. Jung appears uneasy as Sun-yol elaborates, proposing a narrative that can later be dismissed as a mere misunderstanding if needed. Pi Sun-yol leans in, his sharp tone emphasizing how authority can set up traps while offering an escape when necessary. Smirking, Sun-yol outlines his plan further, a dark glint in his eyes as Jung absorbs the weight of his words. Pi Sun-yol's gaze sharpens, his low tone revealing calculated plans as he hints at the target's desire for association power. His words linger, suggesting everyone benefits from the arrangement. Jung smiles nervously, masking unease as Sun-yol exudes mischief. Jung hesitates, pondering the potential fallout. Sun-yol's grin grows sharper, implying how meddling with success can lead to disaster. Sun-yol casually compliments Jung, his words carrying an unsettling undertone. Jung stiffens, unsure whether to take it as praise or warning. Jung's unease deepens, as Pi Sun-yol's piercing eyes and ominous presence leave a lingering tension in the air around him. Pi Sun-yol questions why fear would stem from a mere hunter, his dark aura intensifying with an air of dominance. Jung stammers, uncertain, as Sun-yol's piercing gaze urges him to think critically about the implications of Hunter's growing influence. Sun-yol walks ahead, reminding Jung of their authority, his voice laced with nostalgia for when fear defined their power. He encourages Jung to abandon rigid thinking, emphasizing adaptability while subtly criticizing his overly cautious approach to leadership. Jung nods hesitantly, forcing a smile as Sung-yeol pats his shoulder with a mixture of reassurance and underlying warning. Sung-yeol offers further assistance with a sly grin, his parting words leaving Jung in an unsettling mix of gratitude and dread. Jung watches him leave, muttering a farewell, but his lingering unease hints at deeper doubts about Sung-yeol's true intentions. Alone in the hallway, Jung reflects on his initial admiration for Sung-yeol, now replaced by growing skepticism about his manipulations. His thoughts spiral as he realizes Sung-yeol's knowledge and cunning make him far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Jung's determination strengthens as he resolves to stay vigilant, aware that Sung-yeol's control over the situation is far from over. Sung-yeol's shadow looms large in Jung's mind, his chilling words replaying as doubt and frustration cloud his focus. Pausing near the window, Jung takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of his decisions pressing against his chest. He steps outside, seeking solace in the open air, his mind racing with thoughts of how to regain control. The city lights flicker in the distance, a silent reminder of the countless lives affected by the choices he must make. Jung stands alone, contemplating his next move under the night sky, as uncertainty and resolve war for dominance within him. Jung reflects in a dim office, piecing together why An Suho's actions have stirred such intrigue within the association. The room darkens as Jung recalls how Suho's demeanor shifted, once warm, now distant, leaving questions about his sudden coldness. A mysterious message on his phone mentions major guild offers, suggesting Suho's priorities may have shifted toward larger ambitions. Sitting in solitude, Jung struggles to decode Suho's motives, realizing how unpredictable actions disrupt the fragile balance of power. Jung stares into the night sky, contemplating Suho's next move, wondering what drives him beyond the visible, calculable ambitions. A car hums in the distance, headlights cutting through the silence as someone takes deliberate steps toward an uncertain destination. The figure's slow, steady pace reflects deep thoughts, each step heavier with the weight of choices and lingering indecision. Standing still in the faint glow of streetlights, they pause, gathering resolve while the night air presses heavily around them. A hand clenches tightly, faint energy radiating from their palm, symbolizing the immense potential they're preparing to unleash. Power crackles silently, their determination fueling it as they brace for what lies ahead, ready to rewrite their circumstances completely. Suho activates a potent ability, colorless solitude, the energy wrapping around him like an ethereal armor against unseen challenges. He mutters to himself, musing about the risks of forging the Munju, but reassured by its necessity for greater trials. Suho clenches his fist, his gaze unwavering, as the weight of his decisions manifests into tangible energy at his command. The night provides a perfect cover for his preparations, his silhouette determined and ready to face the challenges ahead. Stepping forward into the glow of city lights, Suho disappears into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. A brilliant flash illuminates the night as Suho leaps from the rooftop, his figure slicing through the dense darkness. He lands with precision, his senses sharp, scanning the surroundings for signs of the mysterious hidden target he seeks. The cold air bites as Suho moves swiftly, his footsteps silent yet deliberate, leaving faint traces of mana behind. Approaching the building's entrance, Suho's sharp eyes analyze every detail, confident he's closing in on his hidden objective. He whispers to himself, confirming his instincts are right. Whatever he's searching for is within reach, waiting to be uncovered. Suho activates mana detection, his hand glowing faintly as energy pulses through the air, revealing unseen trails of magical leakage. His gaze narrows as the shimmering mana guides him forward, the path leading toward the source of the hidden anomaly. A distorted glow marks the location, revealing what Suho suspected, a hidden gate leaking raw, unstable energy into the surroundings. Suho steps closer, his movements steady. This gate, rare and mysterious, reacts only to specific conditions, glowing crimson in defiance. The gate, pulsating with energy, challenges Suho's resolve. He prepares for what lies beyond, aware it will demand his awe. Suho observes the gate, its conditions etched into his mind. Each hidden gate requires unique triggers for activation and entry. He unsheathes a blade, its edge gleaming under the eerie red light, ready to meet the gate's bloody demand. Without hesitation, Suho cuts his palm, crimson drops spilling as the gate absorbs the blood with an unsettling hum. The gate flares brighter, responding to the ritual. Suho steadies himself, bracing for the challenges waiting beyond the threshold. Blood-drenched and resolute, Suho watches the gate open, ready to step into the unknown with unwavering determination. The gate roars to life, the blood feeding its intricate patterns as crimson light pulses violently, echoing through the surroundings. Suho steps back as the gate's power intensifies, trembling with a force that seems to defy the laws of reality. The condition is fulfilled, and Suho smirks confidently, his determination unwavering as he stands before the now fully awakened gate. A notification appears rewarding Suho for his rare discovery. The hidden gate's information starts to unravel, promising unknown opportunities. The gate's ominous name, Bloody Tower, flashes in his vision. Its mysterious entry conditions make Suho brace for unpredictable challenges.
Suho wandered through the chilly cave, hands in his pockets, wondering why he always ended up in weird places alone. Pausing, he noticed a strange shimmer ahead and tilted his head curiously. His instincts buzzed, but he brushed the feeling off. Scratching his head, Suho squinted upwards, seeing drops fall from above. He thought it was just ordinary cave water dripping down. A second later, his casual vibe shattered when he realized it wasn't water. It was disgusting, sticky saliva raining from the ceiling. Red eyes blinked open above him. Hundreds of blood-sucking bats flapped their wings aggressively, hungering for a free snack called Suho. With a deep sigh, Suho looked up as the bat horde launched straight at him, screaming like a crazy heavy metal concert. He cracked his neck lazily, muttering about how he hated noisy things, especially before breakfast. Then, he casually raised his aura. Electric blue energy burst around him, filling the cave with a thick tension. Suho activated intimidation like he was just opening an app. The bats faltered mid-air, their frenzy turning into hesitant flaps. It was almost funny how one glare could ruin their whole mood. Dropping like raindrops, the bats crashed onto the ground, twitching and shivering. Suho stuffed his hands back into his pockets, unimpressed. One stubborn bat screeched angrily, flapping harder, desperate to resist. Suho sighed again, starting to think today would be more annoying than usual. The bat dived toward him. Suho barely glanced up before a shadowy force wrapped around his hand, forming a weapon out of nowhere. With a flick of his wrist, the dark weapon gleamed. Suho activated another ability lazily, purple energy curling around like smoke. The cave trembled a little as the purple mist expanded, swallowing the fallen bat's struggling bodies into the growing ghostly darkness. Spinning the dark weapon playfully, Suho smirked as the shadows danced around him, clearing the cave. Another boring Tuesday for Suho. The purple vortex of shadows swirled faster, slurping up the lingering dark energy until the whole cavern hummed like a live wire. Suho stood calmly in the eye of the storm, spinning his blackened weapon like a lazy kid twirling a stick. Checking his glowing status window, he whistled softly, amused. His power looked way overkill for small creatures, but whatever, efficiency mattered. He flicked through the window panels, double-checking stats like it was just another boring day managing spreadsheets and coffee breaks. Normally people would balance two stats, but Suho grinned knowingly. With full system knowledge, he casually planned to raise everything. Squinting at his screen, Suho noticed something strange. His battle results were way too rewarding for killing a few flying rats. He poked around the combat logs suspiciously, as if scrolling through weird junk mail that somehow landed in his inbox overnight. His eyebrow twitched up when he saw a surprise name pop up in the log. Blood slime, that was not planned. Apparently, while stomping bats, he had accidentally squashed a blood slime too. Suho chuckled, feeling a little bad for it. Still, wiping out monsters with pure intimidation wasn't all that satisfying. He started walking again, eager for a real challenge. As Suho strolled deeper into the cave, he thought about morale. If mobs weren't special, they barely got scared at all. He kicked a loose pebble absent-mindedly, his steps echoing around. Somewhere ahead, he could feel a stronger pressure waiting for him. Ahead, crimson light spilled through cracked walls, painting creepy patterns. Suho smiled lazily, sensing something finally worth getting serious about today. Grinning to himself, he muttered under his breath about finally getting a proper meal instead of snacking on cave critters. His hand cracked with faint red energy as he flexed it, preparing himself. Today might actually turn into something fun, after all. Suho stepped into the grand hall, feeling the heavy red glow paint everything like he was trapped inside a lava lamp. Glancing around lazily, he clicked his tongue, calling out to whatever was hiding. The silence answered back with soft, unsettling sounds. From the shadows, two piercing red eyes blinked. Suho smirked, casually lowering his stance, like he was stretching before a light jog. Suddenly, a creature lunged out, wild and furious. Suho sidestepped neatly, not even bothering to look stressed about it. The floor shattered where the monster landed, but Suho didn't flinch. He raised his sword, twirling it lightly like a baton. From the broken stone, a massive giant bat revealed itself, snarling and snapping its teeth like it wanted a full meal. Suho leaned back a little, lifting an eyebrow. A giant bat, seriously, he'd expected something cooler after all that ominous buildup. The creature swung its giant claw, but Suho ducked under it smoothly, sliding across the ground with barely any effort. He grinned when another presence entered the scene. Something heavy thudded down behind him, shaking the ground like a minor earthquake. A blood-red golem towered above him, eyes gleaming. Suho, still grinning, casually adjusted his jacket like he was at a boring meeting. A blast of crimson lightning split the hall apart, chunks of debris flying everywhere, but Suho just dodged with relaxed steps. The giant bat screeched loudly, but Suho barely spared it a glance, focusing on the bigger, bloodier threat stomping toward him. The blood golem swung its giant fist down, missing Suho by inches. The ground exploded into dust and shattered stones. Suho assessed the situation quickly. Neither the bat nor the golem were real bosses, but they definitely weren't your everyday mobs. Cracking his knuckles lazily, Suho decided to deal with the blood golem first, eager to clear the trash before lunchtime. Suho dashed across the broken ground, weaving between collapsing debris, his sword humming with soft energy in his relaxed grip. The blood golem swung wildly, but Suho spun around effortlessly, his blade slashing through the thick air like slicing warm butter. Above, the giant bat shrieked angrily, its wings buffeting the hall. Suho rolled his eyes, ready to deal with that annoyance too. Landing firmly, he shot forward again, his sword flashing in a wide arc. Energy crackled from the force of the blow. The impact sent both the golem and bat staggering backward, shockwaves rippling out. Suho dusted his jacket calmly, still not sweating. Suho launched another sharp slash through the air, this time focusing on the blood golem's thick armor like hide without losing rhythm. Every swing buzzed with raw power, carving deep into the monster's flesh, but Suho's face stayed cool like he was grocery shopping. Bat swooped again, screaming in rage, but Suho countered, striking upward and slamming the beast out of the sky effortlessly. A bright flash exploded from his blade, sending debris and crimson mist scattering everywhere, like a fireworks show gone completely wrong. When the dust settled, Suho stood alone in the chaos, his sword still gleaming faintly under the twisted red light. Suho wiped his sword on his jacket with a casual flick, mumbling to himself that the job was finally finished. Just as he turned, he sighed heavily, feeling that familiar twinge of regret. He knew he'd spoken way too soon. Behind him, the bat's twitching body jerked violently, gooey sounds filling the air. The blood golem's broken pieces started bubbling unnaturally. The air thickened as red mist gathered again. Suho narrowed his eyes, realizing he had accidentally triggered some annoying resurrection mechanic. Straightening his jacket, Suho spun his sword lazily, facing the bat and the newly reforming golem. Another round, he thought, slightly annoyed. Suho swung his blade through the air again, testing his strength, but the results were just what he expected. The bat's massive body absorbed every hit like it was nothing. It wasn't weak, it was just built differently. Realizing physical attacks weren't cutting it, Suho paused mid-movement. He needed to stop freelancing and start using what he prepared earlier. Flicking his wrist, he summoned something glowing and blue into his palm as backup plan for moments exactly like this. The blood golem closed in fast, but Suho calmly stood his ground, power collecting in his hand like a brewing storm. The entire hallway exploded in a fiery blast, waves of red and gold light washing over walls, columns, and monster limbs. The words blood golem faded into smoke as its shell cracked, broken apart by the sheer force of Suho's technique. The giant bat twitched in the haze, slowly realizing something was very, very wrong with how much blood was pooling below. Suho didn't move, letting the mist settle while everything else around him struggled to make sense of what just happened. A single pool of black-red liquid simmered where the golem used to stand. His attack had clearly done more than expected. With the bat creeping up behind him again, Suho didn't even blink. His sword came up in a casual backward arc. It hit, but not deep enough. Despite his efforts, the bat's regeneration overwhelmed the damage. Suho frowned for the first time. Even with top stats, something wasn't working. The creature was resisting his best strikes like it had built-in plot armor. He remembered the system hint, these monsters were mixed with holy attributes. He'd need more than raw power to finish it. With a flash, Suho swapped to a different blade, one pulsing with silver and holy energy, glowing like purified fire. Suho's holy blade exploded in radiant gold light, washing over the monsters with cleansing force like a spotlight tearing darkness apart. The golem staggered, and the bat tried to flee, but the pressure from the holy energy burned their bodies mid-flight. Crashing down, the bat's wings twitched one final time. Suho stepped forward and planted his foot right on its massive skull. With a small sigh, Suho confirmed his suspicion these creatures didn't stand a chance against his newly activated holy buffs. Standing among broken remains, sword still glowing, Suho scanned the room again. Things were finally calming down, at least briefly. The blood golem lunged one last time with a roar, but Suho countered with a clean slash, swift and unbothered. His silver blade carved through the golem's arm like it was paper, splashing blood across the red-lit floor in thin arcs. Suho flipped mid-air and struck again, driving the blade deep. The monster's entire body shook as it began to fall apart. The system beeped, announcing its defeat. Suho casually muttered, done like he'd just finished wiping down his desk after lunch. Looking down at his weapon, he nodded with satisfaction. The buff effect was perfect. Everything worked just as he predicted. He admired the holy glow around the blade. That healer-exclusive skill turned out to be more broken than he'd imagined. Suho reflected on the combo silver weapon, holy buff, critical bonus, a dream loadout against undead-style creatures like these. Holding up the blade, he thought about how the system practically gift-wrapped him a monster-clearing cheat code for this dungeon. But then his expression sharpened. Something shifted in the atmosphere. Footsteps echoed, heavier, darker. This wasn't over, not quite yet. He turned slowly, facing the looming darkness in the distance. No doubt about it now. The real boss had finally arrived. Crimson energy oozed from the throne room walls, and Suho stepped in, facing a figure clearly used to drama. The man in black robes looked every bit a villain. Arrogant, talkative, and wearing a scowl like it was fashionable. Standing among red mist, the figure declared himself a prince. Suho just raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the title or theatrics. The so-called prince called Suho arrogant, but Suho barely flinched. He had dealt with worse speeches back in school presentations. Red shadows cracked the ground as the prince erupted in anger, sending cursed spikes surging toward Suho like thorny lightning bolts. Suho deflected the spikes mid-air, landing with ease. The prince's flashy moves felt more like a dance recital than danger. A wave of bloody vines lashed out again, but Suho twisted through them, slashing clean paths like he was mowing weeds. As he stood upright, he dusted off his coat like this was just a mild inconvenience before lunch. The prince sneered, gathering energy in his palm, channeling power like someone prepping a high-level spell from a flashy game. With a triumphant pose, the prince raised a blood orb to the sky. Suho just sighed, already guessing how this ended. The orb exploded violently, raining crimson tendrils across the hall. It was loud, intense, and overly theatrical, just like its caster. Suho moved in low, blade ready, dodging cursed magic like a routine drill. This wasn't his first cursed hallway showdown. As the prince surged forward, the blood walls closed in. Suho kept moving, slashing paths while the air turned thick. His sword shimmered faintly, but his visibility dropped fast. The entire room seemed dipped in syrupy darkness made from rage and blood. Even his perception skill struggled. Suho crouched slightly, reassessing. The cursed aura filled the whole room, turning navigation into guesswork. Suho crouched low, blade steady, tuning out the chaos. There wasn't room for distraction now. It was time to focus. His senses sharpened. The red mist felt alive, twisting around like smoke, hiding the cursed prince's position inside its swirling flow. Suho caught a flicker. He turned fast, eyes narrowing. His instinct screamed that something big was coming from the left flank. A black-red streak shot toward him, but Suho moved swiftly, slashing upward and creating a sharp blue shockwave that clashed mid-air. The prince staggered, stunned. Suho had blocked it cleanly. That wasn't supposed to happen, not against that cursed spell combo. Suho didn't let the surprise settle. He rushed in, swinging fast, forcing the prince onto defense for the first real time. The blade connected solidly, driving him back. Suho's stance stayed clean, like he had practiced this move 1,000 lazy mornings ago. For a moment, Suho thought it landed properly, but the prince didn't collapse. His aura flared instead, louder and stronger. Mocking laughter echoed. The prince stood tall again, dismissing the strike like it was a prank. His aura surged like fire. Suho narrowed his eyes. He wasn't annoyed, just focused. If arrogance was the prince's flaw, he'd exploit it to the end. The cursed prince's body twisted violently, pulling blood from the air itself, forming jagged weapons around him like spiky, bloody wings. Suho planted his feet firmly, gripping his blade tighter. The blood mist thickened, but he stood unshaken, ready to counter. Suho rushed in without hesitation, his hand already reaching for the blade as energy crackled around the battlefield. Without skipping a beat, he drew his sword, posture calm but sharp like he'd done this 1,000 times before. A sudden surge of blue light spiraled around him. The healing spirit activated, pulsing gently as it began restoring his wounds. The energy spread fast. Catching his enemy off guard, a scream slipped out, full of confusion more than pain. Across the room, the enemy stepped back in shock, his red aura flaring wildly as he prepared for a counterstrike. Suho tightened his grip. The energy in the air felt heavy now, like two storms about to crash together hard. The white-haired enemy smirked, clearly bothered by something. His eyes narrowed as if trying to understand what he just felt. The red energy swirled, but Suho's wounds had completely vanished. The healing was perfect, not even a scar remained behind. He stood tall, steady and silent. The room's eerie glow danced on his black clothes as tension grew between them. With a half smile, Suho raised his blade again, confident, relaxed, like he knew exactly how this next moment would go. The enemy looked stunned, clutching his side. His body began reacting strangely, like something inside was tearing him apart slowly. Red cracks formed across his skin. Panic set in fast as he realized something was horribly wrong with his body's control. Suho stepped forward again, calm as ever, blade catching light. He was about to replay the exact move that worked. The enemy raged in frustration, roaring as he summoned every bit of power left in his corrupted arms. Nothing felt stable. He launched himself forward in one last attempt, energy exploding around him violently. But Suho didn't even flinch in place. The enemy roared, red energy bursting outward wildly as his body twisted, desperate to land one final strike before falling apart. Suho stepped forward, not rushing. His footsteps echoed in the silent room, calm like he had all the time needed. The floor cracked under Suho's foot as his energy surged. Sword raised, this next move would decide everything here today. His blade lit up in blue, eyes steady on the target. His breathing slowed, locked in on his opponent's core. In one clean motion, Suho cut through the chaos sword, slicing through the red mist as silence hit like thunder. Suho's blade came down, meeting the red mass of power. Sparks flew everywhere. It was brute strength versus pure skill. The white-haired enemy resisted, his arms blazing with cursed energy. Rage filled his eyes, but he couldn't overpower clean technique. Suho twisted, dodged, and landed a blow across his ribs. The impact staggered the man, but he refused to drop. Thinking he had the upper hand, the enemy charged, grinning wide like victory was guaranteed. But Suho stayed unreadable. Dozens of strikes came crashing down. The room lit up red, but Suho remained focused, slipping through gaps with grace. Blood trickled from Suho's lip, but his stare never wavered. The air between them felt tighter than a stretched wire. He leaned back, narrowly dodging a red slash. His counter was sharp, eyes clear, no panic, just calculated patience. Kicking off the floor, Suho spun with momentum, both swords moving in perfect rhythm as the energy around him surged. He cut upward with force, slamming into his enemy's guard. The impact sent shockwaves and dust rising in every direction. The enemy fell back, mouth bloodied, teeth clenched. Furious now, he wiped his face like pride hurt more than the wound. Suho charged again, his blade slicing through the heavy air while the enemy's red aura twisted like a firestorm. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, rage bubbling up as he realized Suho wasn't backing down, not even slightly. Blood oozed through cracks in his skin. His body couldn't keep up with his magic anymore, but he refused to yield. With a roar, he launched everything he had left. The attack looked messy, desperate, a final bet he couldn't afford. Suho didn't flinch. He stared ahead, sword glowing, waiting until the last second to make his clean counterstrike count. Their powers clashed in the middle, red and blue energy colliding, the entire chamber shaking like it might collapse any time. The impact swallowed them both in light. It was loud, chaotic, but Suho stayed centered in the eye of it. In the center of the blast, his figure emerged, calm, composed, as if walking out of a quiet morning fog. Debris floated gently down. Suho stood still, sword steady at his side. His opponent had finally dropped to his knees. Breathing slowed, the red mist faded. Suho looked down at the wreckage and knew the fight was finally over now. The dust settled as Suho turned away, but the enemy twitched again, groaning the fight wasn't done after all. Suho walked up slowly, not surprised. He leaned in slightly, casually calling out like he was talking to an old friend. Of course, he wasn't dead yet. Someone like that wouldn't go down easy, not without one last dirty trick. Then with a flash, the enemy lunged forward and sank his fangs into Suho's neck, teeth like ice-cold steel. Suho's eyes narrowed as blood dripped. The vampire muttered some insult, thinking he'd won, but he had no idea yet. Suho slammed his fist into the vampire's face, finally snapping the smug grin off with a bone-cracking punch. The counterattack hit hard, and the vampire stumbled, red energy trailing behind him like smoke from a fire that's lost control. Suho muttered to himself, annoyed. It wasn't over yet that Bite was messing with his body more than expected. His system flared a warning. The transformation had begun, and things were about to get weirder than he'd like. He dropped to one knee, breathing heavy, as something unfamiliar pulsed deep inside like something old waking up too soon. Sweat dripped down his neck, but Suho held firm, resisting the overwhelming hunger crawling up from within his chest. The vampire's voice echoed in his mind, smug and loud, promising there was no way out from this twisted gift. Suho rolled his eyes, annoyed more than scared. He wasn't planning on becoming anybody's pet, not even undead royalty. The numbers kept ticking up. 3%, 13%, 27%, 42%. His body was changing, whether he liked it or not. At 50%, he heard the system again, hold on, push through, then purify. It sounded simple, but it never was. Suho pulled out 2 vials of holy water, fingers shaking just slightly. This was his only shot at fixing things fast. He cracked one open and poured it over his chest, hoping the sting meant it was working like it should. Then the second vial slipped it shouldn't have, but something shifted in the space around him just before it fell. He froze. That laugh again, mocking, echoing everywhere. The enemy hadn't left. He was still inside this cursed vampire domain. Suho narrowed his eyes, wiping his mouth. This wasn't over, and clearly, the guy was playing a longer game than expected. Suho glanced around, no trace of the vampire left. Even the broken body had vanished like smoke in wind. The system warned him again, Phase 2 was coming. Suho sat up slowly, feeling something darker stirring beneath the surface. He muttered to himself, brushing off the pain. If this wasn't working, it was time to switch to Plan B. The vampire's laughter echoed in his mind, mocking him. Suho clenched his jaw, refusing to give in to that smug voice. With red creeping up his arms, Suho smirked. If corruption was the price, he'd flip it into strength instead. Just as his transformation neared the edge, the system kicked in a level up, new armor, and stronger body resilience. Suho stood tall again, blue energy swirling around him. The timing was perfect. He'd earned this break in momentum. Standing before a massive dragon spirit, Suho was calm, letting the radiant energy pull him into something ancient. The dragon's power flowed through him not as a gift, but as a contract written in blood and survival. With each breath, Suho absorbed dragon skin and endurance, his body adapting to a new kind of monstrous resilience. The corrupted blood within him began reacting violently, confused by this sudden divine interference breaking its rhythm and control. Suho staggered but stood firm. The system confirmed it, the virus was purging, and dragon power now coursed deeper. The corrupted blood screamed back in resistance, but it was too late. Suho's system had already rewritten the rules. With purification almost complete, the new interface showed one truth: Suho had inherited something rare, something even dragons respected. He never expected this to happen here. The system granted a trait reserved for death scenarios, a pure survival bonus. Dragon kin, the rarest trait born from near death. Even the transformation into a vampire counted as a valid trigger. Somehow both forces had clashed, and Suho came out standing. Vampirism was blocked, but not without leaving a scar. Suho squinted at the status window. Vampirism, grade F sealed, like a half-solved equation he couldn't use anymore. He rubbed his neck, annoyed. Becoming a vampire seemed kind of cool earlier, but this new path wasn't too bad. Honestly, he wanted the Bloodlines perks. Now he just had a faint shadow of it, part memory, part luck. The system confirmed it. Dragon blood and vampire traits couldn't exist together. Suho had to pick, and the choice was made. Still, he smiled faintly. Even locked away, some skills slipped through. Blood techniques sharpened by battle were his to keep. Blood Vortex. Suho read the skill description carefully. It was brutal, high tier, and required dangerous amounts of vampire blood. The prince, drenched in red aura, activated it without hesitation. This wasn't a fight anymore, it was a purge. Suho watched from a distance, thinking he'd need more blood to match that power and stronger monsters to gather it. Somewhere else, Suho leveled up through simulations, training casually while earning blood essence and quietly farming new weapons. Pausing mid-thought, he frowned. That voice again in his head, rambling endlessly. He shut it down with a sigh. The voice inside grew louder, whispers echoing through his skull. crawling beneath his skin like static he couldn't quite escape. Suho shook his head, annoyed but still calm. He had bigger problems. Something was shifting in the atmosphere. The cursed prince stirred. His bitterness leaked into the room like smoke, thick, bitter, choking out logic and light. Suho stood up slowly, one hand on his chest. The cursed power inside him responded, forcing his body to react. A system alert blinked. The prince's strength spiked sharply. Phase 2 wasn't just coming, it was dragging Suho with it. Blood rained from the ceiling like a broken faucet, forming a river beneath the prince's feet, glowing with raw hate. Screams echoed off the stone as his power flared. The transformation wasn't subtle, it was loud, cruel, and ancient. From the red stream, the prince rose fully reborn. Eyes hollow, body-warped vengeance sculpted into a living shape. His words weren't for Suho anymore. He spoke to ghosts, enemies, gods, anyone he planned to destroy next. The air went still. Then fire. The enraged, cursed prince, level 80, stepped forward, eyes burning like coals in a furnace. Blood swirled wildly around the cursed prince, forming twisted shapes that lashed at the air like wild, uncontrollable tentacles. Crimson droplets hit the walls, burning small holes like acid. This wasn't just power anymore, it was chaotic corruption. One wrong move would get Suho shredded, so he stayed light on his feet, dodging the flying blood blades. The prince screamed, blood armor covering him completely. His roar echoed pain and rage blended into something terrifyingly inhuman. With a stomp, he triggered a wave that cracked the floor. The whole arena trembled under his fury alone. Suho dashed in with his blade drawn, aiming to cut before the next bloodstorm launched from the prince. But the prince's body had changed, wings of blood and horns of rage formed, pulsing like a living nightmare. He turned swiftly, energy surging into his arms, then screamed again. This time a shockwave erupted from his lungs. Suho's strike grazed the beast's side. A minor hit, but enough to prove he wasn't just stalling anymore. The blood dragon hybrid now stood tall, burning red and massive, completely transformed, a real threat with no patience left. Suho kept moving, slashing through red mist while the enemy's eyes locked onto him with new awareness, no more blind rage. The prince grinned mid-attack, launching straight forward. His body was faster. More precise corruption had sharpened him, not dulled him. Suho countered fast, blade glowing blue, slamming into the enemy's charge with clean technique and sheer willpower, holding the line. Sparks flew. Their clash sent tremors through the walls. Suho muttered the prince wasn't just crazier, he was smarter now. Breathing heavier, Suho stepped back, eyes narrowing. This guy wasn't a beast anymore. He was a tactical monster. And dangerous. Suho dodged the prince's swing and slipped behind him, slashing hard red sparks flew as their powers violently collided. He spun low, slicing upward across the prince's chest, forcing a stumble. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Blood coiled around them both like rope, pulling tighter, twisting their movements into a chaotic blur of steel and pressure. Suho's blade cracked through a defensive layer just enough to knock the prince off rhythm for a half second. As energy swirled, Suho activated holy power. Blue light shimmered from his hands, clashing violently with crimson fury rising fast. With a wholly charged punch, Suho drove his fist into the prince's chest, sending a shockwave blasting through the hall. But the cursed prince roared, eyes flaring holy energy barely slowed him, as if mocking its divine intent completely. His claws dug into Suho's side, flinging him against the wall. The hit echoed louder than thunder through stone. Suho rolled, coughing blood, thinking quickly. If sacred energy couldn't pierce that monster's skin, maybe something darker would instead. Blood dripped from his fingers as he muttered something low. The system responded. One skill awakened a final gamble. From his palm, crimson threads spiraled outward. Suho forced the blood into shape, forging a weapon from pain and defiance. The prince froze for a second, recognizing the red glow. A rare technique one only noble vampires should possess. Suho didn't wait. He hurled the weapon straight through the air, blood humming with dangerous intent, sharp as raw instinct. The cursed prince roared again, fury blinding him. He wanted that weapon. It wasn't just forbidden, it was legendary. But Suho smiled, holding the blood-wrought blade tighter. He wasn't giving it up, not now, not after everything endured. Suho activated holy power once more, his blade glowing brighter than ever, pulsing with both divine and corrupted strength combined. He launched forward, blood swirling behind him like a red cloak, cutting through the prince's shadow claws with clean strikes. The cursed prince flinched for the first time, blood trailing from his lips as his smirk faded into confusion. Suho's hybrid blade hummed. The fusion of holy light and vampire essence worked enough to level the field. Smirking, Suho stepped in closer, gripping the blade tightly. "Let's finish this," he whispered. Confidence settled deep in his bones. The cursed prince roared, wings spread wide, and charged with full-force red rage trailing like a meteor falling fast. Suho stood firm, bracing for impact, but he wasn't done yet this time. He had something waiting for him. The holy barrier shimmered into form just as claws struck, blue light flashing, stopping the deadly blow dead in place. The prince staggered, caught off guard. "A shield," he hissed, wide-eyed. He hadn't accounted for divine defense in the mix. Suho smiled casually, brushing off his jacket. "He really thought I'd bring a blade and not pack a shield too." Suho gritted his teeth as energy coiled tighter. This strike would be everything, no room for hesitation anymore. Blood whipped through the air like claws, but Suho dove straight in, slicing through the chaos with a sharp, silent promise. His sword came down, clean and decisive. In that moment, time paused, even rage couldn't stop what came next. Suho's boots stepped through blood trails as silence settled. The cursed prince lay still, body twitching with stubborn remnants of defiance. Calm eyes scanned the scene while red light pulsed beneath Suho's feet, his breathing steady despite the weight of aftermath. The fallen prince's grin returned, lips cracked with blood, still clinging to the belief that pain alone couldn't defeat him. His laughter echoed hollowly, filling the room like smoke, wild, bitter, refusing to admit the battle had already been lost. Even crushed, he bragged aloud with a bloody smile, trying to mask fear beneath false pride and empty rage. Suho raised his arm and struck cleanly, cutting through tension and words alike with the force of practiced control. The prince's head snapped sideways from the blow, eyes wide as blood trailed in slow arcs through the heavy air. No hesitation followed. Suho moved with purpose, more focused on ensuring silence than indulging in drawn-out punishment or revenge. The enemy still burned inside, whispering curses to the ceiling, convinced his strength would somehow regenerate before chains snapped shut. But his power flickered uselessly now, body refusing to rise, his threats drowned out by exhaustion and system interference. Purple energy swirled violently as shadow chains latched onto limbs, wrapping tighter with each second like sentient shackles sealing sin. The prince's body jerked, eyes flaring as he realized too late that his movements had been completely neutralized. Suho approached slowly, not as a victor but as someone completing a task that had dragged on far too long. Energy hummed from his palm while the system flared, the beginning of a transfer, not a clean execution. As blood siphoned upward into a glowing core, the prince stared helplessly, strength fading into the hands of his conqueror. Suho stared at the swirling red orb. It pulsed steadily, humming with energy from the defeated prince's drained blood. The blood prison, faintly alive, glowed with violent stillness. Only Suho could see it. The system recognized him as owner. He examined it closely, tracking the volume and density. It wasn't just a container, it was now a weapon. Long ago, this power belonged to someone else, a healer caught in the chaos, turned into something much more dangerous. The Blood Monarch's history wasn't heroic. It started in failure, pain, and an accident no one planned to survive. Normally, that man would have died. No one escapes vampire transformation, not without becoming a monster or vanishing from existence. But when bitten, he resisted just long enough for the system to classify the mutation as a usable trait. Using willpower and desperate skill, the healer forced his own stats to evolve. A unique vampire class was born. He returned, newly transformed, strong enough to defeat the cursed prince and close the gate no one else could. Infamy followed quickly. The Blood Monarch's power was undeniable, but so was his cruelty, feared as much as he was praised. Now the same Blood Monarch lay unconscious, wrapped in chains. His strength absorbed, his shadow sealed inside a twisted sword. Suho's system confirmed it. The demon soul sword pulsed with new might, its form stronger after taking the prince's essence. With the last threat extinguished, the dungeon floor settled. A blue message appeared, quietly confirming the hidden gate's complete clearance. Suho stood alone in the chamber, MVP designation flashing, stats increased, rewards tallied, and silence returned to the room. As the next gate began forming nearby, Suho sighed slightly. Another step forward, another reminder of how far he'd come. After the battle, Suho reviewed the system log. Something new was happening. Unlike any reward he'd encountered before, though disappointed about missing the vampire capture, he stood calmly, hands folded as the system reanalyzed his traits from scratch. Data pulsed around him. Suho blinked. This wasn't just a stat buff, the system was rewriting his foundations. A unique trait emerged from the light, new blood. It allowed harmony between incompatible powers, even those tied to enemies. Suddenly, every restriction vanished. A single trait unlocked a convergence. He could now wield both holy and vampire powers freely. Suho read through the details carefully. The system offered him a structure no one else had seen, a blank blueprint. New blood could bypass trait limitations, merging discarded bloodlines and amplifying their original functions with almost no penalty. With each line, the possibilities grew clearer. He didn't just unlock vampire powers, he gained full access to legacy. Even a sealed white vampire bloodline opened, linking to lost data and hidden classes tied to the cursed prince himself. Every trait he had previously viewed as conflicting now combined under one banner. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was dominance. Suho paused, reflecting on how the unexpected turn had actually made everything better than he'd originally planned for. The original Blood Monarch, once feared, only held a weaker version of what Suho now possessed at full strength. Still, he reminded himself that power didn't guarantee perfect results. Success today didn't mean success in every future moment. With that in mind, he nodded to himself, internalizing the new trait. The dungeon cleared, his path continued forward. One step at a time, Suho walked away from the chamber, armed with more than just strength clarity. Suho left the gate behind him, red sparks still dancing off his jacket as he stepped into daylight. The system's seal faded away, leaving only quiet satisfaction behind. Outside, the real world waited, calm and deceptively peaceful. A towering building loomed ahead, Nexus headquarters, its glass walls gleaming under the morning sun like a temple of power. Inside, hurried footsteps echoed as agents rushed through polished halls, their suits crisp, their expressions tight with urgency and duty. A woman in charge waved Suho inside without hesitation, her voice steady but respectful as the doors slid open wide. News spread quickly through Nexus HQ. Suho's intent to visit wasn't just casual, it sent waves through leadership. Behind his desk, Bae Dong-hyuk leaned forward slightly, voice calm but firm. There would be no room for missteps tomorrow. Suho's unpredictability was legendary. Even a firm yes could turn into a no by lunch. No one risked underpreparing. The city lights glowed against the quiet night, while Suho returned home, completely drained from his long evening patrol. Inside the apartment, warm lights and silent air greeted him, offering the calm he didn't know he had missed today. Just around the corner, June cautiously peeked into the room, sensing something unexpected had shifted in the apartment's usual rhythm. Across the living room, Suho lay passed out on the couch, limbs everywhere. Clearly having lost track of time, June stared for a moment, confused by the scene, unsure whether to laugh or question the state of Suho's life. The empty pizza box and wine hinted that June had waited long, hoping Suho would show up for dinner earlier. He had only moved in temporarily, but daily routines and shared meals made everything feel more permanent than they expected. Somewhere deep inside, Suho remembered flashes of pain and betrayal, but buried them under the noise of his new life. June had even picked up drinks to celebrate small wins, always looking for excuses to enjoy moments while they lasted. Suho, still adjusting to stability, silently appreciated June's efforts, even if managing two lives at once was slowly wearing him down. Though late, the dinner was warm and thoughtful, a small effort that quietly spoke louder than anything either had planned. The two shared drinks in a relaxed atmosphere, the kind that only happens when there's no pressure to talk too much. Between wine sips and lazy bites, the apartment felt unusually lived and no longer just a place to crash between missions. June casually admired the apartment's features, grateful for how the community app made boring tasks disappear like magic in the background. He had followed Suho's blog for months, but nothing there ever hinted at the quiet simplicity this new chapter offered. Over dinner, June opened up about his background, casually revealing connections to a powerful chaebol family that surprised Suho. Suho tried to process the info while refilling his glass, thinking how oddly complicated June's life seemed behind the charm. June talked more openly now, describing his role as the youngest son, someone largely hidden from the company spotlight. He shared how all the siblings came from different mothers, and how his own mother barely held any formal position. It was the kind of secret that explained a lot, and Suho quietly listened, realizing June had carried this alone. Despite the powerful name behind him, June made it clear he didn't hold any real sway or corporate influence at all. He admitted rejecting a leadership offer, choosing instead a path where he could write, observe, and stay mostly invisible. Suho took another sip, wondering how someone born with access to everything could still choose something as grounded as journalism. June looked both proud and embarrassed, brushing off the praise, but his smile gave away how much it actually meant. They toasted in quiet celebration, not for success, but for understanding each other's strange, tangled paths just a bit more. Morning sunlight painted the building bright again, but inside, everything moved slower after a long night of wine and honesty. Suho shuffled through the hallway, still yawning, as the apartment felt calm and comfortably shared, even in its early hush. June greeted him with a smirk, already half-dressed, making coffee like someone who'd been living there for months. They both knew the weekend would be filled with work again, but neither complained. It was just how life moved. Regret over last night's wine was real, but Suho smiled slightly, thinking some conversations were worth the headache they left. With coffee in hand, June reflected on his writing, admitting it was time to stop relying solely on Suho's adventures. Suho found it amusing, though he respected June's honesty. Something about that unfiltered moment hit differently in the quiet kitchen. June asked about plans for the day, already knowing the answer but looking for a reason to stay in step. The moment Suho mentioned reaching level 50, June almost dropped his mug, disbelief flashing faster than he could process the math. He still remembered Suho being level 40 yesterday, and now this sudden leap left him stunned and weirdly suspicious. Every time June tried to understand Suho, something new appeared, making the mystery even harder to untangle or explain. Suho casually brushed it off, sipping his drink like hitting level 50 overnight was just another Tuesday kind of thing. June squinted, examining him closely like he'd grown a tail. Suho just looked confused by the intense stare. It wasn't about dirt or secrets, June insisted. But if you're meeting Nexus, looking decent should be the minimum standard. Ignoring protests, June dragged him away, determined to fix his outfit before anyone important saw him in casual wear. Morning sunlight poured across the skyline, crisp and full of energy, as the day's real mission quietly kicked into motion. A red car roared to life, flying through the streets like it had something to prove to the whole city. Wind sliced through the air as Suho sped forward, the engine humming louder than the thoughts running through his head. Crowds outside Nexus headquarters turned at the sound, eyebrows raised as the flashy car screeched into view with perfect timing. Stepping out of the car, Suho caught everyone's attention not just for his skills, but for the unexpected entrance. Suho stepped confidently from the car, dressed sharp and composed, ready to make a lasting impression at Nexus. He adjusted his glasses with quiet determination, knowing every small action now mattered more than he'd care to admit. The energy pulsed as the representative watched, visibly impressed by Suho's entrance that blended style with sharp intent. Inside the room, polite introductions began, but each handshake held weight, mutual evaluation hidden beneath calm expressions. The table shook faintly as discussions started, signaling the serious tone that this meeting would carry from the first second. A room full of evaluators waited to understand Suho's real intentions. Curious about what had truly changed his course, Suho calmly repeated his goal to work in public service, and joining Nexus was just a practical move. The panel looked surprised, unsure why someone with Suho's strength would choose a harder, slower route into official duty. He explained that joining Nexus was a strategy, not a shift in dream, just a smarter path toward the same goal. Outside, the building stood tall, but Suho's mindset was even firmer, knowing long-term goals sometimes needed roundabout journeys. Suho highlighted the benefits both sides could gain. Nexus would grow, and he'd gain needed leverage toward public entry. The conversation shifted tone as Jae Dongchan started to see Suho's clarity, admiring the balance between ambition and realism. Suho promised effort while inside the guild, vowing not to waste any opportunity given during this temporary arrangement. The discussion turned back to their first meeting, where Suho proposed cooperation when everything felt uncertain and riskier than today. That proposal, once seen as desperation, now looked like calculated boldness, proof that Suho's reputation was no accident at all. The room fell silent as one of the Nexus evaluators pointed out how other guilds must be chasing Suho. Suho sat composed, but the tension hinted at something deeper, a hesitation that made his true motivations harder to read. Dongchan leaned forward, voice calm but firm, warning that if Suho's interest came from weakness, the offer would be off the table. Suho paused before speaking, then smiled faintly, knowing this moment required more honesty than calculation to get his point across. With calm clarity, he admitted his reasons weren't strategic this time, they were simply rooted in personal instinct and trust. He recalled watching Nexus speeches before, the ones that actually made him pause and consider joining something bigger than himself. What struck him most was their unwavering promise not to grow, but to contribute more than anyone else dared. That one commitment, echoing louder than offers or numbers, had drawn Suho back here more than once without regret. Nexus had always stood out. Even when chaos surrounded the field, they responded quicker, stood stronger, and protected without hesitation. Their record wasn't perfect, but their actions told a story few guilds could match, one built on real sacrifices. Suho smiled gently, admitting the sincerity was what kept him interested. even if others thought he was being overly idealistic. As long as his presence helped even slightly, he didn't mind if others assumed he was being taken advantage of. And if joining truly helped Nexus improve even more, that made the decision feel less like strategy and more like purpose. The topic turned to the Public Hunter Association and how guilds were often dismissed despite shouldering the real weight of danger. Suho listened closely as the representative pointed out how guilds offered direct aid, especially in areas the government avoided completely. He agreed wholeheartedly guilds supported hunters better, offered quicker resources, and didn't wait around for policies to approve action. Still, he knew progress required more. Someone had to lead the charge into the places nobody else wanted to touch. High-risk zones weren't just ignored by policy, they were shackled by fear. Suho wanted to be the one breaking that chain. Suho spoke confidently about going beyond disaster-level gates, hinting at plans so bold they'd reshape the entire guild landscape. Every victory until his public hunter exam would carry Nexus's name, a silent brand that would echo through the industry. Across the table, his strategy hit like a spark, shifting the room's tone from skeptical to something closer to belief. Suho promised not just results but momentum, a way to lift Nexus above its competitors with undeniable proof. The board remained quiet until one finally voiced a concern that had lingered unspoken since Suho entered the room. The concern wasn't about his strength, but whether he understood leadership. Growing a guild meant more than closing gates. Suho didn't flinch, already knowing this part was coming. He'd prepared for it just like any of his missions. When asked about training others, he nodded, already aware of the assumptions they'd made after his last visit to Nexus. Everyone blinked when he mentioned Kang Dae-han, a name familiar but never expected to come up in this conversation. They remembered his sudden switch in fighting style, and it was starting to make more sense in hindsight now. The moment Kang Dae-han's name surfaced, panic hit one evaluator, imagining the risk of someone ill-suited to frontline change. Suho remained calm, explaining how he analyzed Dae-han's potential. First, no decisions were made without proper review and planning. The switch hadn't been reckless, it was calculated, and Dae-han had passed the assessment better than anyone predicted. Admitting their surprise, one by one the committee members realized they might have underestimated Suho's ability to lead, not just fight. Their data had marked Dae-han as a near failure, yet Suho turned that narrative around without anyone noticing until now. Suho brushed off the praise with a carefree grin, though his answer made everyone else feel both impressed and frustrated. Dongchan admitted the proposals were sharp, the kind that left others wondering why they hadn't thought of them first. Still, curiosity lingered. He asked if Suho truly planned to tackle sealed gates while under Nexus, despite the complications. Those gates were under government control. With tight restrictions, even major guilds struggled to bypass without deep connections or clear purpose. Guards and fences surrounded the facility, a physical reminder of the bureaucratic wall that even elite hunters rarely managed to cross. Suho didn't back down. Instead, he smiled and asked if they doubted him just enough to make them squirm. He proposed a deal. He would return with the sealed gate permit in hand before asking for their signature. A stamped paper would replace speculation, proof he wasn't just talking big but already halfway to delivering results. Still, he pushed it further, offering to clear one of those high-risk gates before finalizing anything on paper. Dongchan leaned back slightly, chuckling as he realized this proposal wasn't something he could logically reject without sounding unreasonable. The conversation quieted again as they acknowledged Suho's current status: rising star, yes, but still officially a rookie. Even with all the attention, he hadn't reached a formal rank yet, which kept some doubts lingering in the air. Suho admitted that himself, acknowledging the weight of the title and the urgency to earn real standing in the field. He wasn't satisfied just being popular. He wanted results, fast progress, and recognition as someone who belonged among veterans. He promised to prove that with action, not words, leaving the final word hanging just long enough to sound like certainty. Outside the Nexus headquarters, the red car rolled up again, a signal something decisive had already been set in motion. Without hesitation, Dongchan turned to his secretary and gave a firm order to start prepping documents for Suho immediately. A dedicated team would be formed, their only task: support Suho's path without hesitation or delay, no matter what. The secretary flinched at the speed of commitment, unsure if they were acting too fast without confirmation of Suho's access. But Dongchan shrugged, confident it wouldn't matter with Suho. The results felt more like inevitability than gamble. As they walked away from the main building, the secretary hesitated, wondering if the plan was based on gut feeling. Dongchan smiled slightly. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was how certain Suho had been the entire time. He replayed Suho's words in his mind. The confidence wasn't arrogance, it came from somewhere grounded and deeply intentional. Suho stared ahead, unwavering, carrying the kind of certainty that made others quietly believe in outcomes before they even began. And just like that, his promise echoed again, a vow not just to act, but to prove himself without shortcuts. Meanwhile, at the association, confusion and mild panic set in as staff debated how to formally bring Suho into the fold. One man held his head, overwhelmed by politics. Suho already declined, and now they had to spin a reason. Jokes were tossed around, commendation for clearing a tower, maybe, but the higher-ups wouldn't accept something so one-sided. What they really wanted was a clean, polished photo, one that didn't look overly friendly, but not dismissive either. Behind closed doors, smiles turned sharp, no aggression, no force, but they had plans to keep Suho tied in somehow. Jung Chulmin slumped at his desk, drowning in paperwork, muttering about how this situation was giving him a serious migraine. His eyes barely focused when his phone buzzed again, adding to the pile of things he really didn't want today. The caller ID was just numbers, no name, no clue. Definitely not something he wanted to deal with blindly. Still, duty took over. He answered with his usual introduction, trying to sound composed even if internally falling apart. A voice replied, calm but unmistakable. It was Suho, cutting through the day's noise like a quiet storm. Jung Chulmin jolted upright, heart racing, as Suho's words sank in something so bold it shattered his normal protocol thinking. Suho arrived at a familiar eatery, the scent instantly bringing back memories from his part-time days years ago. Across from him sat Jung Chulmin, surprised that Suho not only remembered the place but also initiated the meetup. Caught off guard, Chulmin admitted he used to eat there during late shifts when working alone on gate reports. Over warm broth, Suho casually mentioned changing numbers, too many calls making his main line more of a distraction. He handed over the new contact info, voice light, signaling a subtle shift in how open he'd be from now. Chulmin smiled nervously, confessing he didn't expect Suho to reach out again after the way their last meeting ended. But Suho reassured him without pressure, his tone easy, focused on staying honest now that intentions were clearer. Chulmin hesitated, asking if Suho had been approached by the association or pressured into any deals behind closed doors. Suho simply nodded toward the past. After conquering the tower, everything changed, and suddenly everyone wanted a piece of him. But even with all that noise, he never lost sight of what mattered: real challenges, not just approval or fame. The conversation drifted toward photos, requests, and the awkward obligations Suho had quietly endured under the association's unspoken expectations. Chulmin admitted he should have asked instead of assuming, his voice soft with guilt over the position he placed Suho in. Suho waved it off, reminding him some things didn't need apologies, actions always revealed enough without saying too much. Looking up, Suho admitted he already understood what was happening behind the scenes. He never really held it against him. Instead, he chose gratitude, recognizing Chulmin's efforts had always come from a place of quiet support, not forced responsibility. Suho entered the building where power traded hands daily, stepping lightly between egos too large to share space. He appreciated people who didn't bark orders or flash credentials, just calm decisions made without the usual hunger for dominance. The atmosphere was quiet, a simple table between them, where intent felt clearer than contracts or carefully worded formal letters. A rare gesture, someone meeting him without hidden claws. Suho noted the difference, unsure if it meant safety or strategy. They shared thoughts over warm tea and a calm view, two people weighing futures without the usual ticking time bombs. He hadn't even left the restaurant when arrangements were complete. These people didn't delay when it came to opportunity. The logo flashed across his thoughts again, sharp as memory. What once meant bureaucracy now hinted at new leverage. Glass shimmered on the association building. It looked polished, but Suho knew shine often disguised the deepest cracks beneath. As cameras clicked and shoulders stiffened, Suho walked past praise too heavy to be genuine, rehearsed lines looping endlessly. They all greeted him like a celebrity, though none had asked why he really came, just smiled for their headlines. Old suits stood in rows, still wearing those familiar fake grins that said everything about survival and very little about sincerity. Suho returned the expressions like souvenirs, keeping his real thoughts quiet beneath a face they could comfortably misunderstand. He felt that sour tug in his gut again. Time passed, but some rooms stayed permanently stained by hypocrisy. Questions about dreams came next, framed like curiosity, but weighed down by an old culture where vulnerability was used as leverage. Suho stayed grounded, posture steady, knowing the safest path forward wasn't escape, but navigating their world better than they did. Behind the politician's smile was a bloated ego inflated over decades. Suho watched, pretending not to see the rot. The association's past clung to these old names, men too stubborn to leave quietly, hoping applause would drown out disgrace. Suho stayed still, letting the weight of the room wash over him. This was just another political stage show. As alliances formed in polite gestures, Suho silently counted which smiles were loaded with knives beneath well-tailored jackets. He earned praise for his ideals, but every compliment felt like sugar on poison, hiding agendas Suho had already spotted. Even a backhanded compliment had sparkle when delivered in front of cameras. Suho smiled just enough to match expectations. Their praise flowed like champagne, toasting sacrifices they never made. Meanwhile, Suho stood quietly, eyes fixed on something they couldn't fake. He had no interest in ceremony. Everything here was theater. He'd already played this scene once and paid dearly for it. While others schemed behind flowers and jokes, Suho planned his exit from their circle this time. No strings, no fake gratitude. There was no pride in being paraded. Suho would make sure he never got dragged into their games like this again. They probed his intent with polite curiosity, but Suho had no desire to be vague. He knew what mattered. He chose the gate department not for prestige, but to stay close to real danger, where things weren't just politics. Unlike private guilds, the association had early access. That meant knowledge, control, and a front-row seat to unfolding chaos. Others avoided gates for comfort. Suho preferred the front lines, where mistakes had consequences and you couldn't lie your way out. They gave approval quickly, but Suho knew the goodwill wasn't free. Every nod here came with expectations he never agreed to. The room shifted when someone suggested giving Suho sealed gates. No one expected him to actually welcome the impossible ones. They warned him, hoping he'd back down. But Suho leaned in, drawn to danger the same way others feared it. To them, that sounded reckless. But to Suho, tough gates meant real stakes, fewer games, more truth, and cleaner fights. He stepped forward like it was any other day, while the others froze between worry, admiration, and secondhand panic. Someone shouted his name with pride, but Suho barely noticed. He was already thinking ahead, calculating risk like routine exercise. Behind all the praise, tension brewed. One man's nervous silence said more than any words he knew what this might cost. Suho watched the hesitation quietly. He wasn't trying to cause trouble, but he wouldn't play polite either, not this time. Everyone scrambled to keep pace, flipping their opinions just fast enough to stay on the winning side of his momentum. It wasn't about impressing anyone. For Suho, this was work, tactical, necessary, even personal. He wasn't looking for applause. The task was accepted, plans were moving, and no one dared say no, not when pressure came wrapped in formality. Beneath the formal nods and supportive phrases, resentment festered. Some hated being outranked by someone younger, clearer, and more decisive. Suho noticed the bitterness, but he didn't mind. Frustrated men in suits were less dangerous than monsters behind gates. One glance at a sealed gate reminded him why the fear was valid. These places weren't myths, they erased entire teams. Even the government marked these as unmanageable. The title sealed gate wasn't drama, it meant a death sentence without preparation. Still, Suho stayed focused. He remembered exactly what happened last time. This time, no one would send him in blind. Whispers behind closed doors revealed everything: how little they valued hunters, and how easily lives became leverage for institutional gain. The truth wasn't shocking. Suho had already seen what happened when policy mattered more than the people risking their lives. They asked casually about his exam plans, pretending concern. But Suho knew their questions were really about control and alignment. Level 5 was no easy path, but it meant more influence, something Suho could use to shift outcomes from inside. He mentioned joining a guild, letting it hang just long enough for them to realize he wasn't one to wait. Everything was transactional here: titles, favors, opportunities. Suho just needed the right balance between experience and the freedom to maneuver. He didn't need handouts. Just one opening to gain field time without selling his future to corporate politics. His eyes scanned the city, measuring which name would offer leverage now and which could be shaped to help later. A temporary role, nothing flashy, just something that let him train, observe, and move without extra strings or obligations attached. Nexus felt like the right call, neutral ground with prestige. If positioned right, it could be more than a stepping stone. Suddenly, footsteps cut through the room's calm. A name was called, and Suho recognized it faster than he expected. The man's arrival disrupted the rhythm, his confidence obvious before he even spoke. Timing, Suho thought, was rarely innocent. The president's cheers sounded forced, too eager. The words perfect time never meant anything good in a room like this. Another layer of performance unfolded, complete with jokes and pleasantries that said everything about politics and nothing about actual purpose. Suho kept still, reading body language more than tone. He knew this kind of entrance usually came with consequences. Suho straightened slightly, instincts firing before thoughts could catch up. Something in the air felt colder than it should. The grin across the room didn't belong to a friend. It was too familiar, too sharp to be casual. Two men entered their presence thick with history. Suho knew this wasn't a meeting. It was a message wrapped in smiles. Suho stood in the hallway, confident and calm. He had that quiet kind of presence that turned heads effortlessly. Pai Seong-yeol arrived a bit late, only to realize someone else was already there. He almost turned back instinctively. Instead of leaving, he was invited in warmly. The atmosphere inside was calm, but something felt strangely heavy in the air. A glowing red interface pulsed before Suho. The screen didn't just display stats, it practically screamed danger and unfinished business ahead. Everyone knew the name. Suho's presence meant serious things were coming. People whispered, guessing his next move without daring to ask. The room was filled with small gestures of curiosity. Even seasoned professionals looked over quietly, sensing the weight of his return. Seong-yeol, trying to stay composed, greeted Suho. Even with a polite handshake, he felt the steel behind Suho's relaxed posture. Suho responded with that calm confidence. It wasn't arrogance, it was someone who had already walked through fire and returned intact. Seong-yeol admired him, not just for fame, but for the way he carried silence like a shield wherever he went. As they settled in, Suho motioned toward a chair. His actions were simple, but somehow made the whole room feel steadier. The meeting shifted to the upcoming exam. For most, it was just a hurdle. For others, a chance to change everything. Suho knew the pressure well. He had faced bigger tests, but he respected anyone willing to step into unknowns. Seong-yeol mentioned challenging a sealed gate. It wasn't bravado, just quiet determination, maybe even a bit of stubborn hope mixed in. Suho's mind paused. Sealed gates weren't just physical trials. They tested everything a person was. Few came back unchanged. Some never returned. The air stiffened slightly. Eyes turned toward Suho. Everyone wondered the same thing. Was he truly ready to face it again? Seong-yeol smiled nervously, the pressure obvious. He knew what he signed up for, but reality still hit a little harder. Suho stood quietly as the others watched. There was no judgment, just silent calculation. Everyone weighed risk against potential reward. He nodded slowly, offering support without conditions. Success wasn't guaranteed, but sometimes, belief alone was a rare kind of strength. Thoughts circled quietly in Suho's head. Seong-yeol wasn't reckless. He was just someone refusing to waste a chance that mattered. Suho decided then if this guy was serious, he'd help him survive both the gate and the civil service grind. Suho sat back down. His expression didn't change much, but the room's mood had shifted lighter, like purpose had settled in. Talk moved toward departments, politics, and rules. Suho usually tuned these out, but today, he listened with surprising curiosity. Learning that Suho's goal involved closing gates changed everything. This wasn't ambition, it was cleanup duty for a world too tired. Seong-yeol realized he wasn't alone in this hope. Even the special department was ready to shift course if needed. A team leader nearby gave a hesitant reply, unsure if he was being volunteered for something massive or just symbolic support. Banter started flying across the room, harmless jabs about rank and rivalry. It broke the tension, but not entirely. Talk of Suho's exam return became serious again. Everyone knew what passing would mean for both him and others. Jong offered support in a way that felt real. Behind the sharp suit, there was genuine trust and a hint of respect. Seong-yeol nodded, promising himself to repay all the faith. No shortcuts, just full effort. Whatever it takes to earn his place. Watching Suho silently, he realized something else. Outranking Cheol-min wouldn't just be political, it would be personal. And that came with weight. Jong glanced sideways, voice steady. This wasn't his first time giving a warning, but it didn't feel like enough today. Suho acknowledged the exit with quiet respect. The president left, leaving behind more than orders. He left expectation hanging in the air. The hallway felt longer than before. Their footsteps echoed faintly. Neither spoke, but the weight of decisions hung between them both. Jong finally exhaled, realizing just how heavy everything had become. Suho, meanwhile, kept walking like his feet already knew the road. Seong-yeol stayed silent, half dreading, half admiring. It was clear now Suho wasn't someone aiming high. He was someone who had already fallen once. Jong offered his thoughts again, gentler this time. He wasn't doubting talent, just reminding Suho that some risks aren't worth impulse. Seong-yeol listened, nodded. He understood the concern, but there were things inside him he couldn't ignore, even if they hurt. Jong tried again. Growth could be slow, safe. He'd seen too many rookies disappear chasing something they weren't ready to handle. Suho appreciated the honesty. It wasn't criticism, it was real care. Still, some paths required walking, even if alone. Talk turned serious. Sealed gates weren't myths, they were death traps. Even major guilds avoided them. Zhang had every reason to be cautious. Suho's voice didn't waver. He had seen what sealed gates could do, and he had survived when others couldn't. He knew why restrictions existed, but knowing something dangerous didn't mean it should be avoided. Sometimes it meant you were meant for it. They walked toward the entrance, tension fading. The one gate everyone feared was now just another place on Suho's path. A strange glow lit up his face. Seong-yeol didn't flinch. That gate once brought chaos, but Suho saw clarity inside it. The wind at Evening Madness Swordgate Square felt colder. As they approached the steps, both men knew there was no turning back. Suho scanned the square quietly. The air was heavier than expected, like even the breeze knew something serious was about to begin. Though civilians ran the gate, it still felt like a military base. Everyone moved sharply, like mistakes weren't allowed here. Guards shifted at the sight of him. The tension changed. This wasn't just another visit, it was one they'd remembered before. One soldier stepped forward with practiced ease. His gaze sharp, yet respectful. He recognized the presence that had just walked in. The man introduced himself calmly, Major Kim Jong-woo. His tone made it clear he wasn't just here for paperwork or protocol. The group began walking, feet crunching lightly over the path. No one talked much. The forest around them added to the quiet. Zhou Jinhui looked around, his eyes constantly moving. He wasn't just here for interviews, he was reading the place like a map. Suho spotted the structure ahead. Its shine looked strange against the trees, like something alien had landed but decided to stay. The building shimmered under sunlight, reinforced with strange alloys. Nothing about it looked natural, and that was exactly the point of it. Suho studied the walls. Layers of metal helped contain gate shock. They'd even held monsters before, the kind that don't belong anywhere. They passed more soldiers. One of them called out to Cheol-min, who turned to nod. Suho's arrival hadn't gone unnoticed. Cheol-min greeted him casually, like old co-workers bumping into each other on neutral ground. The setting, however, was anything but ordinary. Suho asked about his early arrival. Cheol-min laughed it off, brushing away the formality like it didn't really matter. Curious, Suho glanced at the man beside him. Not another hunter, this time someone dressed more casually, yet strangely confident. Zhou Jinhui introduced himself, relaxed and smiling. A reporter. His presence here meant one thing: this story wasn't just dangerous, it mattered. The group gathered as the reporter asked for photos. Everyone seemed fine with it. It wasn't top secret, just high stakes by nature. Cheol-min raised a brow. Suho bringing a reporter wasn't expected. Still, he trusted him enough not to question it aloud. Jinhui grinned wide, full of energy. He knew his face might appear again soon, depending on how this all went. The square supervisor nodded casually. All rules were understood, but beneath his calm voice, he seemed to size Suho up carefully. Just before entry, a soldier leaned in. His question wasn't aggressive, just cautious. He wanted to know Suho's true capabilities. There was a pause. Not everyone needed to know the full story. Sometimes silence said more than any ranking ever could. Inside, the square had been cleared. Everything was still, almost too still. It felt like the calm before something massive happened. Moment Suho crossed the threshold, procedures kicked in. Alarms hushed, doors sealed. It was now a one-way step forward. Seong-yeol caught up, his voice uncertain. He didn't want to admit it, but watching Suho disappear made his chest tighten. Last moment outside echoed with quick explanations. Even the soldiers couldn't fully describe it, just said it resembled the tower. Somehow, the swirling gate reacted gently, almost welcoming. But they all knew that what waited inside wouldn't return the same kindness. Seong-yeol made one final request. It wasn't about pride, just a reminder to help fix things beyond this one gate. Suho nodded, gaze steady. Promises weren't hard to make, but keeping them, that was where the difference between hunters showed. A green shimmer floated in the air. The gate pulsed like it had a heartbeat. Everyone stood a little straighter. Suho didn't flinch. He smiled slightly, full of certainty. 1 hour is enough, he said, not as a boast, but a plan. Suho stepped through the swirling gate, letting the strange energy wrap around him. His eyes stayed calm, focused on what's ahead. The metal doors sealed shut behind him. Dust rose, energy faded, and just like that, he was gone from their world. The moment Suho entered, the group outside exhaled. There was nothing more to do now except trust and wait patiently. Zhang tried masking concern with logic. The place wasn't about strength or stats, it was about surviving the unexpected inside. Someone mentioned Suho being a healer. Zhang's response was blunt rolls didn't matter much when instincts were that sharp. Jinhui laughed, explaining Suho's classification. Only a name, he said, amused. Everyone who'd seen Suho in action knew better now. Curious, someone asked for details. Jinhui smirked and began recounting the story like a fan remembering their favorite live performance. Everyone leaned in as he spoke. The tale wasn't flashy, just honest. Suho wasn't like anyone they'd seen before. During the exam, Suho skipped healing spells entirely. Instead, he eliminated the enemies with a sword, like it was nothing new. At first, the evaluators were stunned, but as the monsters fell one by one, it became harder to argue with results. Even if it wasn't traditional, Suho had protected the patient till the end. That's what mattered, and he did it alone. Zhang nodded. He hadn't believed it the first time either, but once you saw it, the story became undeniable truth. He recalled standing there, stunned. Suho had shattered every rule, yet still passed. Not by luck, by complete, terrifying precision. Everyone's eyes turned to the structure. The gate stood waiting, ominous and still. Whatever was inside had begun responding to Suho. Behind those walls was the nameless sword gate, a place sealed tight for good reason, a place people rarely returned from. It wasn't empty. Something old lingered inside something called the Sword Emperor. Even the trees around the gate seemed to flinch. The system flickered, entered the gate. And just like that, Suho stepped beyond them all, into something no one else dared. Suho walked the familiar forest trail. Light filtered through trees, but it couldn't brighten the weight of returning memories. He whispered to the woods it had been a long time. Too many failures, too many near deaths, still unforgettable. Suho remembered the panic, how each corner back then felt like a trap. His breath had barely made it out alive. A distant metal clang snapped him back. He wasn't alone here. The gate never left its champions waiting for long. In the shade, movement stirred. Something old and armored pushed through the trees like memory itself had returned to challenge him. A massive armored foot crushed the earth. The gate reacted, its interface flashed. The boss had arrived to claim the intruder. Through the mist stepped the nameless sword, towering, ancient, unreadable. Its level unreadable, like a myth too real to name. It dragged its blade with purpose. No flourish, no show, just raw readiness, like it remembered Suho as clearly as he did it. Suho stood firm. Wind tugged at his jacket, but his stance didn't flinch. The time to run had ended now. A bright clash erupted instantly. The sky lit up with the weight of their meeting. One strike and the fight began. Notifications flooded in, buffs locked, area sealed. Suho had entered the nameless swordsman's battlefield where no tricks would ever help. Only swords remained usable. No spells, no help, no cheats. Just steel, sweat, and skill. Suho's world boiled down to simplicity. The restriction felt familiar. Like an old rule from a tournament he'd never quite left. Suho grinned without even meaning to. He raised his red blade slowly, almost respectfully. Not to taunt, but to greet an old rival whose silence spoke loudly. The Sword Emperor charged. No hesitation, no mercy. The sound of their blades meeting was a roar that echoed like thunder. Sparks flew between blades. Suho kept pressure tight, his strikes sharp, forcing the armored figure to give ground slightly. Their clash echoed violently. Every movement created shockwaves, each one reminding Suho that brute strength wouldn't win this alone. The armored figure shifted back, giving space, but Suho didn't chase. He watched closely, waiting for a pattern to break again. The silence between swings grew heavier. Every small adjustment from the opponent felt purposeful, calculated like a veteran teaching through violence. Suho admired it, that refined footwork, perfectly timed pivots. It wasn't flashy, but it showed just how dangerous experience could be. Both fighters circled carefully. No wasted steps. The nameless sword's movements weren't robotic, they adjusted in real time, reading Suho's rhythm. There was no way most hunters could win in here, not with swords only, not against something built to adapt. Suho noticed the shift. One clash, and the opponent switched stance. He wasn't repeating, he was learning Suho's habits instantly. Each exchange got tighter. The Sword Emperor didn't stall or repeat mistakes. His blade danced with a logic that felt nearly human, but Suho smiled anyway. Because that very pressure, that need to keep up, that's what made him grow in his past life. The energy surged again. Suho adjusted low, forcing a close dodge before countering fast with a sudden cut angled upward. Their blades screamed against each other. Sparks filled the clearing as Suho twisted, forcing the giant into a backward slide. Impact rang out, dust kicking up. Suho held his ground, blade pulsing, coat fluttering like the wind respected the duel. The Sword Emperor paused, no longer charging, watching. Something in Suho's last strike made it wary not from power but intent. Suho noticed. The opponent had stopped underestimating him. Maybe it wasn't expecting to face someone who'd already died once before. Suho ducked low, blade sliding past sparks. His instincts guided him now, not memory. Each strike was earned, not guessed. He jumped, twisting midair to deflect an overhead blow. The Sword Emperor didn't hesitate, its strength still absolute despite countless resets. Metal clashed again. Suho held firm. His foot slid slightly across dirt, grounding him against a blow that shook the trees. He remembered 6 failed attempts before. This time, the 7th, felt different. Not because of power, but because of purpose. He spoke aloud this time. The Sword Emperor had never answered before. Now it moved as if listening for the first time. A strike curved toward Suho's chest. He spun out, blade catching the edge and redirecting it with perfect weight control. His hand pulsed. Not from pain, but from pressure. The sword demanded more than technique, it demanded resolve without a crack. They met again, blades screaming. Sparks exploded outward. Suho's heel dug deep, holding him just inches from being cut in two. The armored figure watched, and for the first time in 7 encounters, it whispered something. It remembered Suho's persistence. Suho's grip tightened. He knew now this wasn't about strength. It was about understanding the thing everyone else called undefeatable. Suho remembered the curiosity from others what lived inside the armor. Everyone assumed something inhuman, a monster forged only to kill. They speculated endlessly about what powered the sword. Was it magic, a ghost, a system-created entity given tragic purpose? But Suho had seen it once, what lay inside after death. That day, he'd felt disappointment sharper than the blade itself. It wasn't a demon or god. It was something more familiar, something quiet and worn, like a reflection distorted by war. People praised the title Sword Emperor, but Suho knew better. It wasn't grandeur, it was grief, duty, and something long forgotten. Suho stared ahead. Legendary figure now seemed smaller, just a fading echo of madness clinging to old armor and regret.
The black-armored knight emerged silently from the forest, his aura pulsing merely the ghost of a swordsman. Suho closed the distance in a flash, driving his red blade through the knight's hollow chest. Without hesitation, the ghost retaliated, swinging its blade fiercely, but Suho narrowly dodged with a sharp sidestep. He counterattacked immediately, spinning low and slicing the knight's leg, causing it to stumble back in pain. With one final upward slash, Suho shattered the ghost knight's core, ending the illusion in crimson light. Another ghost knight appeared, sword glowing violently purple, stepping forward to block Suho's advance without hesitation. With brutal force, the knight slashed toward Suho, aiming straight for his chest in a deadly arc. Suho parried just in time, red and purple blades clashing, energy bursting outward from their collision. Seizing the opening, Suho ducked and spun, slicing upward and forcing the knight off balance mid-charge. A third knight emerged, striking from the side. But Suho raised his blade and blocked instinctively. Suho's blade landed clean across the knight's torso, sending sparks flying from the shattering chestplate. The knight roared and retaliated wildly, swinging both blades in furious arcs, forcing Suho onto defense. As dust scattered around them, heavy armored footsteps signaled another enemy entering the battle from behind. The new knight charged directly, purple energy trailing behind, aiming to trap Suho between both ghostly warriors. Reacting instantly, Suho leapt forward, slicing low through the incoming knight's side before it could react. Suho analyzed the knight's movements, realizing the ghost used a fixed pattern from outdated martial forms. He struck first, using predicted footwork to counterattack precisely, overwhelming the knight's defense with practiced force. The knight raised its weapon again, declaring Suho's efforts useless, but its balance had already been broken. Suho charged straight through, blade glowing red, cutting cleanly through the ghost's form as it crumbled away. A blue system message appeared, gate cleared. The MVP, on Suho, standing alone among fallen enemies in silence. Suho looked at the fallen knight, expressing sincere gratitude for their brief yet meaningful battle together. He acknowledged the growth gained through this fight, crediting the swordsman for sharpening his skills and instincts. As the system recognized him, a level-up notification appeared, granting bonus stats and experience for his effort. More rewards followed, stat increases, and a total of 5 bonus points for clearing the high-level gate. Suho examined the spirit sword, regretting that absorption wasn't possible without a soul or physical body. Suho held the sword carefully, believing even a broken weapon could help him reach his goal. A system window appeared, identifying the item. Nameless sword of the nameless swordsman, worn, but meaningful. As he examined the blade's surface, he saw a reflection, his opponent's expression frozen in steel. With a light press, the aged weapon cracked under pressure, splitting suddenly along its weakened spine. Fragments of the sword scattered in the wind, disappearing completely, leaving Suho holding only the hilt. A new system-activated skill, Understanding Light, surged into Suho's body, rewriting what he knew of swordsmanship. As his eyes opened, a notification appeared. The Nameless Sword's data had merged with his technique. The system reclassified Guardian swordsmanship as a growth-type martial art with infinite adaptability and hidden power. Suho stood still, sensing new depth in every move. His swordsmanship had evolved far beyond expectations. Far away, inside the monitoring room, staff watched the quiet screen, unaware of what just awakened. The monitoring team chatted casually, unaware of the breakthrough, assuming Suho needed more time inside. One guard offered to patrol the area, thinking nothing unusual would happen so soon after entry. Permission was granted, but another operator suddenly turned around with urgency, eyes locked on the screen. Startled by a sudden reading, he shouted in disbelief, struggling to speak clearly through growing surprise. Everyone froze when the display updated, bold letters flashing. The gate has been cleared, in just minutes. The sky remained calm as the massive gate structure stood silently, its danger now completely gone. A guard outside noticed the doors parting open and quickly turned, surprised by the unexpected movement. Suho stepped out confidently, unharmed. As his name was shouted from within the monitoring room, 2 staff members rushed toward him in shock, demanding answers about how he cleared it alone. One shouted in disbelief, pointing out he finished a sealed gate in under 1 hour. Unbelievable speed. A senior officer rushed over, relieved but shocked, asking if Suho had suffered any injuries inside. Suho reassured them with calm confidence, brushing it off as nothing serious, just a normal mission. His words left others stunned. How could clearing a sealed gate alone be considered no big deal? Another hunter stepped forward, curious, asking again if it had truly been easy for Suho. His expression changed slightly. Processing Suho's claim, he couldn't believe the deadly Nameless Sword was easy to defeat. As the group stood together, one soldier silently wondered what kind of person Suho truly was. A cheerful staff member suggested taking a photo, both for memory and official clearance documentation purposes. The major hesitated but understood the importance his presence would validate Suho's achievement to higher-ups. With everyone in agreement, the group posed together near the gate's remains, ready for the picture. The photo was sent out immediately, confirming the gate's clearance with Suho at the center. Inside headquarters, officers reviewed reports, while one assured them the photos were genuine and unedited proof. A journalist introduced himself excitedly as Suho's exclusive reporter, flashing his card with dramatic flair. Suho declined the card calmly, stating he never suspected manipulation or trickery to begin with. Another officer stepped forward, asking the real question. Everyone wondered how Suho accomplished such an impossible feat. Suho looked back, unfazed, and answered simply with 2 words, "Do what?" before clarifying everything. Officials questioned Suho's access and timing, confused how he cleared the sealed gate so quickly. They reminded him over 200 hunters had died, attempting what he did alone in minutes. Suho casually explained he received permission from the president and simply entered the gate and fought. The others were stunned by his bluntness, but Suho insisted he was just stating the plain truth. He leaned forward calmly and asked, now that everything was proven, could they finalize his contract? Suho laid out his conditions clearly, establishing control over the negotiation before any terms were finalized. He demanded full operational support while stationed in Nexus, ensuring he wouldn't be restricted during his missions. He clarified that success in the public recruitment exam would nullify his existing exclusive guild contract. To prevent backlash, Suho had already informed the Hunter Association and prepared for any consequences from guilds. Despite multiple offers, Suho prioritized real-world experience, choosing guilds based on action rather than reputation or promises. The guild leader accepted Suho's terms without hesitation, instructing his secretary to prepare the official documents. Suho's calm confidence impressed the guild staff, who began moving quickly to formalize the unexpected agreement. Despite the speed of negotiations, the guild leader remained cautious, warning Suho of the burdens ahead. Suho, unfazed by the warning, extended his hand with steady resolve to accept the incoming responsibilities. With a firm handshake, the contract was sealed. Suho was ready to prove himself once again. After finalizing the agreement, Suho left the guild building and entered traffic, heading home peacefully. He offered to switch drivers out of courtesy, suggesting he take the wheel for the return. His companion declined politely, insisting this task fell under his responsibilities as Suho's newly assigned manager. Grateful for Suho's cooperation, the manager explained he wanted to repay him through professional dedication and support. Suho reflected on his choice of a sedan, appreciating the comfort after years in sport cars. Suho made a casual remark about the manager's new car, noting it reflected his financial background. The manager joked about skipping work, confident that his exclusive scoops today made up for everything else. Suho nodded slightly as the manager reassured him his intention was to assist, not slack off. The manager planned his next article, considering whether to begin with Suho's recent gate mission details. Unbothered, Suho told him to proceed however he preferred, showing full trust in the manager's judgment. Curious, the manager hesitated briefly, then decided to ask Suho a question he had been considering. He wanted to know how Suho had been so confident about defeating the Nameless Sword. Suho reflected a moment before replying, acknowledging the Sword Emperor's presence inside the Nameless Sword's challenge. He explained that he already knew the Sword Emperor's reputation. Fights there relied solely on swordsmanship skill. Though it sounded arrogant, Suho implied he trusted his sword abilities enough to guarantee his victory. The manager reminded Suho of the Sword Emperor's fearsome record. Over 200 opponents had fallen. Suho admitted recognizing the Sword Emperor during battle, but trusted his own swordsmanship to match him. The manager emphasized many of those slain were highly ranked, questioning Suho's confidence against such a foe. Suho explained the Emperor mimics the challenger's power, meaning every duel begins from equal physical capability. Victory depends only on raw sword skill, no techniques, no tricks. Just a contest of refined mastery. The manager was shocked to hear Suho casually mention possessing a unique S-rank swordsmanship skill. As traffic passed by, Suho emphasized the skill was exclusive, something only he alone had mastered. Startled by the revelation, the manager gripped the steering wheel tightly, barely keeping the car steady. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. Astonished, Suho wielded an S-rank sword technique. Suho calmly responded it was a recent development, teasing the manager about his excited, investigative reaction. The manager offered to answer any of Suho's questions, trying to strengthen their professional relationship. He complimented Suho's natural charisma, surprised at how easily Suho had influenced people within a day. Suho appreciated the words and calmly accepted the manager's delayed apology for not responding sooner. As evening fell, Suho confirmed he was finished for the day and ready to rest. The manager dropped him off, and Suho returned home, ending the day with quiet determination. After returning home, Suho sat down to rest, noting his current physical condition remained impressively stable. Despite a long day, his energy was still high, an advantage of his optimized stat distribution. He summoned the status window, checking his unused stat points to begin planning his next advancement. Suho confirmed 7 points remained, and considered using them to unlock the specialized unified perk ability. He reviewed the requirements, nearly equal top-tier stats, and exact value alignment for final perk activation. Suho allocated his points, knowing magic was the only stat lagging behind the others in rank. He followed the final condition, ensuring 1 spare stat point remained after matching the lowest ranked attribute. The moment all conditions aligned, the system notified Suho that his stats reached the red threshold. With conditions satisfied, Suho successfully unlocked the rare and powerful unified perk through exact stat balance. Remaining points were distributed equally, raising all stats to R14, fully synchronized across strength, stamina, magic, perception. Suho jumped up in excitement, thrilled that he had successfully unlocked the long-sought unified perk ability. He reflected on how he never considered trying this route before, unaware such a perk existed. Looking at his updated stats, Suho was surprised by how efficient and balanced they now appeared. Smiling confidently, Suho realized the outcome was far beyond his expectations. It boosted his potential even further. Lying back in satisfaction, Suho resolved to keep optimizing his stats and maximizing every system advantage. Suho rested on his bed, beginning to relax when his phone started vibrating with an incoming call. Seeing the caller ID, Suho answered calmly, noting the timing was perfect after his recent achievement. The voice on the line commented on Suho's relaxed tone and reminded him to speak formally. Suho was surprised the article had already published, admitting he hadn't checked public feedback yet. Choosing not to explain further over the phone, Suho suggested they meet in person to talk. Suho spoke casually over the phone, while the woman on the line reacted with sudden frustration. She reminded him sternly that they hadn't accepted his proposal yet, implying he was overconfident. Unbothered, Suho responded indifferently, stating her rejection wouldn't matter, he'd continue with or without their agreement. The woman, pressured by his certainty, hesitated but acknowledged they had no choice except to move forward. Suho set the meeting location and time, requesting she come to Nexus Academy in Paju tomorrow. Suho's potential recruits explained their busy schedules, jobs and classes, made daytime training nearly impossible to arrange. Listening carefully, Suho paused to consider the situation before responding with an unexpectedly thoughtful expression. He admitted he had misjudged them, implying their lives lacked urgency or real motivation to grow. Flustered and pressured by Suho's remarks, the team finally agreed to meet him the next day. Satisfied with the outcome, Suho confirmed the appointment and ended the call with a knowing smile. At Nexus Academy, the group gathered as instructed, curious about Suho's reason for calling them there. One member insisted her presence wasn't special, claiming she hadn't skipped class just to meet him. The group gathered in the training room, awkwardly defending themselves, while pretending not to seem too eager. Suho calmly acknowledged their arrival and subtly shifted the focus, ready to explain the purpose directly. Turning to the group, Suho prepared to reveal his plan, promising to explain everything immediately. The man stepped forward confidently, declaring his intent to eliminate everyone without hesitation or second thought. Facing the team, Suho prepared to explain the training plan, unaware of the approaching interruption behind them. A stranger stepped forward, speaking coldly. His sudden threat stunned everyone into silence, with its clear hostility. The team reacted with confusion and alarm, unprepared for such aggression before training even began. Before tensions escalated, the woman calmly handed a clipboard to the group, requesting basic participant information first. Relieved slightly, the group realized it wasn't a threat waiver, just a list for evaluating their abilities. Suho faced the group, reminding them he needed shadows, not just anyone, but elite, trusted allies. He made it clear their selection wouldn't be casual. They'd be pushed to their physical limits. Suho explained the harsh training ahead, covering combat fundamentals and skill mastery, aiming for total readiness. He emphasized trust, urging honest answers in the skill survey, since he had already shared everything. With expectations set, the group followed Suho into Nexus Academy's dedicated training room to begin intense preparation. Suho entered the Nexus training facility, ready to initiate the program and address key preparations directly. He presented a black Nexus card and Elite Access Pass, granting full facility usage without any fees. The card also ensured privacy, offering exclusive training room access to avoid interruptions from other members. Additional guest cards were promised, confirming Nexus's support, but the staff member raised a separate issue. Suho paused as he was asked to meet Hunter Kang Dae-han about an undisclosed matter. Inside the high-tech Nexus training room, Suho activated a system interface to begin the next stage. The simulation launched, generating a gateway and transporting the group into a virtual environment resembling real terrain. They arrived at Kunlun, a rugged mountain zone designated as the official group training site going forward. Suho announced that training in Kunlun would occur during every spare moment they could manage together. Since all trainees were under level 25, Suho gained full control over customizing their training scenario. Suho criticized the group's weak techniques, stating true special forces wouldn't be deceived by basic tactics. The team looked overwhelmed, realizing they lacked the finesse to escape scrutiny from real investigative units. One member tried to defend them, but Suho reminded them they were already caught by him. He emphasized the reality superpowered individuals existed everywhere, making strength essential, even for basic survival and protection. Raising his hand, Suho declared their goal wasn't survival alone, but to protect allies through their growth. Inside the simulation, the team approached a display of weapons, each glowing and ready for selection. One member chose a sword, questioning why such a traditional weapon would be useful in training. Suho reminded them that people had been calling him the sword god behind his back recently. He explained their swordsmanship needed refinement, and that their current level wouldn't carry them much further. Suho strictly prohibited skill usage during training, emphasizing the goal was pure improvement, not shortcut-based fighting. Suho took his stance, drawing his sword with precision and preparing to begin the training session. With a sharp command, Suho initiated the match, launching toward the trainees without holding anything back. Blades clashed violently as Suho demonstrated overwhelming speed and control, dominating the trainees in seconds. One trainee was quickly disarmed, collapsing backward while the others watched in nervous silence and disbelief. Suho countered coldly, reminding them this wasn't playtime. They needed to stay alert or suffer serious consequences. Suho launched a powerful slash, catching his trainees off guard with both speed and brutal accuracy. The force of his blow sent several backwards, unable to keep up with his fluid attacks. Staggering to their feet, the trainees gritted their teeth. Realizing the level difference was more severe, Suho acknowledged their survival and challenged them to fight seriously instead of freezing out of fear. Watching them regroup and ready their swords, Suho smiled faintly, admitting their resilience was surprisingly decent. The trainees spread out, charging in from multiple directions, hoping to finally corner Suho as a group. Suho responded instantly, unleashing a sweeping strike that knocked several attackers back with overwhelming speed and power. Mocking their attempts, Suho taunted one trainee, calling his retaliation slow and ineffective, barely worth reacting to. He continued dodging easily, jeering that even his grandmother could move faster than their current clumsy footwork. Suho struck again, sarcastically questioning one trainee's job as a delivery man based on his sluggish reflexes. A trainee lunged, but Suho effortlessly dodged and mocked his reflexes, comparing them to slow students. Embarrassed, the trainee claimed it was intentional, but Suho criticized the excuse, calling it worse than failure. Frustrated, the trainee drew his sword, determined to stop Suho's relentless taunts once and for all. Multiple trainees attacked at once, fueled by anger, shouting as they tried to corner him in unison. Suho calmly assessed their charge, noting such teamwork was essential if they ever hoped to survive gates. Suho criticized their hesitation, saying warriors didn't wait for permission, they fought or were left behind. He challenged their fear directly, warning that comfort zones were what kept them weak and replaceable. With conviction, Suho declared there was no shortcut to becoming a warrior, only suffering and experience. He explained true growth came when pushed to the brink, surviving where most would fall and die. His words hit hard just as his blade did, leaving trainees on the ground, gasping from the strike. Exhausted and panting, the trainees gripped their swords, struggling to recover after Suho's relentless training session. Suho watched their progress with satisfaction but admitted he had other duties to attend to today. He informed them the system would log them out automatically, so they should continue training diligently. Confused by his sudden departure, one trainee questioned who they'd be sparring with in Suho's absence. Suho introduced a combat clone, an exact replica of himself, ready to continue their intense training without mercy. Fueled by frustration, the trainees silently vowed to land just one clean hit on Suho someday. Meanwhile, Suho exited the training room, leaving the clone behind while ignoring the exhausted group's glares. He confirmed the training session's end, heading toward the observation deck for his next scheduled task. Answering a call, Suho was informed the article about his Nexus involvement had gone live. He acknowledged it was published via reporter Jo Jinhui, and discussed preparing the follow-up press release. Suho anticipated public backlash over his guild affiliation, knowing criticism would follow without full context shared. His PR contact reassured him, explaining their media strategy would shift public opinion in his favor. Suho revealed he hadn't announced his plan to leave public service by year's end yet. He ended the call, noting another conversation awaited, promising to explain his strategy further next time. Reporter Joe answered the next call, already aware of Suho's Nexus admission and ready to respond. Suho made a call, instructing his team to publish the next report with a bold title. He revealed his next move, challenging the infamous second sealed gate known as the Swamp of Despair. News outlets reported Suho's recent accomplishments, highlighting his successful gate clearance and rising public interest in him. Social media and public commentary questioned Suho's growing influence, with debates erupting over his sudden popularity. Speculation increased as photos spread of Suho shaking hands with Nexus leadership, confirming his new affiliation. Another headline revealed Suho would challenge a second sealed gate, shocking readers with his bold timing. Suho scrolled through the online reactions, calmly acknowledging the exact outcome he had expected to trigger. Suho greeted the team leader casually, just as he was finishing up his review of responses. The leader asked about Suho's preparations for the Swamp of Despair and whether plans were already underway. Frustrated, the leader scolded Suho for proceeding without proper notice, demanding clearer communication from now on. Suho deflected the tension with a calm tone, confirming that everything was going according to his plan. They walked together as Suho promised to wrap up guild matters before leaving public service officially. Suho confidently reassured his team, encouraging full trust in their plan as the operation began unfolding. With final preparations done, the team moved to launch the gate mission without any further delay. The Swamp of Despair, a deadly S-rank gate, loomed over Yeongjongdo, Incheon as their next challenge. As Suho approached the gate, others expressed concern no hunter had ever survived that dungeon before. Despite worry, one teammate assured the others, placing full confidence in Suho's strength and strategic precision. While smiling publicly, the man secretly bet 500,000 won that Suho would fail the gate. Suddenly, confusion spread among observers as an unusual phenomenon began unfolding near the Swamp of Despair. To everyone's shock, the gate started vanishing, proof that Suho had successfully cleared it from inside. The disappearing boundary confirmed a flawless conquest, triggering disbelief and astonishment throughout the entire observation room. Shouts erupted. Suho had cleared an S-rank gate in under 30 minutes, defying all known logic. Suho's clone confirmed the moment of entry, announcing that the real Suho had gone inside. 5 minutes earlier, Suho had entered the Swamp of Despair, an S-rank gate shrouded in deadly uncertainty. The gate officially recognized Suho's presence, displaying confirmation that he had triggered its entry protocol alone. Inside, Suho faced a long stairway surrounded by eerie silence. An unsettling, corpse-like gate remains. No monsters appeared. The challenge was psychological. Only walking the path revealed the swamp's core mystery. And then, the core of the Swamp of Despair was revealed. A stairway designed to break minds. Every step emitted intense psychological pressure, acting as a trap to destroy unprepared intruders from within. The only known survival method was equipping a top-tier mental resistance item or specialized defensive skill. Failing the trial turned victims into statues, forever frozen beside the stairway as a grim warning. Suho, fully aware of the risks, smiled confidently, ready to ascend, without hesitation or mental doubt. Suho begins ascending the infamous stairs of despair, The dungeon's core trial layered with psychological hazards. A warning system triggers, indicating immense despair awaits those who tread further without proper mental defenses. Unlike others, Suho remains unaffected. His unique immunity skill nullifies all mental interference and psychological attacks. His dragon blood activates automatically, reinforcing him with protective magic armor that blocks all mental contamination. Suho continues climbing steadily. Immune to despair, he proves he's built differently, born to break impossible trials. Suho's steady climb continues as his dragon blood activates, granting resistance to the dungeon's despair-inducing traps. The dragon armor's passive skill stabilizes Suho's mind, halting all emotional corrosion that dooms most challengers. Thanks to dragon blood, Suho advances calmly. For him, the swamp of despair is effortless to endure. He officially masters Dragonblood's Zunt, unlocking the power of a mythical lineage reserved only for the elite. Suho confirms this was the right dungeon to target next, continuing onward through the Silent Stone Guardians. Suho stared at the silent gate, realizing only a handful had ever reached this cursed threshold. Grotesque remains surrounded him, once humans, now hollowed husks. No victory here could ever bring them back. He remembered the records. Many brave hunters had tried moving the statues, hoping to honor the fallen. But when they touched them, the victims crumbled into dust. No one was meant to be saved. With bowed head, Suho whispered a vow to clear the gate and free their tormented souls. After defeating the gate, Suho felt power surge through him. As the system announced his level up, a new reward was granted, increased stats, a bonus point, and an item awaited his claim. With a confident smile, Suho demanded the final reward. Expecting something worthy of his hard-earned victory, the system bestowed the Ring of Emotions, a relic capable of soothing torment and revealing hidden pain. And once stolen by villains, the ring returns to Suho. This time, no one will take it. Suho slid the Ring of Emotions onto his finger, preparing for what lay ahead next. He stepped onto the glowing staircase labeled Stairs of Despair and advanced with cautious, steady determination. Pain surged instantly through his hand. The gate inflicted overwhelming despair, testing the limits of resolve. His dragon armor activated, resisting madness. The ring responded, drawing out the strongest emotion inside him. Screaming in pain, Suho knelt as dark tendrils enveloped him. The ring began absorbing his black emotion. Dark energy surged around Suho's arm. The ring pulsed violently, having reached its full capacity. And he looked at the ring calmly, realizing it was filled but still not strong enough. Knowing there was no alternative, Suho steeled himself, ready to face the next challenge immediately. As he stepped out from the gate, blinding lights and cameras surrounded him without warning. Reporters swarmed, shouting questions. Suho barely raised a hand, shielding his eyes from the relentless flashes. Officials rushed forward as Suho exited the gate, overwhelmed by the impossible speed of his conquest. Despite the chaos, news spread quickly. Suho cleared the gate in under 8 minutes, unprecedented in history. The situation required control, so Suho shifted attention, preparing to manage publicity before releasing further information. Observers confirmed he had defeated the Swamp of Despair, a gate deadlier than the infamous Nameless Sword. Elsewhere, a key analyst reviewed the intel. Shocked by the results, Suho had rewritten gate strategy expectations. Guild members awaited orders while Bae Dong-hyuk planned carefully, preparing for a critical phase in secrecy. Just as plans settled, a call arrived from an unknown number, catching him slightly off guard. Answering cautiously, Bae confirmed his identity, unsure who was calling or why they'd bypassed standard protocols. The caller revealed himself as Sang Youngwon, president of the Hunter Association, requesting a direct conversation. With authority and confidence, Youngwon hinted at urgent matters clearly political and asked for immediate time to discuss. He received an unexpected call, someone clearly aware of the Lee Do-hyun incident and its implications. The man identified himself as Kang Kyung-won, the Hunter Association's president, a key figure in politics. He expressed intent to discuss a critical matter, suggesting it involved power beyond ordinary hunter affairs. He realized this was about joining the association, potentially influencing national-level hunter policies and gate responses. Weighing risks and benefits, Suho considered aligning with the association to reshape the corrupted hunter system. An official receives a concerning report. Circumstances demand urgent contact with Hunter On Suho for unknown reasons. Suho, now widely recognized, is summoned again as the Hunter Association prepares for a public appearance. Arriving at the broadcast station, Suho reflects on his growing responsibilities and upcoming public media presence. He steps out of the vehicle, mentally preparing for reporters, cameras, and the pressure of exposure. Observing the station entrance, Suho braces himself. This event might spark larger consequences than anyone expects. The traditional estate buzzed with quiet activity, prepared for a private meeting between Suho and key officials. Suho entered calmly, greeted by staff in formal attire, then guided toward the interior dining hall. Inside, a table was prepared with a full Korean meal clearly meant for more than small talk. He acknowledged the warm welcome. Sensing this wasn't just a meal, it involved plans affecting the entire nation, Suho listened silently as one elder mentioned uniting forces, suggesting long-term cooperation for Korea's hunter future. Elsewhere, a man smirked while observing Suho's rise, suspicious about the true motives behind recent praise. During the meal, an elder praised Suho's combat feats, especially his rapid solo clear of a dungeon. They raised their glasses, calling Suho a national treasure, emphasizing how crucial his presence was for Korea. Suho was invited to make the toast, aware of the attention and weight behind their words. He lifted his glass calmly, choosing neutral words as everyone toasted, hiding his caution behind polite formality. During the meal, an elder commented they had delayed promotion procedures to prioritize Hunter on Suho's onboarding. Another official agreed, stating Suho's future value surpassed formal requirements. He was viewed as a long-term asset. They laughed, indirectly pressing Suho for a response, reinforcing the message of national duty and cooperation. One man suggested recruiting Suho into both national defense and policymaking, tying strength to administrative influence. The Hunter Association leader confirmed plans were underway, hinting Suho's acceptance would finalize their power structure. Suho responded politely to their praise, admitting it felt awkward, but he was honored nonetheless. The officials laughed, enjoying Suho's humble tone while reinforcing the idea that he was irreplaceably valuable. Suho acknowledged the teamwork behind every mission, emphasizing results came from preparation, not individual strength alone. His composed answer impressed the elders, who praised his maturity and lack of arrogance for someone powerful. A curious guest leaned forward, shifting the mood. He wanted details about Suho's dungeon-clearing method firsthand. The officials encouraged Suho to explain his technique, suggesting his strategy could strengthen national hunter capabilities. Suho hesitated, aware that sharing everything might attract attention from dangerous forces outside the association. Instead of full details, he vaguely described avoiding the direct path and using an alternate route wisely. He illustrated the concept with an example, skipping pressure traps by walking beside them on the dungeon's edge. The room quieted. One elder smirked, realizing Suho had given a message while still guarding real tactics. After his explanation, the elder shifted focus, pressing Suho about his official hunter level and current rank. Suho answered calmly, revealing his classification as level 5, though he hadn't completed the promotion process. The response raised eyebrows. His achievements clearly surpassed his level, suggesting hidden strength or an unusual background. Suho internally noted the atmosphere changing. They weren't just admiring him, they were evaluating him as an asset. Another hunter spoke up, proudly stating he had mastered part of the sword path through personal discipline. Suho listened quietly as the other hunter boasted about sword mastery, hiding his own deeper experience. He acknowledged them politely, but internally resented being treated as just a tool for violent operations. Another member observed Suho's reaction, unsure if his quiet nature masked confidence, discomfort, or something strategic. One hunter clarified his main strength was swordsmanship, but he was determined to grow as a healer. They assured Suho of full support, knowing future missions would demand trust, strength, and solid teamwork. One elder mentioned the high mortality rate among hunters, emphasizing the importance of alliance and support systems. He offered to act as a liaison between guild leaders and the Hunter Association's internal administration. With confident gestures, he declared himself a bridge for communication, prompting light applause from around the table. Another raised his glass, proposing a toast and offering himself as a potential field ally to Suho. Suho noted how eager they were, each person positioning themselves to benefit from his future reputation. Suho smiled confidently, masking his caution as the elders praised his ambition and rising influence among hunters. The mood turned casual as drinks were poured. Laughter masked the underlying political intentions still in motion. Later that night, under the full moon, the gathering ended, and the guests began to depart. Suho approached the car, exchanging brief farewells while maintaining his composed image until the very last moment. Two figures stood silently beside the vehicle, aware that tonight's meeting had changed future power dynamics. Outside, Suho and the man shared final words. Suho declined the cigarette offered without hesitation. Lighting one anyway, the man casually mentioned alcohol made him crave old habits, revealing a laid-back side. He handed Suho a business card, claiming he'd always respond if Suho contacted him directly, ask where he lived. Suho explained he'd moved to a hotel after gaining unwanted public attention. The man scoffed, blaming society's obsession with fame, clearly amused yet slightly concerned about Suho's growing status as they walked. Suho sensed a change in the man. His emotional energy grew darker and heavier. Suho realized this perspective was common among elites. Non-awakened civilians were viewed as disposable and powerless tools. It wasn't just one man. Suho knew the leadership likely shared the same dangerous utilitarian mindset. The man casually reminded Suho that the upcoming raid was being planned entirely around his participation. Suho confirmed he understood, hiding his thoughts behind a faint smile as pressure quietly settled around him. A cheerful agent chatted with Suho, casually suggesting they grab food together sometime as fellow hunters. Suho smiled and agreed politely, maintaining a respectful tone to keep interactions smooth and professional. The senior laughed, pleased with Suho's response, then hinted he had a more serious topic to share. He proposed Suho skip the typical route and join both management and special forces directly upon enlistment. Confident in Suho's capabilities, he promised fast-tracking without training delays, clearly wanting Suho under immediate command. Suho smiled faintly, fully aware they wanted to use him, but he planned to use them first. Suho realized the man had already researched him, but stayed close to secure personal influence directly. Suho didn't flinch. He calmly told the man to use him however he thought was needed. With a smile, Suho affirmed his stance being used didn't matter, as long as he gained power. The man seemed surprised, but Suho responded confidently, citing the Special Forces' reputation within the association. Impressed, the man saw Suho's ambition clearly, different from others who merely followed orders without vision. Suho smiled, as he voiced his intention to form the closest bond with this senior official. When asked why, Suho explained the importance of staying close to one's immediate superior in power. He added that higher officials were distant, while this man offered a more realistic path forward. Flattered, the man praised Suho's honesty. Suho then requested immediate entry through a special recruitment track. Hearing special recruitment, the man paused. Suho's confidence had clearly caught him off guard for a moment. Suho analyzed the ring's reaction, interpreting the emotional resonance as a strong signal of deep intent. Despite the artificial magic effect, he knew its illusion of devotion could manipulate people during negotiations. Suho reminded his senior that he never strayed from his goal even when deception became a necessity. He directly requested the special recruitment, knowing this was the exact moment to push his position. Impressed, the man admitted Suho wasn't ordinary. His timing and assertiveness proved he could rise quickly inside. The officer explained that approving a special recruitment would require Suho to prove irreplaceable value immediately. Suho clarified, was this about gate raids? The question masked how quickly he grasped deeper intentions. The officer admired Suho's composure, noting he stayed focused even when tension or emotional pressure appeared. He revealed the true focus: capturing rogue awakened criminals, a core mission of the Special Forces unit. Suho acknowledged the unit's unique authority, already aware they held investigative powers other hunters didn't possess. The officer casually proposed a challenge: if Suho caught a villain, it could justify special recruitment. He clarified it wasn't mandatory, but success would instantly validate Suho's usefulness to the special unit. Suho asked if a specific target was intended, wanting clear parameters before agreeing to the task. Suho accepted confidently, pledging to catch one himself. The officer noted his team would support afterward. The officer mentioned local criminal activity, leaving it open-ended but implying Suho had freedom to choose. As the car drove off, Suho's thoughts turned inward, recalling a powerful and unforgettable encounter. He remembered being called by a powerful swordsman who didn't respect weak or average hunters. Only after Suho defeated the Sword King was he recognized no longer just a background figure. Suho acknowledged that moment changed everything. Defeating him gave him credibility and status across the association. Even now, Suho knew that victory had secured his future and made others quietly afraid of him. The sun rose above the city as Suho arrived at a suspicious, worn-out residential building. The entrance looked damaged and reeked of neglect, exactly the type of place criminals might use as shelter. Fog and stench poured from the building. Suho immediately recognized it as a known awakened gang hideout. Activating his detection ability, he scanned the interior. Several magical signatures lit up like flares in the dark. Suho stepped forward, calm and focused, prepared to raid the location alone without alerting the group inside. Suho stepped forward calmly, gripping a heavy object before launching it with precision through the building's window. The object crashed into the hideout, startling everyone inside as panic spread through the criminal group. Instantly, shouts erupted. No one recognized Suho, but they knew whoever attacked wasn't part of their circle. Several men rushed outside, demanding to know who had dared provoke them so boldly in daylight. One blonde gang member confronted Suho directly, assuming he was just some random troublemaker causing problems. Suho casually asked for confirmation, fully aware his presence had already unsettled the group of thugs. He directly accused them of stealing wallets at street events, throwing them off with how much he knew. Suho called out Yu Ji-hoon, signaling he knew the ringleader's identity and was here for him. The gang panicked, unsure how he discovered the truth, quickly debating whether Suho was police or not. Smirking, Suho declared he wasn't stalling, he was preparing to subdue them all. Starting immediately and alone, Suho raised his hand as dark energy formed his combat spell. Shadow Summon was now active. A black vortex erupted beside him, summoning tendrils of magic that lashed out in multiple directions. With sharp control, Suho manipulated the shadows to bind one thug instantly, locking him in place. The bound man screamed as shadow bind and shadow field effects triggered simultaneously, draining strength and mobility. Suho stood unfazed as more thugs rushed at him, unaware they were already inside his trap zone. Suho deflected a strike with ease, smoothly parrying using his summoned weapon infused with shadow energy. One thug charged recklessly, shouting a threat, unaware of the massive skill gap he was charging into. Suho countered instantly, striking a vital point with surgical precision, leaving the attacker collapsed in pain and shock. Seeing their ally fall so easily, the remaining gang members hesitated, panic flashing across their faces. The blonde leader stared at Suho's blood-stained hand, unable to process how fast everything turned deadly. Suho calmly removed his blade from the enemy, blood spraying as his opponent collapsed without resistance. Another thug rushed in, screaming in rage only to be struck in the throat with a red baton. Suho reminded himself not to kill, just neutralize with blunt force while maintaining combat control and focus. One man charged from the side, yelling in desperation, but his movements were too easy to read. Suho countered cleanly, spinning the baton upward, slamming it into the attacker's side with brutal speed. Blood dripped from Suho's weapon as remaining enemies realized the situation had turned completely one-sided. Fear spread, one thug screamed to flee, but panic only made them easier targets for Suho's strikes. Another tried running, but Suho knocked him down effortlessly with a single blow across the back. He warned the survivors if they moved again, the next strike would be far less forgiving. Suho calmly wiped his hands clean, magic fading around him as silence returned to the alley. The apartment was filthy, filled with trash, stained dishes, and evidence of someone barely surviving inside. Suho stepped inside quietly, eyes fixed on the slumped figure he had tracked without being noticed. He confirmed the identity aloud, Seogi-1, the man connected to the case Suho had uncovered. The man's bloodied hand twitched faintly, his body reacting as consciousness slowly returned after collapsing. Pain surged through his skull. His vision cleared just enough to confirm he had somehow survived the ambush. Still weak, he was greeted by a man watching him closely, as if waiting for something. He scrambled upright, instincts alert. The unfamiliar room, unfamiliar face, everything screamed danger, yet no attack came. The man finally stepped forward, calm and composed. This wasn't a rescue. It was the beginning again. Still shaking, he questioned everything: his memory, the stranger, and the identities of those who attacked him. Memories surfaced rapidly: betrayal during a gate raid, voices he trusted turned cold as enemies surrounded him. Gripping his ribs tightly, he staggered toward the wall, the pain making it difficult to process anything. Suddenly, a system activated. It detected an intense surge of emotion rage and began extracting it for stabilization. Dark energy left his body, and for the first time his breathing calmed. His mind cleared slightly. As the tension faded, he sat down cautiously, overwhelmed by the questions racing through his head. Worry crept in. He wondered aloud if he'd be imprisoned for everything he was forced to do. The man explained gently, coerced actions under captivity weren't crimes. Accountability required freedom, and he had none. The logic calmed him, but confusion remained. How had this man found him so precisely? The answer came clearly. His presence was flagged through detection systems used only for zero-regulation escapees. Suho calmly explained that until now the boy's identity had been hidden under strict containment protocols. He was chosen not by chance, but because Suho sensed his suppressed powers during a crisis. The boy had been registered under the system as a potential threat, his power labeled digitization. This rare ability converts real-world elements into data, allowing manipulation through an internal command interface. The system projected an older subject with the same ability, someone who once destabilized half the country. A past figure once used digitization recklessly, disrupting governments and erasing entire networks without leaving evidence. Feared by many, he was labeled Vector, known for initiating Korea's worst technological disaster in history. Suho had witnessed the destruction firsthand, and this time he intended to prevent it before it happened. He asked the boy to join him, believing only together they could defeat the coming system. Hesitant but listening, the boy reached toward something glowing, his first step toward accepting the path ahead, and he reflected on Suho's words, realizing someone with the same power might endanger the future. He had once dreamed of escaping, but now he feared becoming the very threat Suho warned about. More than fear, he felt anger at the person who forced him down this path from the start. If that person existed with the same power, he had a reason to fight and stop them. With resolve, he sat upright and spoke honestly, unsure of himself, but ready to stand beside Suho. Suho offered a meal, knowing the boy hadn't eaten properly since escaping the research facility. The boy hesitated, embarrassed. He had no money and wasn't used to this kind of kindness. Without pause, Suho handed him slippers, and reassured him he would cover everything, no repayment needed. Curious, the boy asked how Suho knew so much. Suho admitted to having the foresight ability. Hearing that, the boy's shoulders lowered for the first time. Quietly, he whispered his first thank you. The boy devoured his food quickly. It was his first proper meal in what felt like ages. He apologized between bites, but Suho smiled, just happy to see him regaining strength and comfort. Feeling safe enough to ask questions, the boy hesitantly addressed Suho more casually, calling him Hyungnim. Suho accepted the title naturally, saying it was how even those in the field addressed him informally. With the air relaxed, the boy raised his first serious question: how Suho's foresight ability actually functioned. Suho explained that foresight let him glimpse possible futures and plan steps to prevent worse outcomes. However, he clarified that foresight showed only fragments, and interpreting them correctly was often a challenge. The boy acknowledged this, realizing Suho wasn't omniscient, just someone determined to change what he could. Suho added that once he solidified his position, he'd make sure no child suffered like that again. With that promise made, he stood up confidently and declared it was time to settle the check. After the meal, Suho put on his jacket, ready to confront someone from the past. The boy looked confused as Suho suddenly declared they were going to visit someone without explaining further. Meanwhile, a violent scene unfolded. Blood splattered as a young man cried desperately, pleading for someone's help. Despite his cries, no mercy was shown. The attacker struck again, shouting over his screams with anger. Bruised and bloody, the man collapsed, apologizing too late. His punishment had already been dealt without hesitation. Suho stood over the beaten man, calm and silent. This was clearly not the first encounter. The boy wiped his face nervously and confirmed it was indeed the 7th time they'd caught him. Suho mentioned special forces were en route. Once they arrived, this part of the mission would end. Records showed Seo Ji-hun had trauma-linked episodes. Confronting his past directly could help stabilize his condition. A car pulled up, and a voice called out, recognizing someone with a familiar tone. Wow, approximately junior. A suited man approached confidently, clearly someone with authority. His presence shifted the tone of the scene. He greeted Suho, surprised the senior had come in person despite his typically packed schedule. Seo Ji-hun scoffed at being called special, frustrated by how others misjudged his situation from appearances. Suho confirmed they were the right targets, then noted he treated every injured person just in case. The man laughed heartily, calling Suho a troublemaker, amused by how bold he'd become with age. The agent smirked, explaining the legal loophole beat them just enough. Avoid recording, skip assault charges. Seo Ji-hun watched quietly. This man clearly wasn't ordinary. His methods and mindset screamed military training experience. Whispers among the group mentioned a unique crime-solving skill, an ability that traced back to a suspect. And it was rare for Suho to meet someone with a cyber-type trait used for justice. Recognizing the power's danger, Suho decided silently he would take this man in for deeper evaluation. Suho remained firm, but the younger agent questioned if arresting Seo Ji-hun was truly necessary now. He reminded them that Ji-hun was a victim kidnapped, manipulated, and never given a choice initially. To support his claim, he presented files detailing similar victims with identical abilities from other orphanages. The senior agent raised an eyebrow, realizing Suho's actions had a deeper motive: justice, not simple protection. Suho clarified the ability wasn't gate-related. It was cyber-type, unrelated to current world threats or classifications. The agent dismissed the trait, stating it offered no real combat advantage and wasn't needed in operations. Suho requested time to finish handling the victim's case personally, since it remained unresolved officially. One of the team members teased Suho, amused by how emotionally invested he'd become in this case. He admitted the boy sounded pitiful, agreeing that punishment wouldn't make sense given the full context. They agreed to clear Seo Ji-hun's charges, confident they could get cooperation from existing victims later. Suho reflected quietly, wondering what had caused the delay in locating Seo Ji-hun after the escape. He jokingly claimed it was all part of a plan, strategically exiting the rescue at just the right moment. The agent questioned that logic, but Suho admitted the truth. It wasn't planning, just a lucky coincidence. Luck or not, Suho promised to reach out soon, ending the formal discussion with calm confidence. Meanwhile, Seo Ji-hun followed behind, uncertain of the future and unsure of what step came next. Suho smiled contentedly, confident that everything ahead was slowly beginning to move in the right direction. A new day began. Seo Ji-hun stood in awe at the brightness of the unfamiliar home. He looked around the elegant space, impressed by the design. It clearly belonged to someone important. He explained that the place wasn't his, he was just staying while the actual owner was away. Still unsure, Suho asked if it was really all right for them to settle there so casually. Seo Ji-hun smiled with excitement, finally feeling involved but unsure what his next step should be, and Suho reminded him that his entry into the team was recent. right after being freed. He explained they'd need to start with basics training, adjustments, and getting used to life again. Ji-hun assumed he'd now work directly alongside Suho, fighting Gates as a regular field agent. Suho shook his head, clarifying that Ji-hun had to grow and develop through his own path. While discussing plans, SEO Ji-hun asked if it was possible for them to connect digitally together. Suho pointed to the interface, explaining the system showed clear indicators of potential synchronization between users. Ji-hun focused, initiated the attempt, and watched as the digital environment responded to his unique presence. The system requested confirmation for full consciousness transfer into the network space. Ji-hun responded without hesitation, yes. His body remained still while the system processed. Meanwhile, his consciousness entered the virtual world's internal layer. Suho opened his eyes in the digital space. Realizing they had successfully entered the network realm, he remembered this area an old training zone that once simulated real environments down to the smallest detail. Looking out over the field of swords, SEO Ji-hun followed behind, stunned by how realistic everything felt. Suho explained it was a weapons testing area. The program rendered each weapon type with precision. Ji-hun sat beside him, chewing thoughtfully, remarking that the food still lacked taste despite being fully rendered. While walking the field, Suho asked what Ji-hun thought about training and leveling up digitally. Ji-hun admitted he lacked real experience, but had learned programming and system control through simulation environments. Suho explained that progress in this digital world still improves real-world skills. It's more than a game. He compared it to real training, where actions are simulated but consequences impact your development and mindset. Smiling, Suho revealed a hidden door. He had prepared something special for Ji-hun's growth ahead. A program named Free File Cleaner appeared. It masked itself harmlessly, but Suho immediately recognized danger. He warned Ji-hun. The file name was fake inside, was likely a virus trap, not optimization software. Suho explained viruses in this world weren't harmless, they were hostile entities that could mimic familiar system tools. He reminded Ji-hun, in digital space, damage transfers mentally. Failing here could still injure him physically. A woman appeared from the program, inviting them to run the cleaner. Ji-hun nearly responded without thinking. Ji-hun smirked, spinning his spear. He'd seen through the disguise before Suho even gave warning. He explained his ability an internal alert system that detects harmful signals before they fully manifest. Suho praised the skill but kept running, knowing hesitation during virus encounters could be fatal. The fake program repeated its invitation, expression now darker, its voice no longer even pretending to sound helpful. Digital shadows burst from behind the figure, revealing themselves as hostile entities formed from malicious code. Suho lunged forward, activating his skill. Blood formed into a weapon, slicing through the closest virus. A system message confirmed blood weapon activated. He moved swiftly, using fluid strikes to maintain control. Suho shouted a warning. If they didn't escape the room soon, the viruses would replicate endlessly. One virus grew larger, its core glowing red. It charged, targeting Suho with sudden explosive force. Suho rolled aside, dodging the impact, then stood with fierce focus, preparing for another precise counterattack. Ji-hun activated a digital command, slicing the system window with precision to trigger the emergency purge. Red code spikes erupted violently, shattering virus entities and disrupting their control over the surrounding space. The corrupted space shattered like glass. The battlefield cleared as virus fragments scattered and disintegrated into pixels. Both collapsed to their knees, exhausted. Suho leaned on a system panel, barely catching his breath. The system confirmed, viruses eliminated. Ji-hun sat silently, overwhelmed by his first real digital combat experience. Suho approached Ji-hun calmly, assuring him the experience was tough but essential for real growth. Later, with hands still trembling, Ji-hun chugged an energy drink, letting the coldness reset his nerves. He admitted it was comforting to train and level up without having to enter dangerous gates. Suho browsed news updates. A past villain reappeared, raising questions about possible gate-related threats in Seoul. With a grin, Suho realized fate wasn't done with him, yet another problem was already resurfacing. And then, Suho made a call, his tone serious. Something urgent needed to be handled immediately. Then, the man on the other end answered politely, ready to listen to Suho's unexpected request. Suho confirmed the rumor Nexus was in control of an S-rank gate, a highly dangerous anomaly. Without hesitation, Suho declared he would take on the gate himself, ready for whatever came next. A portal to the Nexus S-Mine dungeon opened, unleashing waves of monstrous creatures onto surrounding regions. Inside, magic stones lay in abundance, but landkeepers fiercely guarded every tunnel, attacking any intruders relentlessly. Suho listened calmly, phone in hand, as he agreed to clear the dungeon without hesitation. He demanded exclusive rights to loot, confident that his raid would avoid bureaucratic interference from association officials. Puzzled by the sudden task, Suho suspected internal pressure made the Hunter Association act earlier than expected. Suho smirked, amused by the call. He knew they were hiding something, but didn't press further. The executive laughed, admitting relief. Suho's honesty now meant fewer surprises when things inevitably grew chaotic later. He promised to contact Suho again once dungeon access was granted and preparations were finished completely. At Nexus Academy Lounge, Suho arrived early. He scanned the quiet space, waiting for his contact. A man approached with a grin and offered his hand. "Hello, Hunter Suho," he greeted. He laughed heartily, his relaxed posture hiding the respect he held for the legendary swordsman before him. Suho asked curiously about his current activities. Wondering if he had joined a team already, he explained he was still training, collecting experience by clearing gates and slowly learning the ropes. Suho nodded, recalling how real survival began with teamwork and steady gate clearing as a field unit. Grinning, Suho offered he a spot on his upcoming mission, an unexpected yet thrilling opportunity for growth. He jumped up, fired with energy and excitement. He shouted that he was ready to fight. Suho smiled and responded calmly, telling he there was no need to wait. Training starts immediately. Confused but eager, he tilted his head. He hadn't expected the mission to begin so suddenly. They were instantly transported to the field. Suho warned him, shouting commands as monsters approached quickly. Ice shards flew through the air. He dodged too late, getting grazed while defending against incoming attacks. One of the trainees was struck hard, blood spraying as he staggered backward from the icy impact. Suho exhaled sharply, eyes focused. He prepared to retaliate, stepping forward with calm and deadly precision. With explosive force, he dashed forward. The enemy tried to react, but Suho was already inside range. His blade sliced cleanly through the attacker, the momentum carrying him through in a single perfect strike. The other enemies hesitated, gasping as Suho stood unshaken while the wounded foe collapsed behind him. Defeated, Suho teased the trainee with a grin, pointing out his improved reaction time and sharper awareness in battle. The flustered trainee looked around in confusion. Everyone else had started respecting Suho's judgment more seriously now. Suho turned his back casually, warning the trainee not to dismiss his words or underestimate his tone. One hunter whispered how different things felt. The group's mood had shifted drastically over just a few days. Suho acknowledged the change. After dying countless times, growth was the only option left to survive together. Two new arrivals stood calmly before the group: Seo Jiwon and Kang Hee, introduced without dramatic flair. The current team lined up to meet them. Names were shared, eyes locked, tension quietly forming. Suho asked if they were growing tired of the grind, sensing their fatigue from endless repetition. One hunter denied boredom. His clenched fist revealed his burning desire for revenge, not rest or relief. He declared he wouldn't stop until the traitor's head rolled. The others silently agreed with blazing resolve. Surprised by the burning determination, he nervously reacted, questioning if such intensity was really necessary. Suho explained plainly, survival in a gate demanded resolve like that. There were no easy alternatives. Suho assigned the two newcomers to the training squad, pairing them up for practical combat synergy. Confused, he asked which gate they'd be entering, uncertain of what trial awaited them next. Suho dodged the question, shifting focus. He said they needed proper code names for upcoming coordination drills. He responded with a salute, formally addressing Suho as team leader for the first time. And Suho announced his temporary departure, instructing them to finish training and contact him once complete. The group hesitated, unsure of what came next. One asked what their training even involved now. A mysterious blue-haired man appeared, taunting them and demanding they stop staring if they weren't going to fight. Confused by his tone and presence, the team realized this wasn't a typical hunter they'd face. Suho stepped out of the taxi, insisting he'd walk the rest of the way from here. He looked up at the towering gate complex ahead, knowing vehicles couldn't reach that inner zone. Activating his skills, Suho vanished from sight. Monochrome solitude masked his presence completely with quiet precision. He entered the outskirts of an abandoned district called the Land of Gold, now heavily restricted. Once a vibrant market, the area was destroyed by gates, leaving behind only ruins and despair. Suho passed by collapsed civilians, knowing the city had fallen into hunger, danger, and silent despair. He knew saving everyone was impossible. Their condition wouldn't improve without greater systemic change and effort. And then, Suho made a mental note. He must return and fix this city's decay one day. This forsaken zone, abandoned by all, now served a quiet purpose even Suho found unexpectedly useful. Knocking on a hidden door, Suho was greeted with suspicion. Someone asked, "Who are you?" Suho calmly stepped inside. His aura activated again, signaling he wasn't here for casual business. The startled guards reached for weapons, but the lead man halted them after recognizing Suho's identity. The host welcomed him politely and offered a seat, showing respect without losing his composure. and he mentioned the place wasn't open yet, but promised Suho special service with no delay. The host asked if Suho felt discomfort, referring specifically to the strange magical mask Suho wore. Suho smiled and reassured her that he could see through the magic. She could speak freely. Surprised, she acknowledged his sharp perception. Seeing the magic mask marked him as far from ordinary. The woman introduced herself confidently, revealing her past as one of the top-ranked support brokers. She once ran a guild, but after exposure, now worked discreetly underground for high-paying clients only. She warned Suho if he wanted real intel, he'd have to stop dodging and start mentioning offers. The broker's expression froze. Her eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected him to mention that location. And then, Suho placed a case on the table, stating clearly he wanted access to Twisted Forest. A woman confirmed the location of a gate. She suspected the man wanted something from it. He sat calmly, opened his case, and declared he wished to buy a Twisted Forest ticket. She recalled a prohibited sale years ago. Curious, she asked how he obtained information that wasn't public. He reminded her of the black market's rule, no questions asked when handling illegal transactions or data. He revealed 2 gate items, one for ownership and another allowing individual entry through a specific gate. Gate ownership required major funds, but high-demand gates like Twisted Forest made even admission tickets expensive. She apologized. Only one Twisted Forest ticket remained, priced unusually high due to market rarity and danger. The woman warned him it was risky to enter alone, hinting at the gate's fatal threats. He dismissed the concern, stating he'd handle the gate alone and cover the ticket costs entirely. Acknowledging his resolve, she agreed to escort him. Soon after, they left together toward the gate's location. With backing from the Korean government, the organization could manage gates without unnecessary interference or resistance. Their car continued toward the gate location, as signs confirmed they were heading into northern territory. She wasn't shocked by his appearance in the north, showing she had anticipated this move already. North Korea had collapsed under gate pressure. With no control, it became a lawless and unstable region. China feared conflict and stayed out. Meanwhile, other nations quietly used the chaos for tactical access. Upon arrival, Suho stepped out, heading toward the secure gate facility guarded by armed personnel. The woman confirmed his identity and payment, officially registering him as the next gate entrant. A guard expressed doubt, suspecting Suho might be a fake using someone else's reputation to enter. Suho warned the man to show respect, demanding to speak directly with the facility's commanding officer. A bald man stepped forward from inside the building, calmly introducing himself as the one in charge. Suho questioned the leader's identity, suspecting deeper connections between the gate and criminal activities. The man explained traffickers once kidnapped civilians to sell for gate-related experiments, earning him the title Woodman. These victims were traded as resources, their fates hidden behind fake reports and corrupted gate research files. Suho realized the Woodman was once part of the same organization that managed information inside gate systems. Although Suho could enter, the man clarified only hunters who invested would receive official financial backing support. Suho remained calm, seeing through the man's tactics, recognizing his history of exploiting others for profit. He prepared to negotiate but was interrupted as the woman noticed an attempt to raise the price. She called out the bluff, warning she wouldn't tolerate tricks, clearly aware of how deals normally worked. The man laughed it off, claiming it was a joke. But Suho observed her sharp reaction carefully. Despite her control, she clenched her fist hard enough to bleed, silently containing her rising frustration inside. With tensions settled, they moved quickly toward the gate facility, preparing for Suho's scheduled entry. She reassured Suho that she'd wait nearby, ensuring his gate return wouldn't be intercepted or delayed. She warned that some hunters rob gate buyers after raids, exploiting their exhaustion for quick gains. To prevent theft, strong hunters were usually hired to stand guard during and after transactions completed. As Suho approached the glowing gate, the man voiced curiosity about whether Suho could survive it. The gate activated. Suho stepped forward as the system confirmed his entry into the Twisted Forest. He arrived inside the dungeon, surrounded by a dense, corrupted forest pulsing with unnatural energy. Suho moved cautiously, aware that this dungeon's terrain would interfere with sensing enemy movements or traps. He summoned his weapon, readying himself for battle. The surroundings were quiet, but danger lurked ahead. Sensing something nearby, he activated his mana detector to scan for any concealed threats in the area. Suho's mana scan detected nearby movement. Something large and hidden began stirring within the dark forest. Dozens of glowing eyes opened. He had stumbled upon high-level monsters, classified as twisted entities. Each ENT displayed a level above 90, indicating extreme threat and durability. Even for experienced hunters, one ENT reacted aggressively, startled by Suho's presence. He quickly prepared for a sudden close-range encounter. Suho noted axes were best for ENTs, but he didn't have one. Forcing tactical improvisation, a massive ENT attacked first. Suho narrowly dodged its crushing blow and immediately prepared to counter. He recalled the twisted ENT's weakness, neck dismemberment. Speed and precision were more vital than brute strength. Striking with force, he delivered a sharp blow, splattering red across the battlefield from a deep wound. Suho's system confirmed activation of his sword skill, Decapitation, designed for instant kills on vital targets. His attack succeeded. The ENT's head separated cleanly. Suho remained focused, knowing the forest held greater threats. Suho's blade tore through the Ent's neck. Blood sprayed as the monster released a final shriek. Standing calm among corpses, Suho gripped his sword tightly, ready for more enemies lurking in the dark. He acknowledged the challenge. Each kill demanded power and focus, but it steadily sharpened his combat instincts. Suho felt his body adapt with every swing. His stamina and reflexes improved with every deadly exchange. Hearing more creatures approach, he smirked. This forest was filled with enemies perfect for training his swordsmanship. Suho dashed with high speed, using footwork and terrain to gain advantage against incoming twisted enemies. He launched into the air, rotating mid-jump to align his descending strike for maximum precision. With a swift vertical slash, he cut straight through a target's head, blood splashing in every direction. The sword carved through the monster completely. Suho landed firmly, maintaining full control after the lethal attack. Nearby trees trembled. More movement echoed through the woods, signaling the approach of additional twisted forest creatures. Standing atop fallen monsters, Suho paused. Surrounded by defeated enemies, he prepared to assess his growth. He summoned his status window, eager to review improvements made through continuous combat inside the twisted forest. His level reached 63. While still listed as a healer, his strength and magic stats had risen. He noticed something new: his healing skill. Healing Light had evolved, reaching the system's highest recorded grade. Now ranked Grade A, the skill could heal rapidly while using minimal mana over a focused area. Suho reflected on the system's structure. Once past level 60, power scaling would reset and reorganize. Reaching level 90 would trigger a transformation, unlocking class-specific upgrades and a major turning point. He advanced deeper into the forest, eliminating minor threats while preparing for the area's dominant monster. With the lesser creatures cleared, Suho knew the dungeon boss would emerge soon to defend territory. Water shimmered ahead as a large presence stirred below, signaling the arrival of the forest's guardian. A faint tremor shook the trees. Something ancient stirred below, its branches curling with unnatural movement. A pair of glowing yellow eyes opened slowly, signaling the awakening of the forest's final guardian. Identified by the system, the being was Malayan, the twisted forest's ruler. Standing at level 100, vines descended like chains as Malayan rose fully. The system confirmed. A boss monster had appeared. The system repeated its warning. A boss monster had appeared, signaling the official start of the fight. Malayan towered above, his long limbs casting wide shadows as Suho readied himself for combat. Suho recalled the shift from level 100% onward. Monsters gained near intelligence and unique skill systems. Unlike common beasts, Malayan possessed control and awareness. He would not fight mindlessly like weaker dungeon mobs. With steady movements, Malayan descended from his perch, prepared to confront Suho in a focused duel. Facing Malayan, Suho calmly assessed the battlefield. He understood this fight required absolute precision and speed. Malayan mocked him, sensing Suho's divine aura but doubting a healer could truly pose a threat. Suho summoned divine energy. The system registered his skill, officially triggering the effect. Holy power activated. He tightened his grip and dashed forward without hesitation, fully committing to an aggressive first strike. Power surged through his blade as Suho aimed directly at Malayan, seeking to disrupt the boss's stance. Suho's blade surged forward, charged with divine energy. The attack targeted Malayan's exposed left shoulder directly. Mocking him, Malayan sneered at the mention of holy power, calling Suho a mere divine servant. Ignoring the insult, Suho countered with a confident smirk, blood dripping from a wound sustained in combat. Suho spun swiftly, building momentum. The glowing energy at his blade's tip began compressing into a sphere. He released the charged strike. It struck Malayan's torso, exploding violently and forcing the boss to stagger back. Suho's blade clashed again. Despite his effort, Malayan's defenses adapted quickly to divine-powered strikes. Malayan taunted him mid-combat, claiming Suho's strategy lacked the force to break his enhanced magical barrier. Suho gritted his teeth, unleashing a burst of rage. His body surged with burning will and fury. The system responded, determination activated. The surrounding forest shook violently under Malayan's rising magical pressure. Suho felt an overwhelming killing aura crash down. Still, he stood firm, undeterred by the oppressive force. Suho's Dragon Road skill activated, cloaking him in powerful energy and amplifying his physical and magical output. His dragon-linked resistance prevented paralysis from Malayan's aura. Suho advanced without fear or hesitation in his stance. Mocking the idea of divine servitude, Suho declared himself a challenger, not a pawn of gods. Malayan responded by summoning void energy. His twisted magic began forming deadly chains to suppress Suho's momentum. Suho activated Shadow Bind and Shadow Bleed in succession, striking Malayan and inflicting deep-cutting magical damage instantly. Malayan grinned with disdain, unimpressed by Suho's earlier strikes, and dismissing them as insignificant efforts. Mocking Suho's techniques, Malayan surged forward with a powerful sweep, water and magic swirling in his wake. He claimed his next move would show what true mastery of combat and magic should resemble. Malayan raised his hand. The forest water began to react, pulsing unnaturally with incoming magical force. With a sharp motion, a wave of magical pressure erupted, barreling towards Suho with immense speed. Vines rose like walls, closing in around Suho as Malayan's power spread across the flooded terrain. Malayan smirked, proclaiming Suho would now feel the pressure of a truly superior lifeform. Unfazed, Suho met his gaze and calmly smiled, silently accepting the challenge with complete resolve. Without hesitation, Suho launched himself forward, fists clenched, aiming to interrupt Malayan's advantage before it built further. Blood dripped from Suho's arm, but he pressed on, determined to end the battle with strength. Suho charged forward with momentum, launching a high-speed strike aimed directly at Malayan's upper torso. His blade tore through flesh. Blood erupted as the system confirmed a critical skill decapitation had been activated. Suho followed through with full strength, driving the blade deeper, forcing Malayan to stagger from the impact. Though successful, Suho noted the resistance. Malayan's body was clearly far more durable than a twisted ent. Before Suho could reset, Malayan countered. A massive strike erupted, launching Suho backward through the water. Suho landed another fierce blow, his blade cleaving through Malayan's side in a spray of blood. Without pause, he followed up with successive slashes, pressing the offensive and forcing Malayan into retreat. Malayan acknowledged Suho's swordsmanship, clearly impressed by the human speed, skill, and relentless will to fight. Suho smirked confidently, whispering to himself that he only needed a little more to finish it. He pushed forward, drawing blood again, determined to strike the final blow and bring Malayan down. Malayan narrowed his eyes, noticing that Suho's sword was cutting but somehow lacking any true damage. He realized Suho's blade held no actual edge, its force came from something invisible and unnatural. Malayan observed the attacks further, concluding that Suho was drawing power from elsewhere, likely for a setup. Despite the mystery, Malayan dismissed it. He believed whatever Suho planned would ultimately end in failure. Malayan raised his hand with force, determined to end the skirmish and crush Suho's mobility completely. Malayan unleashed a torrent of energy, his limbs tearing through the air in wide, crushing arcs. Suho evaded swiftly, dropping low while repositioning, eyes locked on Malayan's exposed flanks mid-swing. With precision, Suho countered and struck. His blade landed cleanly, drawing a sharp gasp from Malayan. Malayan reeled in disbelief, questioning how a human managed to breach his defensive posture with such force. Despite his confusion, blood poured freely. Suho's strike had connected deep, leaving Malayan staggered and exposed once more. Covered in blood, Suho grinned. He knew his swordplay wasn't just luck, it was pure technique. Suho reflected. His fighting style had evolved beyond the system's boundaries, challenging what defined high-level skill. The system acknowledged this leap, recognizing Suho's mastery and unlocking a new tier for his ability. A notification confirmed that Suho's swordsmanship now surpassed all others, his decapitation reaching a never-before-seen S-rank level. Now refined, the technique could cut through even the hardest steel. Suho had reached peak execution. Breathing heavily, Suho smiled. At last, his training and persistence pushed him past the final barrier. The system activated sword comprehension. A divine entity acknowledged Suho's growth, binding its will to his sword. Information updated. Suho officially mastered the Void style and was now its sole recognized successor. Suho leapt into action, his aura erupting. He dared Malayan to try and block this new strike. The ground trembled. Suho stood firm as Malayan began charging one final attack in grim silence. Suho's blade sliced cleanly through Malayan's arm. Blood sprayed as the monster recoiled from the precision strike. The system registered his attack. Void style, first form, steel cutter splus had been successfully deployed. Malayan's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized too late the overwhelming sharpness behind Suho's evolved technique. Suho stood calmly with his blood-soaked blade, aware the battle's momentum now shifted entirely in his favor. Suho stood composed, his crimson blade dripping with blood as the system continued updating his status. He had surpassed the known limits of swordsmanship, unlocking a level no ordinary swordsman could ever reach. This recognition wasn't just symbolic. Suho's mastery now influenced how the entire system classified sword-type skills. In response to his feat, the system rewarded Suho with 5 bonus stat points to allocate. Malayan rushed forward again in fury, But Suho calmly prepared, his weapon glowing with restrained lethal force. Suho unleashed a powerful slash, erupting with red force that tore through Malayan's layered magical barrier. Malayan staggered backward in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Suho's technique had bypassed his final defense. He tried to recover, but his injury grew worse. The blade had reached deeper than expected. Malayan vowed revenge, swearing to crush Suho before his technique evolved beyond containment or retaliation. But Suho remained calm, unfazed by the threats. His eyes stayed locked on the crumbling monster. Multiple twisted golems rose from the earth, summoned to defend Malayan as the forest's last barrier. Each golem was level 110 or higher, towering above Suho with raw, monstrous strength and resilience. Suho leapt across terrain swiftly, analyzing their formation while avoiding direct confrontation with all five at once. Malayan roared from behind, ordering the golems to crush Suho and erase him from existence. Unshaken, Suho drew his bloodied sword again, determined to cut down everything standing in his way. A giant golem swung its fist towards Suho. He narrowly dodged, barely escaping the crushing impact. Mid-air, Suho activated his skill-cutting steel, channeling enhanced precision through his blood-soaked blade. His sword cleaved cleanly through the golem's thick armor, tearing into its core without resistance. The system confirmed the golem's destruction. One of the Twisted Forest's final guardians had been eliminated. Malayan watched in stunned silence as Suho advanced again, proving his strength was far beyond expectation. With the system's support, Suho soared across the battlefield, preparing his final sword technique in mid-air. Status windows confirmed every enhancement. His blade, stats, and style were all optimized for the finishing strike. Suho steadied his breath, fully focused. He declared it was time to end everything with one blow. Malayan shouted in panic, realizing too late that Suho's energy now dwarfed anything he could counter. Descending with full force, Suho unleashed a storm of red slashes, tearing through space at Malayan's body. The battlefield trembled with energy. Water and debris surged violently from the shock of Suho's last strike. Malayan collapsed, breathing heavily, his strength depleted. He tried to command his forces, but no one responded. Suho calmly approached, a knowing grin on his face. He had anticipated every counter Malayan prepared. He declared the end was near. Malayan had run out of tricks, strength, and reinforcements to survive. With his sword glowing red and steps sharp, Suho charged forward, ready to land the final blow. Suho's blades tore downward in a brutal arc, striking Malayan with speed and weight he couldn't block. The impact forced Malayan back. Blood sprayed as he staggered from the clean, heavy blow to his chest. Malayan fell into the water, creating massive waves. His control over the terrain was beginning to slip. He screamed in frustration, forcing himself up. His composure faltered, his body showing signs of wearing down. Suho, unshaken, raised his sword again. Power surged as he prepared to finish the battle for good. Malayan cried out as Suho's attack pierced him, the purple energy chains tightening around his limbs. Desperate and furious, Malayan screamed. His strength surged, but the chains bound his movement tighter with each second. A final strike cut across Malayan's chest. His power waned, blood gushed as pain overtook his fury. Malayan collapsed, defeated. Suho landed silently, sword dripping, watching as the forest's terror finally met its end. The system confirmed Malayan's death. The Twisted Forest's master had fallen, his reign shattered by Suho's overwhelming blade. With Malayan's final breath, Suho claimed victory. The system confirmed. All his stats increased by 1. He received a bonus stat and reached for the dark orb pulsing with corrupted druidic energy. The orb floated into the air, glowing green. Malayan's power sealed within began transferring to Suho's grasp. As the orb's history revealed itself, Suho understood. Dominion cursed Malayan, driving him from harmony forever. Suho secured the orb, satisfied. With void style mastered and goal achieved, he turned to leave silently. The swirling gate began to fade, its magical currents dissolving. The observers realized it was finally over. News spread quickly someone had conquered the gate. Shock and disbelief filled the faces of nearby guild members. They questioned how such a dangerous gate could fall. No team had ever returned alive before. One man explained, the gate was S-rank, and even high-tier hunters would normally hesitate to enter. As they walked off, realization dawned whoever cleared it must be terrifying, and possibly stronger than anyone present. A group of hostile men gathered outside the gate, plotting to ambush Sung Jin-woo without hesitation. A voice of reason warned them, questioning if they truly understood the consequences of provoking this man. The leader shrugged off the warning, prepared to fight, shouting that even the Hunter Association couldn't stop them. Before he finished speaking, a sharp strike pierced his chest, catching him completely off guard and silencing him. His men cried out in panic, stunned by the sudden blow as a purple aura surrounded his attacker. Sung Jin-woo emerged from the portal, his presence alone halting every conversation and movement in the room. He calmly approached the intruders, stepping past the bloodied floor where their leader had already fallen silently. With a chilling glare, he asked one of the remaining men if he wished to continue. The gang members froze, their bravado crumbling as dread set in, eyes locked on their wounded comrade. Acknowledging defeat, they turned away in silence, one muttering they wouldn't bother him again as they fled. One thug turned to run, but pain struck suddenly. Blood spilled as Jinwoo's hand pierced his side. Jinwoo stared coldly and reminded him of their earlier disrespect, demanding repayment for the insult shown. Terrified, the man surrendered, stammering promises to pay immediately, clutching his wound as fear overtook pride. A sleek car pulled up to the curb, signaling the end of confrontation and start of business. Jinwoo accepted the gratitude with ease. To him, this outcome was just another completed task. Jinwoo glanced outside the car window, calmly reflecting on the events and the actions taken earlier. She acknowledged his restraint, impressed by his decision to act with precision rather than unnecessary cruelty. Handing over her phone, she requested his contact, intending to involve him in future private matters. Jinwoo accepted politely, stating he wasn't difficult to find, and stepped out into the fading daylight. Watching him leave, she smiled to herself, surprised he showed more integrity than she had expected. At 9 a.m., a van arrived at Nexus Academy, quietly unloading a squad dressed in black uniforms. One of the younger members questioned the mission, seeking clarity on why they'd been gathered here. The team leader responded calmly, saying details would be revealed soon after they reached the target site. With urgency, they closed the doors, knowing their superior disliked delays and expected swift, unquestioning execution. Their leader gave the order: destination, Miner's Quarry. With purpose, the full squad marched out in formation. A group of officials gathered silently near the gate tower, hidden under trees, scanning the facility. A black car arrived and halted abruptly. Everyone's attention shifted to the arriving high-ranking hunter. Hunter Suho stepped out calmly, greeted by the official who arranged the secure transport route. He observed the tall structure ahead, a sealed gate fortified using the Landkeeper's rare minerals. The official confirmed all backup teams were miners, prepared solely for extraction, not direct combat deployment. With the team ready, Hunter Suho gave the signal to begin the exploration into the mine. Inside, they reviewed mining data. Landkeepers were crucial minerals, known to react uniquely with gate energy. Hunter Suho explained strange anomalies had occurred after excessive mining energy signatures spiked across the entire zone. When questioned about missing information, Suho revealed he intentionally omitted risk details to handle them independently. He concluded with a warning: if mishandled, all harvested products could become dangerous without proper containment. Hunter Suho accepted the mission formally, shaking hands before stepping into leadership of the field operation. He instructed the mining team to stay behind, entering only after receiving a clear activation signal. With final checks complete, Suho gathered his combat unit, preparing them for their first gate deployment. One rookie expressed nervous excitement, recalling his intense preparation. The team reassured him while staying focused. Suho warned the team of an extended fight ahead, urging them to conserve energy and stay sharp. Hunter Suho gave the final nod to his team, eyes sharp and completely focused on mission. The gate activated with a pulse of energy. The team advanced into the dimensional rift together. System data confirmed the gate. Landkeeper's mine. Entry level was high. Danger potential marked as extreme. Sudden tremors shook the ground. Creatures emerged from darkness, launching an aggressive ambush on the formation. A powerful beast struck first. One hunter leapt forward, clashing instantly with overwhelming force and speed. Hunter Suho swiftly countered the charging beast, slicing through with precision as blood sprayed across his arm. His attack landed cleanly, killing the creature instantly and stunning the enemies that remained nearby. More sentries approached. Suho moved through them quickly, eliminating each one with focused, efficient blade strikes. Calmly gripping his blood-soaked weapon, Suho assessed the battlefield, noting the brief opportunity to clear enemies. A teammate observed Suho's swift execution, impressed by his unmatched speed and control in suppressing sentry threats. The miners admired Suho's strength, surprised to see the leader himself fighting so actively on site. Realizing they were falling behind, the group quickly moved forward to regroup with the main squad. With urgency, the team received orders to eliminate all hostiles, ensuring none escaped the perimeter alive. A young hunter unleashed energy attacks, intercepting monsters from flanking their allies, declaring his support mid-fight. The rear team, shielded by lightning barriers, engaged the retreating monsters before they could break through defenses. A scout confirmed the surroundings were secure. She asked if they should begin resource extraction now. Suho evaluated the team's performance, concluding they held formation well and no immediate threat remained nearby. The order was given to commence mining operations at the exact entry point of their advance. The miners quickly responded, spreading out and striking crystals to harvest energy-rich ores from the cavern. Suho instructed the frontline team to manage transport and resource sorting, ensuring no sample was missed. One miner paused his work, stunned by the smooth coordination and power shown during the operation. A teammate snapped at him to focus, but the man was mesmerized by what he witnessed. Suddenly, a hidden monster launched a surprise attack, piercing another hunter before anyone could react. Chaos broke out as the creature's energy surged. Suho moved immediately to intercept without hesitation. With sharp reflexes, Suho dashed forward, eyes locked on the threat, preparing to counter the strike instantly. The monster lunged forward with brute force, aiming to crush Suho with its massive claws instantly. Suho activated his skill mid-motion. Crimson energy surged as the system confirmed. Blood weapon activated. His enhanced blade cleaved through the beast's body, slicing deep and releasing an explosion of blood. Without hesitation, Suho pivoted, delivering another slash to ensure the creature was completely neutralized on impact. He stood composed, blood dripping from his weapon, eyes sharp and unfazed by the intense encounter. The mining crew, witnessing the battle's end, marveled at Suho's strength and leadership under pressure. With cheers erupting behind him, Suho silently acknowledged the brief celebration without losing focus on mission. Noticing something deeper ahead, Suho turned toward a narrowing path and called the team to assemble. Responding quickly, the hunters gathered around him, awaiting new orders with alert expressions and steady breaths. Suho pointed forward and asked if they could see the critical branching path up ahead. The group reached the rocky fork. Tension rose as they questioned which path to follow next. Suho declined assistance, stating firmly he would scout ahead alone and deal with hidden threats personally. He sensed danger nearby. Blood energy pulsed through his arm as a hostile presence revealed itself. With a powerful swing, Suho unleashed Steel Slash, slicing through the enemy in a violent burst. The team watched from behind, surprised by the raw destructive force he used so casually. Suho briefed the group to split up, assigning teams to explore the right and left tunnels. He instructed one squad to handle the left sector, while he searched deeper through the right. Although warned against going alone, Suho reassured them it would be faster if only he scouted. He emphasized returning regardless of outcome. If captured, they were to escape without delaying for him. One teammate accepted the decision silently, understanding the risk and trusting Suho's ability to return alone. Suho turned away from the team, focused on the hidden route that awaited deeper inside alone. Without hesitation, he gave a casual farewell, disappearing into the shadows without waiting for replies. The team heard distant echoes. Concerns spread about whether Suho could handle the unknown ahead safely. They questioned if splitting up was right, feeling uneasy without their strongest fighter by their side. One hunter spoke confidently Suho would be fine. Everyone silently agreed, trusting fully in their leader's strength. The team gathered near the entrance, discussing roles and ensuring every formation point was locked in. They agreed to handle incoming threats efficiently, hoping to surprise Suho with progress upon his return. With morale high, the squad prepared to demonstrate everything they had gained through rigorous joint training. As they moved, a hunter noticed shadows ahead. Hostiles were gathering rapidly to intercept their route. Suho, further ahead, faced a massive wave of enemies alone, his blade already dripping with blood. Suho faced the swarm calmly, noting the sheer number of enemies now closing in from all directions. Elsewhere, another scout identified the enemy types landkeeper kobolds, acknowledging their numbers and levels were dangerously high. More kobolds emerged, each marked above level 70, forming a large coordinated assault force inside the cavern. Without delay, Suho launched himself into the air, preparing to break their formation with his first strike. The kobolds charged in unison, their weapons raised and eyes locked on Suho's descending figure. Suho's blade tore through multiple kobolds mid-air, slashing cleanly as blood sprayed in every direction. He landed fluidly, sword still dripping, scanning the next wave without pause or sign of fatigue. Suho stood alone in the wide chamber, surrounded by silence before another wave approached. His eyes caught sudden movement, more enemies charging in with greater speed and focused deadly intent. One kobold leader launched downward, clashing blades with Suho in a brutal head-on engagement. Suho parried fiercely, cutting through the kobold's blade and overwhelming it with a counter infused with blood. He delivered a final strike, ending the enemy instantly. System confirmed the kobold's elimination with notification. Elsewhere, the team noted the kobold activity had stopped. No reinforcements seemed to be appearing. With the area secured, one hunter suggested a short break, allowing the others to regroup and recover. The miners received orders to pause their tasks and prepare meals after half a day's work. A miner reported back to the squad, confirming that the work zone remained stable and secure. The hunters acknowledged the earlier chaos but praised Suho's team for their control over the situation. They credited Suho's strategy, positioning himself to block kobolds, making it manageable for everyone else to hold formation. Reflecting on the tactic, they realized his foresight in handling the threat likely saved the operation. One teammate recalled doubting Suho in the past, but now saw him with deeper respect. Despite initial doubt, the team now admired Suho deeply. His strength earned loyalty and quiet trust. One member admitted concern for him, surprised by how much they had come to respect Suho. Realizing they couldn't support him directly, They chose to wait and believe in his return. Silently, the group reaffirmed their trust, mentally preparing to support him however possible when he returned. Meanwhile, Suho continued pushing forward, wiping his blade clean, ready for whatever threat came next. Suho snacked calmly on a small chocolate bar, contrasting the intensity of the bloodshed around him. He wiped his hands, finishing his brief break as he sensed movement from nearby shadows. From a distance, a new group of kobolds emerged, eyes glowing and expressions noticeably cautious. They hesitated as they approached, clearly more wary than the previous waves they had sent. Suho smirked slightly, acknowledging their fear and the reputation he'd carved from relentless combat alone. Standing on elevated ground, Suho declared he would now seek out the true threat ahead. Realizing visibility was too poor, Suho decided to brighten the surroundings before proceeding into unknown territory. He drew a flare gun, preparing to light up the entire area for clearer movement. The flare launched high, trailing heat and sparks as it rose toward the cavern's ceiling. It exploded mid-air, casting a wide glow across the darkness, revealing terrain and enemy positions. The flare burst brightly above, casting golden light across a massive section of the hidden cavern. In the revealed area, a massive creature named Bulgarsari stirred, its level displayed as 99%. Suho recognized the beast's dangerous potential, confirming it was likely the true threat within the mine. He decided to strike first, planning to disrupt its rest before it could act aggressively. Without hesitation, Suho unleashed a powerful energy slash toward the sleeping monster's position to provoke it. Suho's energy slash landed directly on the monster's head, erupting in light and explosive force. The attack cracked against its thick hide, but barely caused any lasting damage or reaction. To Suho's surprise, the creature effortlessly flicked away the attack with a single twitch. He laughed quietly, realizing just how overwhelmingly tough this opponent would be to bring down. Bulgarsari's massive eye opened slowly as it rose to its feet, shaking the entire chamber. Bulgarsari fully awakened and began to move, its massive limbs shaking the cavern floor violently. With a terrifying roar, it charged forward, its body radiating pure force and overwhelming momentum. Nearby kobolds began shrieking in panic, fleeing the scene as the boss monster's rage filled the space. Miners screamed and scrambled for cover, realizing the creature's movement was headed directly toward their camp. A squad member immediately responded, sensing the danger and preparing to intercept before it reached civilians. A teammate watched Suho charging in alone again, confused by his bold, unpredictable movements. Suho ran directly toward the roaring monster, undeterred by its overwhelming size and violent intent. He smiled confidently, noting that his presence had now become the creature's main target. Suddenly, Bulgarsari activated a powerful ability system, identified it as boss monster level Fear. The beast released a deafening roar, its face twisted, releasing psychic pressure across the battlefield. As fear spread across the battlefield, Suho's resistance activated. He was immune due to dragon blood. The system confirmed fear effects wouldn't apply to him thanks to the unique bloodline skill buff. Calm and smiling, Suho stared directly into the eyes of the raging monster without flinching. Bulgarsari charged again, roaring, shaking everything nearby as dark energy rippled from its enormous frame. Suho raised his blood-forged blade, fully ready to meet the beast head-on with everything he had. The monster's energy burst downward with devastating force, shaking the entire cavern as it struck. Suho barely dodged the impact, but his side was grazed, blood spilled as he dropped back. He analyzed the beast's overwhelming power, knowing brute strength alone wouldn't be enough to win. Despite the injury, Suho advanced again, moving quickly to find an opening in its defense. Activating his steal/skill once more, Suho prepared for a precise and penetrating counterattack. Suho's blade tore deep into the monster's flesh, spraying blood as the force rippled through impact. He retreated swiftly, leaving a glowing trail of blood and power, while the beast roared in pain. Standing firm, Suho smirked and declared calmly that he'd take his time breaking the monster down.
Thick smoke veiled the battlefield as monstrous roars echoed. Suho stood unwavering, bloodied but resolute, confronting the grotesque creatures advancing with overwhelming menace. Summoning his strength, he slashed fiercely. One beast staggered, its eye glowing with fury. Dark energy surged upward, spectral force exploding from its mouth. A towering beast lunged forward, jaws gaping wide. Suho tilted his head upward, eyes glimmering, sensing the lethal strike descending with brutal force. Instead of retreating, he embraced the surge within. Body vibrating with power, expression hardened into resolve. Energy burst outward, blue flames wrapping his frame. The monster's body erupted violently, shattering under his assault. Suho assessed quickly, realizing survival demanded activating his latent abilities before overwhelming enemies struck. His body surged with sudden momentum as Leap activated, launching him forward with unnatural speed and strength. Crimson energy erupted, his hand morphing into a blood-forged blade, dripping power with lethal sharpness. He whispered determination internally, triggering another technique. Unleashing Steel Slash, a devastating arc tearing through resistance. The monstrous foe screeched, body cleaved apart violently. Suho evaded swiftly, blade dripping blood. His mind sharpened, recalling arcane knowledge resilient monsters could still be cut through with precise technique. Determination hardened his gaze. He prepared to conquer, channeling strategy rather than brute force alone. The monster's body erupted with flames, its roar echoing violently, recalling past battles fought with fire. Yet Suho admitted his limitation without magic. He lacked means to summon overwhelming flames necessary for victory. Suho blood-forged blade pulsed ominously, his stance steady, prepared to counter whatever came next. The wounded beast staggered, growling low, shadows curling as it fought desperately to maintain its balance. Its glowing eye flickered with resilience. Suho narrowed his gaze, recognizing the shift. Something within the monster was preparing unnatural regenerative transformation. The beast's massive frame shrank violently, compressing inward, regenerating wounds rapidly as chilling energy flooded outward. The beast's body shrank further, consuming hidden minerals, its wounds knitting as glowing veins pulsed alive. Legends claim Bulgasari never truly died, each regeneration leaving it harder and harder to defeat. Suho's eyes narrowed, recognizing the transformation, yet his stance remained steady, prepared for escalation. Suddenly the monster roared, body swelling violently as golden energy ignited, signaling an overwhelming transformation beginning. Bulgasari unleashed ultra enhancement, muscles bulging monstrously, consuming reserves while surging with terrifying amplified destructive power. Bulgasari's frame pulsed with golden veins, preparing another strike, its body trembling under immense condensed force. Suho smirked, blood weapon swirling, welcoming the challenge of a worthy foe standing before him. The monster spun violently, energy spiraling outward, unleashing devastating momentum aimed to crush everything within reach. Ultra rotation activated, Bulgasari transformed into a destructive whirlwind, hurling fiery force across the battlefield with fury. Suho stood calmly, eyes sharp, contemplating the monstrous technique's weakness, calculating its flaw hidden within chaos. Suho analyzed calmly, noting Bulgasari's reckless momentum, realizing ultra rotation left vulnerabilities ripe for exploitation. The beast spun faster, generating destructive force. Suho braced, channeling his blood-forged blade. Their clash ignited, crimson energy colliding with fiery rotation. The battlefield cracked apart, monster recoiling mid-spin. Blood streaked across Suho's face as his focus sharp. With ruthless precision, his crimson blade pierced forward. The monster convulsed violently, lightning-like energy cracking across its body. Suho observed sharply, realizing the beast's technique unraveled, exposing its vulnerable core within chaos. Raising his weapon high, blood surged upward, his killing intent solidified. Suho's crimson blade descended mercilessly. The beast howled in agony, collapsing heavily. Suho smirked coldly, declaring silent dominance, his weapon still pulsing with blood as victory neared. Far away the trembling ground finally settled, vibrations ceasing abruptly, silence spreading across the battlefield. Observers watched anxiously, realizing the monstrous presence had fallen, awe and fear mixing within their expression. Hunters regrouped cautiously, believing the fight ended, awaiting their leader to confirm mission's completion. A sudden alert chimed, startling them, luminous text declaring an unexpected system update mid-battlefield. The message revealed Victory Gate has been conquered, shocking hunters as relief and disbelief swept simultaneously. Another alert appeared, naming the MVP Suho Wade, recognition flashing brightly across every screen nearby. Suho stood calmly, rewarded silently by the system, bonus stats granted as shadows surrounded him. His body glowed faintly, the system amplifying his power as all attributes increased with leveling. A shining orb manifested in his grasp, pulsing with energy as he secured the capture. Suho smiled faintly, the system announcing capture success, confirming the beast's essence now firmly sealed. He acknowledged Bulgasari's resilience, understanding its immense power, though killing it had never been his purpose. Instead, his objective focused on binding the creature's strength through the captured orb for control. Suho held the orb firmly, confident in his decision, knowing control outweighed destruction in importance. The captured beast manifested within, its massive form restrained as the system displayed its traits clearly. Suho crouched, examining closely, recognizing the creature's skills and the potential advantage it could provide. Activating healing, he restored the weakened beast's body, stabilizing its condition while ensuring successful containment process. As the orb pulsed softly, the creature stirred faintly, Suho watching carefully, ensuring control remained absolute. The small creature responded eagerly, its movements lively, signaling its willingness to follow Suho's command. Suho acknowledged its spirit, preparing to depart, aware of the limited time before the gate closed. He steadied himself, signaling readiness, the creature remaining close, awaiting orders to proceed without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the gate, teammates waited anxiously, confused by the delay, concern building with passing moments. It was solely Bulgasari's abilities that allowed Gaia to obtain overwhelming strength and unrivaled authority over enemies. A portal to the subspace house emerged, shimmering with energy ready to summon Bulgasari once again. The round-bodied creature bounced forward energetically, its innocent form concealing the destructive strength hidden deep within. Bulgasari shook its body, scattering stored minerals outward, filling the chamber with raw, concentrated elemental energy. Crystals erupted across the floor, their radiant glow illuminating the chamber. Bulgasari eagerly dashed forward, scattering minerals while Suho observed closely, ensuring the beast's progress remained steady. The produced minerals surpassed expectations, their sheer quantity reflecting the potential only the world's strongest could achieve. Suho realized the Nexus mining team harvested insufficiently, leaving untouched resources he could now claim fully. Outside the gate, waiting hunters grew restless, uncertain why Suho had not yet emerged from within. Speculation spread perhaps he defeated the boss but suffered wounds. Others considered searching the dangerous area themselves. Some hunters voiced concern, questioning Suho's absence, uncertain if their leader was truly safe inside. Others firmly believed he would return, their confidence rooted in trust built through countless battles fought together. One emphasized patience, reminding the group that their duty as teammates was to wait faithfully. The reminder resonated, calming doubts, reinforcing loyalty, and convincing the group to place faith in him. They agreed to follow his earlier instructions, choosing to wait longer, trusting his decision without hesitation. A hunter admitted concern, acknowledging that ignoring the leader's prolonged absence would feel deeply irresponsible. Another reminded the group that loyalty required trust, emphasizing patience until the team leader's return. Suddenly, violent energy erupted nearby, shattering stone walls. Panic spread quickly, voices rose in alarm, fearing the explosion signaled danger or their leader's downfall. Emerging from the debris, Suho appeared calm, acknowledging his gathered teammates, exuding authority and steady composure. Suho returned, questioned their concern, pointing out they could have searched instead of simply waiting. The team reminded him of his strict order not to enter, respecting his command without hesitation. One insisted strongly that waiting was right, proud they resisted pressure and trusted his decision completely. Suho acknowledged their patience, praising their discipline, assuring them that such loyalty must always continue forward. Another teammate reaffirmed their conviction, declaring trust in their leader was essential above all else.